So have you ever done DMT?
Nigger death, kill niggers, behead niggers, roundhouse kick a nigger into the concrete, slam dunk a nigger baby into the trash.
You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your heart?
Everything's a copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in the cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Fire awake for the mothers and the fathers. No pain anymore, no pain anymore. Stay awake for the last and the others. No pain anymore, no pain anymore. Eyes open for the miracles and wonders. It won't rain anymore, no pain anymore. Every time you were so sure that
Wow. I have something important to announce. Wow. I'm also doing good. Wow.
All right. There we go. Ooh, okay, we are back. And those Pokemon leaks, I know some people bring up borrowing from old mythologies, but I did not know Greek mythology was that degenerate. Yeah, that's a lot of people's childhoods died this month, I realize. Yeah. Yuki Feet Pigs win. Apparently, guy in Ohio was arrested for making monkey torture vids. How do you get monkeys to do that? That's actually a good question. So what's your favorite second-gen Pokemon? I can imagine that's now going to be asked in, like, police interviews. Also, you may notice that we're, like, 15 minutes late. There is, like, there is no actual excuse for it. I was playing Silent Hill 2 Remake and I lost track of time. I looked down and I was like, oh, shit, it's, like, 9:27. I need to get up and actually, like, set up the stream. I got to, like, right before you fight Eddie. I got to the, I got to the cutscene right before you fight him in the meat locker. So that's where I had to pause and stop for the night. So you've been enjoying the snuff horror game? It's really good. It's really good. I like it a lot. It is one of those where it gets better the more you play it. The Abstract Daddy fight is genuinely fantastic. I really like how they did the labyrinth, where they kind of combine the and the Abstract Daddy fight too. They kind of do both. They combine kind of the PT style. The room is shifting without you noticing it. With the actual level design, it's actually really cool. I'm a Pokemon, I'm scared. A bunch of leaks. Like, the entire lore Bible leaked out, and there is some, like, fucking wacky shit in there. Like, Arceus became mortal, and then fucked human men. And yes, human men, plural. You had a, what was it, like, Typhlosion, I think that's what it's called. That kidnaps and rapes a little girl and makes it birth its child. Yes, human and Pokemon can mate, and it works. Yuki has 2 reverse L on her face. Yeah, someone's gonna die. Yeah, someone's gonna die. Arceus, Pokemon Jesus. Yeah. Some childhoods died. Others, however, got reaffirmed. Jokes aside, considering the amount of Pokemon hentai out there, I guess the leak shouldn't be surprising. Yeah. Christian knew. Love each other. Man's going to be very happy. It's a Typhlosion. Yeah. Fuck my Gardevoir. That's the funny part. Gardevoir apparently doesn't really have anything that weird, at least from what the current leaks that I saw said. People are making jokes about that. Like, one of the most looted Pokemon, and it doesn't even have any weird lore shit. Joeytron for $2. Women. At least Sparking Zero is great. That is true. Sparking Zero is pretty good. So happy. Please leak Gen 1. It's all by women. Yeah, all the weird, fucked up bestiality, rape stuff that's in the lore Bible was written by women. What about Vaporeon? Is it safe? People calling Dandadan new Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man's a very different vibe. Like, Chainsaw Man's a lot of, like, very black humor. Dandadan, the humor's more lighthearted. Or if you take USA, nearly called DSP the N-word. He is preying on that downfall. Be fair, that's been things to Gen 4 in the library. You can read a book that says Pokemon and humans married in the past and had kids. Yeah, it's fucking weird. No law against Pokemon, Batman. I can do what I want with it. Last anime night, we made a bit of, like, it's the Joker Lopunny shitpost, but the Lopunny actually rapes Joker. And it's like, Batman, this isn't a joke anymore. Please help me, Batman. Ryan Gosling hypothesis strikes again. It really does. It really does. So is Diddy a slocking? I mean, he's a rapist and a monkey. Oh, yeah. Monkey. One was gang raped by a group of slocking she messed with. Did you see the Substance? Great body horror movie, and Margaret Qualley sure is hot. I've not seen it yet, but I keep hearing it's really good. Here, mixed things about Dragon Ball Daima. We only saw the first episode. It's fun enough for what it is. Even if we spent a lot of the episode debating the logisticals of, like, all right, the plan from the new guy that wants to be like the Demon King is he's gonna reset everybody's ages to kids. But it's like, okay, Goku when he was a kid could kill King Piccolo, who was already the strongest, and we can definitely assume was stronger than the guy trying to replace him. Gohan could kind of go toe-to-toe with Frieza a little bit. He got his ass whooped by the Ginyu Force, but they had the Zenkai boost because he fucking almost died. So he was able to sort of stand against, like, Form 1 Frieza. And Form 1 Frieza is stronger than, like, any demon because he could whoop Piccolo's ass. So this new guy who wants to be like the Demon King and do all this, like, right out of the gate, you could tell he's not very strong because they're making him funny. And if a villain's funny, it's usually because they're a joke. Like, they're not meant to be taken seriously. Talking about Sparking Zero? No, Daima. Daima's also getting the original Kid Goku English VA back. Oh, that's really cool. You only made Goku stronger by turning him into a child. That was another thing we talked about. Like, would Goku keep the power level he has now as an adult, but as a kid? Because if he could still tap into, like, Ultra Instinct and go, like, Super Saiyan God, then all you've done is basically given him more time to get even stronger. So that's not good. So Toriyama style makes the silliest looking characters the strongest. That is true, but this guy, they've really... He was freaked out by fucking Deborah dying. And, like, Deborah was kind of strong, but Deborah was also just a jobber for Boo to kill. So it's like, Dev released a new video on how not to be stupid and watch his own video, shame. Now in Chapter 3 of Xenoblade 2, it's pretty good so far. Got a few unique blades, but I just don't have Cosmos and Telos. I'm sad. Cosmos is, like, the rarest one in the game. That one's hard. Like, she is a pain in the ass to get. Yeah, Daima's set before Super, so UI and God form. No UI and God forms yet. That is true. Maybe it'll kind of lead into that. It'd be kind of weird to do that for a prequel, but I could see it working. Crazy to think Plague's Pokemon video was canon this whole time. Seeing these recent Pokemon leaks, theory that Vaporeon Copy Pasta unfortunately was written by a Game Freak employee may hold water. Yeah, Diamond takes place before Battle of Gods. Okay, I thought it was after. V's been spurging for Silent Hill 2 remake all weekend, still spurging. Now he's milking it for videos and complaining he's not allowed to criticize the remake. Well, he's allowed to criticize the remake. The problem is every criticism kind of just outs him as he didn't even like Silent Hill 2. Because, like, he flat out admitted in a tweet, oh, yeah, I played the game like 20 years ago, and I didn't understand what was going on because I didn't speak English at the time. So all I thought was I was just beating monsters with a pipe. And it's like, well, no shit, you didn't catch all the stuff about, like, the rape subtext. Because he literally wrote that off as, like, silly. Because we talked about in the last Final Fantasy IX stream where it's like, oh, how can I take a game seriously as, like, a message about sexual assault if I'm beating monsters in the head with a pipe? It's like, dude, there's a little bit more in that. All the things that make canon Pokemon, why the goddamn hentai? See Tomb Raider show on Netflix getting shat on? Yeah, rightfully so. It's not good. It's very boring. I checked out an episode. I watched an episode because I was like, I kind of like the new design of Laura, face-wise. Body-wise is all over the fucking place. But, like, Laura's face looked all right. So it's like, I'll give it a shot. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. Laura is a goddamn teenage girl. When her girlfriend shows up, it is just constant, we were so good together, and they're, like, crying every goddamn conversation. Like, they broke her down to be a fucking damsel. Like, Laura is a damsel in a show they were touting as, like, well, now she's a strong and real character. It's like, fuck you. Like, fuck you. Okay? And they even double back and be, like, egregious fucking hypocrites, because, like, they include a scene where Laura's in the bath and she's, like, washing off after just getting back from an adventure. And it focuses on her tits. Her tits are right there. You don't see, like, nipple because she's in a bath, so it's kind of covered. But it's still a thing of, like, she's clearly naked in the bath. And it's meant to be kind of this, like, ooh, little fan service moment. And people have been thirst posting about it on fucking Twitter. And you call that out as, like, hey, wasn't the whole thing about making her more than a sex object? And, like, well, people take baths every fucking day. It's like, yeah. But you don't have a camera looking down at your tits while you do it. Copra signed with $2. In fact, IGN gave Tomb Raider 5 out of 10, says volumes. Pokemon Stories is Japanese myth, folk tales. Typhlosion one is a kitsune tale, shape-shifting and all. Oh. 100% safe horny. That's the egregious part. It's just safe horny. Like, because, like I said, there was a guy who kind of tried to, because I made a not a call out post, but I made fun of it on Twitter. Where it's like, yeah, you know, you sure made Laura more than a sex object, and it was about the bath scene. And some guy said, like, well, everyone takes baths every day. And it's like, yeah, but then why are you touting this as more than just making Laura a sex object when you have a fan service scene about nudity in the show? You still sexualized her. Like, it's there. The fucking OP that I was quote tweeting and kind of did the jab at was literally making a thirst post about the fucking show. So it's this thing where it's just like when Baldur's Gate 3 came out and fucking everybody was gushing about like all the different romances and sex you could have in the game. No self-awareness in the slightest. Like none. Apparently, Dragon Ball Diamond takes place between Z and Super. Explains why we don't see Beerus and Wiz. It takes place during the time skip. It's the time skip, but apparently immediately before Super. I kept thinking it was like sometime like not quite before, but I thought some of the events of Super took place, but apparently it's like right before. It's even before Super. Laura was a femme fatale woman who was confident and has a thrill for adventure and treasure and sexy to boot. Yeah. So was there another Trump assassination attempt? Apparently, yeah. And Laura's also written by a woman clearly has envy for prettier women. Women are their own worst enemies. Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't even think it's an envy thing. I think it's just the people involved are retards and they don't know what Tomb Raider is and they don't like it. All they heard was, oh, it's the game where you could take off Laura's top if you entered a cheat code, and I didn't realize that wasn't true. And they just have like this petty vindictiveness to it because it's like, it's like I said, just Laura's a fucking teenage girl. Like they stripped away any kind of maturity. She's not cool. Like she's pathetic. Mark 99 $2. Hey Lolly, can you see who would Yuki and Rachel main in the Mortal Kombat games? That'd be kind of fun to think about. Math picker of two fake mines is not gushing, it's gooning. Yeah, basically it's just gooning. It's like I said, it's like when Baldur's Gate 3 came out and everyone was gooning for all the fucking characters. And there was no self-awareness in the slightest. You know, they would always come up with like the cope response of like, well, you know, the characters choose to have sex with you. It's like, the fuck they do? It's a goddamn video game. What do you mean they choose? They don't have agency. We'll say the Typhlosion story reads more like a folktale telling you not to talk to strangers than actual smut. Well, that's the idea. It's like actual like folktales, apparently. It's like mythology, just with Pokemon now. I guess they're talking about a bunch of people who have the mentality of teen girls. Yeah, you're not wrong. So who's Rachel's favorite second-gen Pokemon? None of the pervert ones. So in short, they massacre our girl Laura. Yeah, like I said, they tout over and over again, we made her stronger, we made her more real, we made her this, and you actually look at it, and they just make her pathetic. Like I said, there's like 5 different scenes where she's crying with her ex-girlfriend about how they couldn't work things out, and I got to the point of like, what the fuck is this? Like, Laura is meant to be, you know, someone, I think it was in the Discord, or maybe in the chat, and I just didn't see it, but someone in Discord or chat or wherever, maybe it was even Twitter, I don't remember where it came from, but there was a guy who said, Laura is meant to be kind of like James Bond mixed with Indiana Jones. She just happens to be smoking hot. So it's this thing where she's already very confident. She's already very skilled. Like she is already up there as a badass. So you don't need to make her vulnerable or emotional because that's not the fucking point of her. You know what I mean? Yeah, Boo, stop crying. Yeah, basically, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Also, yeah, Netflix, Laura Croft's practically reboot Laura but multiplied to a greater extreme. This is the face of modern strong women. Fucking hell. And the weird part is she's already an experienced Tomb Raider. She goes on multiple adventures. You see in the trailer, she's all over the fucking place. And yet she's still acting like reboot Laura, whose entire thing was she's new to all this. She doesn't know what she's doing. Call percent $5 now, but you see with the camera highlights for the female gaze, not your filthy male gaze. Really, it's just my sexy good, your sexy evil. Safe horny. The more people deny safe horny is a thing, the more you just see it's true. It's like people are just scared of being ratioed on Twitter and looking like a porn addict, so they'll go along with what the safe idea of horny is. But given the chance, they'll go fucking nuts. Even the first live action movies kept her cool. Well, that's the entire point of the character. She's cool. She is a cool character. Like that, it is like James Bond. It is the power fantasy. So so-called fans trying to be fans of a series they don't care about, typical laziness, self-insert. The Netflix animated stuff really is just made for dumbass teenage girls that have no experience with what the franchises they're adapting are. That's what happened with Castlevania. That's what happened with sort of Witcher. Brotherhood of the Wolf's not awful, but you can tell it's like it didn't really need to be Witcher. And this new Tomb Raider thing. They are made explicitly for people who don't know what these franchises are. And that may have been the idea. We can rope in new people. But they changed so much of it. It's exactly like the 2000s era video game movies where they changed every goddamn detail. Like there is less detail and less ties to these franchises than even back then. Or at least they would kind of pretend. Yeah, live action films made so cool. Hiroyo Oku drew in the main against protagonist crossing streams. Yeah. And they made by Tumblr for Tumblr. Yeah, it's basically a good point, yeah. 360 or PS3. I had both. Assassination wasn't real. It was some press guy associated with the Trump campaign who had a gun in his car and overzealous idiot sheriff. Ah. Binge watch all of Berserk Grandpa Weeb MD videos. It's so wholesome. Thanks for YouTube recommendation. He's super good. See, you left us see anything about Asmongold's comments about Palestine? I did. Israel-Palestine issue is still really stupid because there's a bunch of dumb Americans that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And the Marina fan art, the Pop Team Epic creator drew. Yeah, which ended up pissing off Black Weebs, and then they shat on him, and then JP people came in and were like, what the fuck are you doing? It turned into a whole shit show. Families with more badass girls, but made one of the most popular ones in fiction into a damsel, something they hate. Jokes write themselves. Well, like I said, it's the people involved with it don't like Tomb Raider. They think Laura's a colonizer, think she's a piece of shit. Like they do not like this franchise. They don't like it. So they're going to basically make something completely different and just slap the name on it. It was clearly somebody's like rejected female Indiana Jones script they just slapped Tomb Raider onto. I got a Lopunny, Lolly. I got a Lopunny. Oh, God. Chris Dymix, Laura gets full Riona death scenes, but it's like, how is it okay to show all that but not give her a box center TNA because you know those death scenes were fetishy? Well, the reboot games I don't even think are that bad. I think the reboot games are okay. They're not amazing, but they're fun enough. I think Rise the best one. They're decent for what they are. The problem is, yeah, Crystal Dynamics has shown they just don't like Tomb Raider. Like, they don't like Tomb Raider, and they have this weird desperation to completely... Like, Crystal Dynamics to Tomb Raider is what everyone thinks Blooper Team is to Silent Hill. Where they genuinely do not like the IP, and the guys who made the Tomb Raider remasters had to sneak in references to the old stuff because Crystal Dynamics was trying to go in and remove all that. Like, they don't like Tomb Raider. Laura thing isn't even the most egregious funny one. Single noticeable black guy that made flamboyantly gay. Yeah, and what makes that even more egregious is in the actual games, he's a ladies' man. Like, he seduces women. Isn't Rise the one where you fight side by side with Jesus? No, it's the one in the Arctic. It's like the snow place. You fight Romans. Does every Netflix anime show of an existing game feels like they're made for K-pop stands who at most play Hoyoverse games, maybe Pokemon? Yeah, that's basically what they feel like. Like, the amount of times I've seen posts from some fucking dumbass teenage girl who's like, oh my God, I love Castlevania. And someone says, well, check out the games. Like, there's games, like, that physically hurts to see. Because it is this thing of, like, you have entire swaths of people who will prop up the show because it looks pretty, and that's about it. And they will just go like, well, I like the show. I don't care about the games. Like, well, fuck you, okay? Like, why has this become so profitable now that you can just sell to people who don't give a shit about all this? Any good books you recommend? I read By Way of Deception. It's by, I have it right here. Like, yeah, Victor Otrovsky, I think that's his name, or Trovsky, or Trovsky. I don't know. Pretty good book. It goes into Mossad tactics and how they train their agents. Yeah, that was Leah. Well, yeah, she's just one example. You can see it all over the place if you just look up hashtag Castlevania. Just recently, there was some motherfucker who, they did like a vague post thing of like, oh, when the monster girl is white-skinned, you all love her. When she's dark-skinned, you hate her. And people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they posted the fucking succubus vampire chick from Nocturne. And that was another one where I kind of jabbed at him and said, like, dude, people didn't like her because Nocturne as a whole sucked. Her design was fine for what it was. It's the fact she's in a shitty show. That reminded me, her Columbus is a Jew now. Chris Dynamics sees old Laura Croft as an ironic sex object. They also try to sabotage Asper remake. I still think they'll try again with 4, 5, and 6. Oh, they'll 100% try again. Crystal Dynamics does not like Laura. They have made that abundantly clear. They don't like her. Asper's trying in spite of them. I like Brown Monster Girls. I played only 2 Castlevania games, but I played them 3 times. They're really good. You can get basically almost all of them now on HD collections. Communism Reading Corner win. You know, the 8 Crazy Nights fix the Jew relations now. Yeah, Lee's just retarded. The video of the black tranny getting gunned down with police. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've been busy. I've been working on video shit, and I finally have the Shaun the Dead video done. I'm just waiting on a response from the Gamer Subs guys because there is a thing we're trying to set up there, and I recorded an ad spot for that. So I need to wait until they give me the go-ahead to actually post it so it can match up with the time we agreed on. It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Chris Dynamics don't like Tomb Raider. How the hell do they get forced on the IP if they don't like it? And was it another Square Enix hell? No, they specifically swiped it. Square Enix was selling off a bunch of IPs because they weren't making any money, and Crystal Dynamics bought a bunch of them, and that's how they got access to Tomb Raider, Legacy of Kain, I think Deus Ex, but they swiped a bunch of them for dirt cheap, and now they're just trying to exploit the names. Because the Tomb Raider Tomb Raider reboots did well. They sold well. They sold enough to make a whole trilogy out of it. Please do a video on Proud Boys. Fuck that. Fuck that. Just a bunch of fucking feds. Sherry from Hololive has been playing RE4 because she doesn't like Ashley. Oh, a woman doesn't like another woman. Many such cases. My parents' first experience Last of Us was the show that my dad bought the PS3 version of the game and tried it out. Yeah. The game's good. Looking forward for the next batch of remaster of Tomb Raider. Might ball them when they do Legends Anniversary soon. I'm going to wait on those. I want to know if they're, once again, if Chris Dynamics going to change anything. Because as per the actual developers of the reboots, remasters, better say, the actual developers of the remasters, which is Asper, they genuinely like it. They went in and basically did a Destroy All Humans with the first batch of remasters where it's just the same game again with better graphics and some quality of life stuff. They care. And they would even include jabs at Chris Dynamics where it's like, hey, they're trying to change this stuff. Fuck you. Sure, he doesn't like Ashley because she wants to be in Ashley's position to be saved by Leon. What do you think about Tomb Raider trilogy games? Legends Anniversary, Underworld. Tomb Raider Revelation is my first, but the trilogy is what I got fully into the games. I didn't play all of them. I think I played Underworld and Anniversary. They were pretty good. As for weird, sometimes they do great. Other times they just do the bare minimum. It is weird. I love how Netflix Castlevania also made the vampires look heroic and justified in slaughtering innocent farmers who were just defending themselves. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of weird shit with Castlevania the more that show went on. A couple percent out of 10, $20. Thing is that Netflix stands and by the worst 3 aspects of consumers. They trend chase, they obsess over being validated for what they like, and they make what they consume their entire identity, i.e. K-pop stands. Yeah, dumbass teenage girls. Movie recommendation, Dinner Rush 2000, starring Danny Aiello. It's mafia story set entirely in an Italian restaurant. That sounds interesting. Same people that love these Netflix adaptations of the games, the same twits that say 80s cartoons are just toy commercials, those shows are just commercials for games. Yeah. Asper's also doing episode 1 Power Battles. An odd choice. Carlos Batista, $10. I don't know why people are surprised that Game Freak's full gooners. Mega Lopunny has ripped stockings. Gardevoir is called the Embrace Pokemon. And it's canon that people married Pokemon. Man, Scala is canonically a sexy Latina. Castlevania has black vampires. His weakness is a whip. Watch Vampire Hunter D? Yeah, it's pretty good. I heard the series Dead Sound called Soria. Fun sword and sorcery. I have not. A meth picker of 2 Figma is K-pop, more like gay pop. Don't worry, they'll grow out of it, I hope. I miss pulp writing out of from Tomb Raider Castlevania. Everything has to be over dramatized where it needs to be binge-worthy or trying to be a Game of Thrones variant. Well, the whole idea of doing kind of over dramatized with Castlevania works because they're meant to be like old Hammer style films. So they're almost like very theatrical in the way they're presented. That I'm okay with. The problem is the fact that, once again, past season 2, and hell, you could literally split season 2 right in half and see where it was just meant to be the Castlevania 3 script. Because famously, that's what season 1 and 2 were based off of. It's the fact that, like, every original idea the show comes up with is stupid. Warren Ellis was leaning on that fucking script so goddamn hard. Without that Castlevania 3 script, which is in production for like 10 fucking years, that show would have been worthless. Because Warren Ellis couldn't get out of his own way, then the people who replaced Warren Ellis also cannot get out of their own way. It is a phenomenon I've kind of started referring to as like the D&D effect, where they run out of ideas and just start basing shit off their D&D sessions, and you can really feel that towards the end of Castlevania, where it's like anything at the wall, let's see what fucking sticks. Like the subplot with the one vampire chick who was like, oh, I don't want to, I want to take over vampires. They're not ruled by old men anymore. Her entire fucking subplot is worthless and stupid and a waste of time, and was literally only there for them to do a reference to Berserk. Like, oh god. Copers $95. The fourth thing and the actual worst thing is that they astroturf the hell out of conversations, i.e. tagging and harassing creators, buying likes. Yeah. What are you doing? The Castlevania team gets their claws in Berserk. I can say with full confidence that they're never going to be allowed to touch it. They're just never going to be allowed to touch it. Japan is very protective of their mediums. It's only extremely popular stuff that ever gets adaptations from the West. And on top of that, with the circumstances around Berserk, with the fact Miura died and is being held by his literal in real life best friend, Koji Mori, he is not going to let some people come in and go, oh yeah, sure, go ahead and shit on the carpet. I won't care. It's like, no, it's personal for him. So Hypno beat the allegations. Cartel executed a Mexican mayor, yeah. And when do they allow dumb teenage girls to run roughshod over nerddom? Yeah, that's a good question. Was it because Big Bang Theory making nerd culture popular, rampant narcissism? Well, I say teenage girls, but it is a general attitude where even the men working on these things act like teenage girls, where they're very petty, they're spiteful, they're unafraid to show the absolute contempt they have for what they're working on. It genuinely makes you wonder, if you don't like this, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, look at like the Harry Potter series or the Lord of the Rings series, where those films were made by people who genuinely loved the source material. They would only cut stuff that they literally couldn't cover due to time. In Lord of the Rings case, there were special editions made to make sure as much of that was covered as possible. So the idea of like, oh yeah, we're going to get these people that genuinely don't like this and they hate it and they're only posing and they say they love it but they don't. That's retarded. Pickard for 2 fake monies. Berserk 2, this time it's personal. Pokemon leagues are still coming, yeah. Berserk at least be animated, Studio Mirror be good. I think Studio Mirror, like animation-wise, they're good. I like the style of a lot of these do. Like I think visually the Tomb Raider show is good. The problem is the writing. It's always just the writing with those people. They can't write a script worth a fucking damn. They refuse to get the crazy people out of the writer's room who are dragging everybody down. Like I said, the first and second season of Castlevania is really good beyond like half of season 2. The more time goes on, the more I can pick up what was in the original Castlevania 3 script and what is just some stupid addition they added, like all the vampire politics. The vampire politics were the dumbest fucking thing they could have done. At least in the way they did it. Because it's like, no one cares about you spending 3 entire episodes talking about the plan of genociding mankind. Just fucking do it. Raise the army of demons, raid villages. Who the fuck cares? Give us a reason to hate you. The Harry Potter movies may not be as good as Lord of the Rings, but they are really comfy. Well, it comes down to respect for source material. They were willing to cover the weirder aspects of Harry Potter. They were willing to cover the fun moments. They seemed to genuinely like what they did. Why don't you mention the Fist of the North Star Lost Media Find? Yeah, that came out. They actually found the uncensored version of Fist of the North Star, the movie. So that'd be pretty good. Pretty good. Here can do work, Powerhouse to Castlevania. Not gonna lie, I did not notice that. I did not notice it was a different studio. They all look the same. All the Netflix shit looks the exact fucking same. I can't tell you if they were different studios or not. They all look so fucking samey. My vampire not only gonna give you a reason to hate vampires. Yeah. Waffles or pancakes? Both. Never a reason to say no to either. Some in film school can tell you one thing: people in show business aren't fans. They're narcissists with college degrees. They think they can do everything better. I fully believe it. I fully believe it because of the direction Castlevania went, where there was just this absolute contempt for the idea of Castlevania and the idea of paying tribute to these classic vampire stories, which is what Castlevania was meant to be. And just this like, no, but we're going to take this idea and we're going to twist it. And the twist is so fucking stupid. Winter Lane, $5. All they had to do for Nocturne was adapt Rondo Blood's anime cutscenes and expand on them. Work is half done. Yeah. Remember Gyo by Junji Ito? Yeah, it's good. Devil May Cry show even looks the same. The only thing that they have for the Devil May Cry show is Johnny Young Bosch is involved. And considering Johnny Young Bosch's ties to the franchise, my hope is he's willing to put his foot down on really stupid stuff and will kind of whip the writer's room. That's my hope. I don't know if that's true. I don't even really believe it, but that's my hope. Nocturne Season 2, the evil guy will be Vampire Trump. Oh, you say that now, yeah. Isn't the uncensored version of Fist North Star 86 just the Italian theatrical release and still has some minor censorship edits, unless the Japan have the rough edit? Well, it's the only one we have now that fully uncensors the violence, so you can just splice it into the JP one. Isaac is a ginger voiced by Liam O'Brien. Hector's a badass voiced by Crispin Freeman. I think all this happened because a lot of Hollywood execs got rid of the good veteran writers and directors during the age strikes and replaced them with dirt cheap hacks. Yeah. I feel it's either utter contempt and sheer fucking hubris, or they hate it and actively get into it to sabotage it. It might be a little bit of column A, might be a little bit of column B. Fan channel is here. One thing I really like about your channel is you fly your own flag and have your own opinions and don't try to fit into any community. Yeah. Castlevania 3 begins with Trevor praying to crucifix, and Sypha was originally a Catholic nun. The way the Netflix people are going to allow that. Yeah, that's what I mean, where every single change they come up with is stupid, because changing Sypha to be part of the Whispers and you find out what their thing is, where it's like they only talk to each other, they don't write anything down. It's like, that's retarded. Like, that is just stupid. That is a stupid idea for the lore. And they had to insist on it because, like, well, we can't make her a nun. Why not? Oh, right, because the church's meant to just be, completely black evil. Castlevania game where you actually cure the evil, twin evil vampires who are related to the protagonist friend in the last game, which is weird. Wasn't Jumar showing me a few wall of bridge? I have no fucking idea. Nothing Castlevania by anything that they're doing now. There's no Dracula. It doesn't take place in Transylvania, and they turn Richter into a complete pussy. That's what I hated. Like, it is a thing where if you wanted Richter to be like a coward who has to learn to stand up for himself, just make him a coward from the get-go. Do it like Don Donon, where he's a nerdy guy. I mean, you've seen the anime cutscenes. He's getting his classes, he's in college. He's kind of a nerdy guy. And it's only once he has to become Richter that he becomes badass. So do it like that, where, maybe he's unaware of his legacy as a Belmont, and he doesn't really understand his family history, and once his girlfriend's taken, he has to rise up and be that kind of guy. Carlos Batista, $2. Hopefully Johnny pulls a Cavill with the DMC anime. Hopefully. So your Western JJK fans are going to write their own ending to the story because they hate the actual ending so much. I can't wait for it to be absolute dog shit. For me, it was The Witcher. The writers and showrunners said the Witcher IP, used the Witcher IP to prop up their own careers and turn the Witcher into a standard Hollywood schlock fantasy. Yeah, and it died after... Not only did it die an agonizing death. The main actor wanted out of the show. They had to find a new guy to replace him as fast as humanly possible. They were getting further and further away from the books. Everyone was shitting on it. Like, the people that defend Netflix Witcher will only say, well, the first season was kind of okay, or, well, fuck you, I don't even need to read the books. Like, they're blatantly not fans. They do not actually like The Witcher. Joker 2 is coming out in digital in late October. They really fucked up. Well, that's becoming more of a common thing, where they'll let a movie in theaters for like a month, and then they'll bring it to digital. Much as I disagree with Catholicism from theological POV, I can't stand the constant Catholic hate so stupid. Well, it's not even a thing of you have to, like, jerk off Catholicism. You can still make the church kind of assholes, but we're talking about Castlevania. Castlevania is based off of old school Hammer films, old school vampire films. It is specifically a love letter to Gothic horror. So you need that clear distinction between what is evil and what is good, because that's what a lot of Gothic horror focused on, the good versus evil, and maybe some complications along that way of what that means if you're talking about something like Frankenstein or things like that. But Dracula in particular is a story about good and evil. It is about good men rising to the occasion and with the will of God behind them, kill Dracula. That is the entire point. They literally kill Dracula at the end through the power of friendship. I'm not even fucking kidding. If you actually read the Dracula book, they kill him through the power of friendship. But something like Netflix Castlevania, they want to do the whole like, well, it's more complicated than that. And it worked at first with the whole thing of the church started everything by killing Dracula's wife. That's fine because that's actually in lore canon that Dracula's wife was killed. Alucard saw his mother burn at the stake, that whole thing. The problem is they took that and just kept doubling down to the point that the church were so over the top evil that they were having like characters sympathize more with demons. Literal demons from hell, which you see just massacre people for fun. Matthew Pickard for 2 fake mice. Vampires by merely existing are automatically evil. Wasn't Castlevania the marriage of Van Helsing and Conan stories? Kind of, yeah. It was kind of that. Obviously, the original Simon Belmont, he was based off Conan. It's like, yeah, it's a very fun story. Netflix Vania making the church evil is what happens when you put a British atheist in a Pajit to helm the IP if it shows reverence to the church. It's not even a reverence. As stated, there are Castlevania games where the church are assholes. Like, they're not afraid to go like, hey, they're not exactly the good guys. The problem is, they're the result of a generation raised off Amazing Atheist where all they fucking do is whine about the church. Every goddamn plot point in Castlevania is about how the church are bad. Even when vampires are massacring people for fun. Like, you have that scene in Season 2 of the Viking vampire just wiping out a village because he got bored. And it's a thing of like, yeah, they're assholes, they're evil, they murder innocent people. Then they go, well, really, didn't they kind of cause situation? No, random villagers do not cause the goddamn situation. So Gothic King Cobra logic. Like the first 2 seasons of Castlevania. First 2 seasons are fun. The first 2 seasons are good. The first season is great because it's just 4 episodes and you just get to the fucking point of the story. Season 2 is where it starts drifting a bit, but the good moments are genuinely good. The final fight to Bloody Tears is fucking awesome. And the actual final fight with Dracula and how they kill him is awesome. It is specifically when it starts trying to come up with its own ideas. I've seen CD Projekt lie about employing people based on merit. Yeah, I just don't care. Cyberpunk's good. That's probably going to be the last game I actually play from them. I mean, Cyberpunk 2 could come out, but that'd be one of those where it's like, I need to see some stuff about that first. Yeah, Season 3 to 4 were trash. Season 3 was trash. Season 4 was trash. Nocturne was trash. It just miss after miss after miss, and they're solely relying on that grab of people that don't know about Castlevania and they don't care. Arcade's cut to $2. Remember even in Berserk, some priests aren't evil. Yeah, they're just people. And Berserk makes a point that like everybody has the capacity to be evil. The death cult that rises up in the refugee slum is not good by any definition. They also deserve to die horribly. Like, oh, it's more complicated than painting every member of the church as an evil hive mind, not even bothering to show maybe non-corrupt members, people like friendly bearded old man priest characters. Yeah. I was going to ask you to say that Amazing Atheist raised generation, but let's not give credit to the guy Richard Dawkins and Oak bred him and their philosophies. That is true. Are Terrifier movies any good? I don't care about them, but the people who make them seem to genuinely love the IP and what they're doing, so gotta give them that credit. You're looking cool here, yeah. It's really fucking stupid. Where's all the Castlevania games capitalized on these shows and vice versa? Yeah. Dire religious elements being removed. Dracula literally means devil in Wallachian language. Where Bram Stoker got the fucking name from. Dracula's supposed to be the devil. Yeah. And I count that all Pokemon news are full of Pokemon porn, but the source code of Black and White fully leaked. Yeah, a bunch of source code leaked, a bunch of like test builds of games leaked. There's a lot of crazy shit that came out. Latest episode of The Penguin? No, I didn't have time to watch anything the last few days because I was working on Shaun the Dead video, but I finally got it done, so I'll be able to actually watch stuff. And the one dude in Berserk almost ate baby stew for some tainted pussy, not even once. Yeah. Speaking of animation studios, Uzumaki episode 3 was rough, looks jittery, but not in an intentionally artistic way. Yeah, it really sucks what happened to them. The producer behind it's fucking pissed. He's like, yeah, we got fucked over. Like, he's not hiding a thing. He's like, we got fucked over. Remember the Amazing Atheist sex pest because he was biting and dribbling a poor woman with dementia and thing she turned out? It wasn't dementia, it was schizophrenia, but yeah, point applies. Actual recent Guardian article, goodbye cartoon breasts, hello sweat stains, feminist reinvention Tomb Raider. Yeah, and shit like that's even more embarrassing when you actually see the clips in the show where they're blatantly sexualizing Laura. So it's like, wait a minute, I thought this was bad. Why is this okay now? It was more of a Sophia episode, it was still pretty good. I do like what they're doing with Sophia, so yeah, I'm cool with that. I like the fact they're making her and Oz kind of like the two sides of the coin. Sorry, like got swept up in modding. Dracula originally meant son of the dragon. Vlad III's father was called Dracul. Modern language changed it to be son of the devil. Dracula's wife isn't supposed to be in hell because when she dies, the reason because Dracula goes crazy is because she is beyond his reach because she went to heaven. Yeah. And then they changed it where she's in hell with him. And it's like, this is fucking dumb. Like, the dumbest plot point that completely made me go, fuck this show, fuck this, I don't even want to watch Nocturne, this is ridiculous, was at the end of season 4 where they resurrect Dracula and his wife. Like, they get pulled out of hell and they get to have their happy ever after. And I was sitting there like, no, Dracula deserves to be in hell. It does not matter he got fucked over. Dracula deserves to be in hell. He deserves to suffer for eternity. Yeah, Lisa's supposed to be a saint. Yeah. Lisa being resurrected and getting another shot at life, maybe she gets to spend a few more years with Alucard before she dies of old age. That works. I would have been okay with that. A little ham-fisty, a little like, really? You gotta do that? I was okay with her just being dead. But at least that would have been like, well, she's a good person. You know, she didn't deserve to be in hell or die or all that, whatever. But, like, bringing Dracula out, I was like, this is ridiculous. What are you doing? Like, that was explicitly to a degree of they forgot what the point of Dracula was. You know, once again, it was, they got so drunk off, you know, moral relativism and like, well, Dracula had his own side of the story. He also butchered thousands of people, including women and children. Like, he was a genocidal madman intending on consuming the earth with demons. Like, he deserved to be in hell. Don't you know hell is good, heaven's bad? Like, my entertainment will be a lot better. People follow their own advice. Don't watch. Yeah. Rama on half remake's pretty good. Yeah, but I imagine they cut out a lot of jokes. Rama is a lot dirtier than Urusei Yatsura. Literally showed babies getting eaten. Literally showed babies getting eaten, children being eaten. Like, they went out of their way to show this is bad. Like, season 1 set up the stakes perfectly. This is really bad. We gotta take care of this. Really, also didn't care for the Hector Isaac subplot. It's pointless. Like, what's the point of any of this? That's what I mean by, like, every original idea they had is just stupid. You know, if they killed Dracula early for Trevor's story, you'd think they'd make season 3 or 4 about Simon, you know, the first Castlevania protagonist and hero. Well, the whole idea, like, I could keep repeating it because this is literally what happened. The show is based off an unfinished Castlevania 3 script. They were originally going to do a full movie for Castlevania 3, and that became the basis of the show. That's why season 1 was so short, because it was basically just showing you, you know, chunks of the movie that they were making. Because, you know, 4 episodes, 48 minutes but for each one. Not 48 minutes for each one, but it's like 4 episodes for season 1. Each episode's 24 minutes. So double that. You have 48 plus 48. That's about roughly a little under 2 hours. So you then finish it off with another 4 episodes, another 48 minutes, which is half of season 2. No, it was a little bit more because you had like 8 episodes in season 2, and there was like they had bits of plot sprinkled in each one. But the whole idea is all the stuff about Trevor, Sypha, and Alucard is directly from that script, and the Dracula stuff is from that script. That's why the Vampire Court feels so out of place, because it is literally them coming up with shit on the fly. Been reading the original Fist of North Star, yeah. Rama remake, they censored the nipples on that. It's a shot-for-shot, panel by panel. Oh, that's pretty cool. Dracula impaled people on wooden stakes. The warning is Earth being hell. Dracula has his own side of the story. Dracula also didn't have to kill hundreds of innocent people who did nothing to do with him. Who had nothing to do with him. But sure, he deserves redemption also for Enriv the First Leon. Well, it's like, if they want to make Dracula redeemable, make it clear he was just trying to summon demons to attack the church, but the demons broke out of his control, and now he's just broken and insane. You can do it like that. Where Dracula tried to be in charge, but then demons overpowered him, because shocker, he opened a gate to hell, and now death and the devil are working in tandem and all that shit. Make it to where, like, Dracula thought he could be the final boss, but then he's oversighted by somebody, which explains why you have later seasons where they're fighting Death, where Death was the one controlling Dracula. You can do it like that. But no, they make it like he just wanted to kill everybody. And at that point, you're not redeemable. Like, you are a piece of shit. Like, the whole point of why Alucard turns on his father and wants to kill him is because he understood the value of human life. You know, he loved his mother, and his mother was human, and her dying words to Alucard as she burned to death in front of him after being executed by being burnt at the stake by a pissed off mob was, "Don't judge them for this, be better than them." It was something to that effect, where she's saying, like, hey, these are just evil individuals, don't judge all of humanity for this. And that inspired Alucard to want to help humanity. Paradise Lost and its consequences made a detriment to Christianity. Well, the funny part about that is the fact that, like, people misread Paradise Lost. Man, I didn't hate the village stuff with Trevor and Sypha in Season 3. I really hated the stuff involving Alucard and the incesty twins. Yeah, that was stupid. Like I said, it's just stupid. It's there for shock value. What's the point of this? Oh, we have some tits in it now. Was new video on again? Shaun of the Dead. Really hope Iga comes out and utterly denounces Netflix Vania and says not canon, will never influence the games. The only problem with that, we're swapping over. The only problem with that is explicitly he just doesn't have control of the IP anymore. He's no longer at Konami. He's been doing his own thing for a little while. Speaking of Symphony of the Night, that was the original instance of localization fucking over the game. The Japanese dialogue was so good. Yeah. As with modern lefty writers, yes, I'm mentioning the ideological alignment here, trying to make villains sympathetic or redeemable. Sometimes they want to bash Nazis. Well, the funniest part is them doing it with the orcs in Lord of the Rings, you know. The orcs, which are meant to be a race of pure fucking evil. Like, they embody war, they embody industrialization, they embody all the ideals Tolkien hated. They were meant to be pure fucking evil. The whole thing where, like, orcs indiscriminately kill each other for fun, that was because, once again, Tolkien liked the value of human life and cared about that a lot. That's why brotherhood and friendship and your bond with others is so important. That's why the whole tragedy with fucking... Oh, God, my throat's trying to hitch up on me. The whole fucking tragedy with the main characters and the elves and all that shit is the way it is explicitly because the whole idea is, hey, human life has value, your life has meaning, and you are important to other people, so don't take it for granted. Mark Cape's card to $2, Paradise Lost and its consequences. Yeah, Tolkien orcs an artificial species made to perpetuate evil and death. Yeah. Tolkien especially hate deforestation. That's why it's such a plot point in The Two Towers, where that's what makes the Ents inspired to go to war. Orcs represent Nazis. They weren't a one-to-one allegory because Tolkien hated allegory, but they did embody, like, just a very warlike race, very totalitarian race. And they were just meant to embody the worst parts of human nature. Our desire for power, our indiscriminate killing, destroying nature. That's what they meant. You know, once again, that's why it's so funny to try to flesh them out and make them more complicated, because they're not supposed to be. They are explicitly not meant to be complicated. Generally stoked, $5. Okay, but orcs have funk and R&B. Singing the song where there's a whip, there's a way. Markup share of $5 is Game Freak leaks. Honestly, I've restored my respect for Pokemon stuff. What's that? Orcs or demons or something corrupt the souls of elves? Well, that was sort of their origin. They're meant to be corrupted beings in general. They're elves that were corrupted. They're humans that were corrupted. They're at first the origins of orcs were people who were tainted over by evil. Then you get the Orokai, which are the artificial race developed by Saruman. Yeah, orcs have Morgoth DNA, Morgoth in their DNA. Yeah. Music sounds like my church organ hymns. Heard about the New Zealand DI hire that sunk a seafloor survey ship they paid $81 million too much for? They're trying to pass it off as at least no lives were lost. Finished watching the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Yeah, good shit. Didn't Tolkien serve on the Western Front? He saw brothers die. Some brothers, yeah, damn it. Oh. Some brothers shooting at each other from opposite trenches. He saw the worst and best in men. Yeah, well, it's been long believed for a while that he based some of the characters in Lord of the Rings, like the hobbits, off people he served with. Alpha Omega, $5. The West has lost the concept of brotherhood. Now they just assume males who care for each other hide the sausage in their chocolate holes. Matthew Picker, 2 fake monies. Orcs be like, what do you want? More taint? Demon Dice Waifu Cup finally arrived. Thanks for the 10% discount code. Yeah. Well, relativism until it comes to politics and black and white. It is funny how that works, where it's like, once again, no self-awareness. Like, oh no, everyone has a side in media, up until it's like, no, you believe this thing, you are literally the devil. It's like I keep saying, it's teenage girl shit. Makes more fucked up when people try to make Sam and Frodo gay when really they were based on actual men Tolkien saw die in war. Yeah. Yeah, Bilbo's just Tolkien himself. Yeah, Bilbo Baggins is Tolkien self-insert, and he wants to fuck an elf. Thing with orcs is that Tolkien never had definitive origin. As a Catholic, he disliked the idea of evil being able to create. You can kind of argue eugenics and magic. Yeah, it's like I said, they're not meant to be a one-to-one allegory for anything, because Tolkien hated allegory. He's like, no, this is just a story I made up. It's not meant to represent anything, you know. That's why the orcs have kind of an undefined origin beyond they were created through evil. Dibbers $5, but Lolly, don't you get it? Having an evil race that's purely evil is against my heckin' media literacy. Ooh, hits crack pipe. Tolkien wants to bang elves. That's literally the point of the Bilbo Baggins segments. He's just smoking weed with his fucking elf wife, and Frodo and his friends are like, man, this guy's kind of fucking weird. Check your post about Fist of North Star movie recently posted that the people who attended the actual theatrical showing said it's not fully uncensored, still censored. Well, so long as some of the violence is there, you can like I said, you can workshop a cut where it's the violence is uncensored and you can just mix it with the JP version of the movie. It should just be easy, like drag and drop the scenes in. Did you hear about the Asian cop who shot some crazy black guy being targeted by BLM? Of course they are. Bilbo has an elf wife? Yeah. No, it's Tom Bombadil. Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, I swapped their names around. Fuck, you're right. I was like, wait a minute, no, it's Bilbo Baggins. Like, no, Bilbo's his fucking uncle. God damn it. That's on me. I had a brain fart there. Sauron had a literal slave area dedicated to feeding his army. Morgoth bred dragons by expanding his essence. Also mean Tom Bombadil. Yeah, it was Tom Bombadil. Christopher Lee should have played Gandalf. Tolkien wanted Lee to play Gandalf. I think it works better as Saruman. Layla Horut for $5, but in a way, is Drac not justified in his actions? Aren't orcs not justified in their actions? By the way, orcs coded black Latino, but not Mongol like Warcraft. Also, we lost another VTuber agency production. Kauai basically collapsed and disbanded with his members going indie. Oh, wow. Bean for $5. Wow, race of deformed barbarian monstrosity that only exists to kill and destroy. It must be my house from Black Arenos. That Bilbo never married. Yeah, I confused him with Tom Bombadil. I have no idea why I did that beyond, oh god, I'm a retard. Apparently the guy who plays Art the Clown wants to play the Joker. Geez, I can imagine that Joker skinning his own face off. I'd say give him a shot. Like I said, the only thing I don't like about Terrifier is just, I don't like the movies. They just don't click with me, you know? It's one of those things. But the guy who plays Art seems genuinely cool. He seems like a cool guy to talk to. There we go, just took a little bit. Bilbo, Bombadil, close enough. Yeah, I'll blame it on that. Looks like someone would be bringing Concord back in some way. Oh, I fully expected them to. The idea they were just going to let that game die, it's like, no, they're going to bring it back. They're going to workshop it, and they're going to do some like, oh, this is Conquer 2.0. It's like, yeah, they were going to do that. They literally spent too much money not to. Is that a dinosaur with axes? Yeah. Once again, only do a little bit. Because Freya's going to do the jump, and that's going to hit. To make orcs sympathetic, you need to have orcs slow, the Morgoth killing the orcs return to Eru. Well, no, it's like, if you want to make orcs sympathetic in something like Lord of the Rings, you do what fucking Shadow of Mordor did. You just make them funny. You know, you cannot do a thing of, well, these orcs are secretly good, because you physically can't do that. They don't do that. Orcs, by their nature, just want to kill and destroy. They're evil. Marquette Scarte, $5. Acquaintance of mine refused to see Prince of Egypt because he hates all forms of religious media and contributes to bad, because it contributes to bad religion wins. That's stupid. I have to pick her for 2 fake monies. Bombadilbo Taggins. Yeah, just do what 40k does that works. Yeah, it's like, the idea of trying to make them sympathetic and that you genuinely care for them is like, don't do that. They're fucking orcs. They're meant to be either scary, like the Lord of the Rings orcs, where they just fuck everything up, or they're meant to be funny. You know, it's like, just make them funny. That's the easiest way to get people to care about. Like, people tell tons of stories of, like, the Shadow of Mordor games about how they really got attached to one orc and they really wanted to see him win, and that orc fucked them over and they got pissed off. Like, people do that shit all the time. Personally, I think it's better by Castlevania Lord Shadow games. Second game, stealth sections are trash, but the rest of it's very good. Nah, I don't care for Lord Shadows in the slightest. Terrifying movies aren't for everyone, but they scratch my love for shitty grindhouse 80s B-movie horror films. They're trash, but I love them. Yeah, well, I mean, that is one thing I'll say about the Terrifier movies. They are very, very aware of what they are. Diverse $5. Also, some personal insanity. Someone recently posted a Doom WOD where there's no real gameplay, just a giant poem about being gay. Kind of like how Arkham games had those funny thug dialogues. Didn't make them redeemable, just entertaining. Yeah. Tolkien self-insert with Baron, who married Luthien. Guess who? An elf princess. He and his wife like the story so much, their tombstones engraved with those names underneath their own. Or the new animal sensation called Mudang, the funny little hippo. Yeah. I'm gonna say it. I think the hippo's cute. I want a film adaptation of The Fall of Gondolin, but I know modern Hollywood will ruin it. Yeah. Big Draw Shadow War was a nemesis system. Only make your own arch nemesis. Yeah! Lord Shadow 1 was alright. Want to give 2 a try just see how mid it is. Or if you're going to make the orcs likable, make them be Shadow Mordor. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, the whole idea of trying to make the orcs anything but pure evil, by that very nature, you're a retard. You are a fucking retard. That is something to where if you ever pop that idea up in the writer's room for a Lord of the Rings property, the entire room is obligated by law to look at you and say, you're a fucking retard. Orcstar is elves that Morgoth broke, defiled, and perverted into his own image. There were female orcs, but they were likely used like in Bone Tomahawk. Yeah. My thoughts on RoboCop Rogue City? It's pretty good. I like it. Miss Christopher Lee. If we hadn't started degrading intellectually, we could have had a foolproof preservation technique to keep Chads that came around if we wanted to. It is. Hey, check out this cute little Final Fantasy game, Genocide. Playing for a bad robot came into Rings of Power. They were talking about the writer of Dune who could tell you the second age from memory, but Amazon are fucking idiots. Yeah. Poor Freya, but 6 million Burmesians in 4 weeks? Yeah, okay, kind of sus. Kicked out 109 restaurants and it was the owner's fault every time? Yeah, okay. Skullface Garcia, $2. I'm tired of this religion lol cringe stuff. You see how Shion from Hololive wants to fuck up Pokemon? Yeah, not surprised. I ain't like Lord Shadow, you goddamn heretic. It was a cheap God of War knockoff. For his passing, Tolkien told the idea that orcs are redeemable but never made a canon felt as a Christian and they shouldn't be eternally condemned for the sins of earlier orcs. Well, I mean, that's well and good, but, like, those orcs were actively committing sins. Like I said, it's an entire race of just murder. Jelly from FaZe wants to eat Wu-Tang. Are Tolkien orcs like Skaven Warhammer, cool to no end, but funny to read about, i.e. a line from the Gracie or Thankful? There's more than one way to skin an infant. Mad at myself for not being allowed to name that stupid penguin chick that's going popular. Pesto didn't fit when I named it Biggie Smalls. I just level Tomb Raider 2's master class of accessing the Castle Doctrine. Kind of tired of generic fantasy creatures, always elves and dwarves. Well, I mean, that's just Tolkien thing. Everyone just references Tolkien. Now first, $10. Christopher, my son, did I ever tell you the full story of Shelob? You know, the monster spider? Well, what I didn't mention back then was Shelob could also transform into a totally hot babe. It's sad that, like, that's one of the more forgivable twists on Tolkien lore now. Like, really think about that. Like, the Shelob retcon in Shadow War is one of the least egregious things that have happened. Lord Shadow Mirror of Fate isn't a God of War clone, it's a fucking side-scroller. I never played Mirror of Fate. I didn't like any of the fucking Lords of Shadow games after the 3D ones. I love Warhammer fans. These and they commit war crimes against each other despite the fact they want to kill humans. Tomb Raider 2 level Home Sweet Home and lore practice cast stocks in the UK. You made the same comment over and over again. Like, I get it. Tomb Raider 2 is fun. They just pretend orcs represent straight white men. That's the only way they'll accept you evil races. Pretty sure you and Chad are getting Shadow of War confused with Mordor. Well, I've been talking about, for one, like, Shadow of War expands on the orc system. It has more stuff. Because Shadow of Mordor is mainly just a tech demo for the idea. Shadow of War is where they kick it into fucking overdrive. Have you ever heard that concert they did with Christopher Lee singing the Treebeard song of his life and Tom Bombadil song they regret they didn't include in the movies? You know, the Romulus and Substance are on digital. Oh, awesome. Your video's finished, Dead Rising 1? No, it's about Shaun of the Dead. And like I said, all I'm waiting for right now is a go-ahead from the GamerSubs guys on a deal we were talking out. Because once that's good, I'll be able to post it. Yeah, both games have fun orcs. Yeah. Hey, wait, what Game Freaks leaks? What's going on with them in Pokemon? Don't worry about it. You're better off not knowing. Any stupid internet drama happened this week? Nah, I've been mainly just kind of like... I've mainly just been trying to work on video shit. I'll post on Twitter, but I don't remember half the shit I post. And I've been playing Silent Hill 2. I'm still really liking Silent Hill 2 Remake. It is genuinely good. It just seems to get better with every level, where it gets more creative and like more out there. It's like, I kind of like what they're doing with this. Later order of $2. There is no meme joke. Hand, give me your warp stone. Favorite Sour Patch flavor? I like the red ones. Also, I like those like watermelon ones you can buy. Those are good. June bug for $2? Hey, yeah. You know who wouldn't hold videos for being from being upload gamer subs? Use code TAL for 10% off. Shell's mother, Ungoliant, is a fallen Lovecraftian being. She wasn't created, just came from the void. Even Morgoth feared her. I'm not buying a Pokemon game any soon anyway. Saving my money for Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. He's doubling down on the bad sound. It takes me 6 videos on it. Yeah, it's like, I don't care that he doesn't like Remake. You know, it's like, I don't give a shit about that. It's the fact that, like, when he was ranting about it, he seemed to have included jabs at, like, original Silent Hill 2. Which at that point, I am going to go like, alright, motherfucker, you're not going to go that far. Oh, fuck, Mimic. Ravioli Squish for $2. Can we do a cartel skip for the Gamer Subs ad? Can I give Lord Shell games proper chance? Games just interesting to me? Nah, I just did not care about them. They're flashy, they're kind of alright, but I just don't care about them. The party not like. Basically, okay. There is a massive subplot in Silent Hill 2.
You just spent
1 sec.
at least $50.
Big Buddha 88, 94, $100. Akasuka from Aoshi. Only things are getting sketchy in my life, so I'll be lurking for a while. That's perfectly okay. You've done enough. You've worked hard enough. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's not gonna be okay. But yeah, so fucking I'm trying to remember where I was at. Agree with James looping thing in Silent Hill 2. What's the deal with Laura? Is she like a chance for James to stop the looping stuff and move on? Laura's interesting. Laura is implied to have no idea what anyone is talking about, and basically is like, what are you talking about, monsters? Like, this is just a town, what do you mean? So there's a few different ways you could view Laura. It could be Silent Hill once again creating a person to kind of fuck with James, but then that'd be weird because she also talks to Eddie, and because she talks to Eddie, that means she has to in some way be related to both of them if they're created by the town. And she's just in the fog, but no monsters. Yeah, it's like not at all. But the general theory is that she was pulled into at least partially the town, but not like sunken into it because she was related to Mary. So she's kind of being used an extension to fuck with James while not torturing her. Because Laura didn't do anything wrong. She's just a little girl. Then Laura comes down hill with Eddie? No. Eddie only just meets her. There we go. Here says about making up 13% guys population. Blake matches can make 50% of magic-related crimes. Was never a huge Tolkien fan. Thought the films were a masterpiece, but never became a Lord of the Rings fan. Yeah. And play some I can post my art. I want to go near Twitter's goddamn cesspit and a half. Just do it on Twitter. Do it on Twitter. Don't be afraid just to kind of make your own little circle. So Tour Make has an inferior dog ending. Bad game. Okay, yeah, now I remember. So yeah, like fucking Sound 2 has a really massive subplot with Angela, and it relates to sexual abuse and her being straight up raped by her father and her brother. Very, very big deal in the story. Not treated as a joke in the slightest. So when V was talking about the like, oh, they made Angela ugly thing, which they really didn't. Like, she's. I will reiterate my point of, if you think Angela or Maria look like men, it's because you're actively looking for a man. Because no, they are not men. Maria especially is not a man. At that point, you are looking for a guy because you want a guy. But Angela's whole thing is she's not meant to look pretty. She explicitly is meant to look like just an average person. That is her whole thing. Maria is the pretty one. She's the seductive one. That's her whole thing. So when people were kind of saying that to V and going like, hey, Angela's whole point is she's not supposed to look like a supermodel. That's not what her whole thing is. Relates to her being sexually abused. He went on this massive rant of like, well, what are you talking about? The game talks about sexual abuse. You beat monsters in the head with a pipe. And he literally called it like, what was it? Like a snuff film with pixels. And I literally like sat back in fucking like awe of like, how do you miss the point of a game this famous that badly? It's not like Silent Hill 2 is some niche thing. It's like one of the most popular survival horror games of all time. There's how many different fucking videos about it, how many different story dissections about it, how many different people have talked about it. Like, how do you miss something that blatant? Thing we're talking about Angela's subplot now with PokéLeaks and all. Maria looks normal. She looks cute in the game, actually. She looks fine. Like I said, we have gotten to the point where people are just screaming man at any female design from people they don't like. Like, no matter what. Like I said, the fucking the fucking Laura design in the new Tomb Raider show looks fine. It's serviceable. It's okay. It's, who cares? You know, it's one of those. It just kind of looks like generic anime woman. Like, it's fine, whatever. But people are screaming man at that. And my whole thing is, like, if you get to the point of, like, drawing lines on a picture to, like, prove it looks like a man, you are nuts. You are crazy. Looking at a broken cart back in the street for Slazo. Oh, that's right. Oh, there it is. There he is. We got cancer. And we actually do need that. At the point where I want to see James Sunderland in the next Smash Bros. Where he's swinging his classic wooden plank. Hopped in. Oh my god, I was just talking about Angela earlier. Angela, in my opinion, looks different, but not too much from the original vision. They both look normal. She looks fine to me. Like, that's one where I think if you're calling her a dude, it's because you saw the preview version where it blatantly was not finished. Even the dev said it wasn't finished. But in game, she looks fine. Differs $10. Anti-woke side become the strawman that will claim they are. It kind of are, yeah. People also think Panam's a dude. Yeah, they were saying like Panam from Cyberpunk's a dude. The redneck chick whose entire thing is she has a fat ass. Like, at that point, it's like, no, you are just looking for a man. You want to fuck a man. That's why you are seeing a man. Laura, Laura looks like a muscly woman. Some might say a troon. Oh, you're talking about Tomb Raider Laura. It took me a second. It's like, because you spelled it L-A-U, Laura. It's like, wait a minute, Laura from Silent Hill? It's like, no, you're talking about Laura, like Laura Croft. No, she doesn't. Like I said, she does not. You can look at the bath scene. She just looks like a woman. Once again, if you think that's a man, you are looking for a man. The problem is not Laura Croft's design. The problem is the show is fucking terrible. Sec 162, $5. I think they consume too many Euro dojins without going outside if they think that either of those women look like men. Seen the UFO ending in Silent Hill 2 remake? I've only seen, like, pics of it. I don't want to spoil myself on it, because after I get New Game Plus, that's the ending I'm going for. I like the UFO ending. Remember, I was obsessed with A Song of Ice and Fire in high school and was one of my favorite books. Still is, but over time I accepted the books won't be finished and moved on. Try and get more goodies. Yeah, Laura looks like she needs a better show. Yeah. I don't know, too, and people on Nexus are mad about Angela face mod. Chances are get removed. I don't care if people want to mod it. People have made mods trying to make her look more like her classic Silent Hill 2 designs. Like, I don't care about that. That's fine. Once again, my only issue with it, if it's like, no, she looks like a man. She has to be a man. At that point, I just call you crazy. Stop filming pixels. Yeah, come on, V. How can you be confused Silent Hill 2 with Manhunt? Because George knows the ending he originally had was shit. Yeah. Updated design Silent Hill 2 looks so much better than the trailer. Yeah, people act like it wasn't updated. Yeah, it's like, like one of the ones I saw which like proved it looked ugly was like, it was a close-up of Angela when she was having her mental breakdown. Yeah, it was like right before the Abstract Daddy fight because the room was all black. And they're like, see, it looks like shit. And I was like, yeah, that's when she's having a mental breakdown. She's not going to look pretty having that. She got a square face, by the say she looks like a man. No, she doesn't. Like I said, at that point, I'm just writing everything off people say about that is you just want to fuck a man. You just want to fuck a man. Because I know Angela does not look bad. Maria does not look bad. Laura in the show does not look bad. It's different, okay? Be fair, the industry is on trend of defeminizing women, erasing their traits. No, you are not supposed to just leap to the conclusion every single time you make yourself look like a fucking retard. Like, you make yourself look like a retard, and you make yourself look like you have no idea what the property even is. And people are seeing men anywhere, yeah. Remind me of Synthetic Man's brain dead ticks. He's a piece of garbage, not even faking it. If he wouldn't throw a hissy fit when people call him out. But has Naked James mod, yeah. At least there you can have some argument of like, hey, wait a minute, why are the Angela and Maria mods bad if you're like literally stripping James naked, who is also a traumatized person going through a very severe issue? I'm seeing a girl who looks cute while crying. I should know. They all start bawling when I ask them out. All of a sudden, my attraction's gone. Go on the anti-woke crowd, pass around the Angela David Duke Coveney edit. Well, it's like, yeah, all they have is the pre-release stuff, which, once again, the devs flat out said wasn't finished yet. And they were like, why didn't they just show the later stuff we had? Because apparently that was a thing where a lot of the devs were confused. Like, why was Konami using this trailer and not the other one? I'm going to blame it on Hit Detection, the PR consultancy company. I'm going to blame it on them because consultancy companies are fucking incompetent. They are worthless. They do not do anything good. I'm blaming it on them. Emperor comes to $5 is the low point of pointing out a character looks like a man as if it's plainly obvious, so doesn't drawing shit on pictures defeat the point? Yeah, it's like, there's a difference between something like Dustborn, which is like very blunt about what it is, and like, yeah, no one's gonna argue with you there. And something like, once again, Silent Hill 2, where it's like, no, that's clearly not that. A meth picker for 2 fake monies. We all know women look better screaming and crying. Honestly, sometimes the man face thing might have some credit for it, but man face is just another buzzword throughout debate, clicks, and people eat it up. No, it's rapidly getting to a point where people are genuinely asking, what the hell do you want from this? Like, because like I say, if you're saying like Panam from Cyberpunk looks like a man, you have fucking lost the plot. Like, you are crazy. Oh, there it is. I knew there was one more. What are the odds Angela new mods would get removed? Probably very quickly. I want to point out that people have fapped to a Dustborn World 34, more people fapped to a Dustborn World 34 pick than people who actually played the game. Nope, okay. Everyone's I know is supposed to be like the average schlubs. Yeah, Maria standing out because she's like a succubus is what makes Maria important. Like, it's like, hey, it kind of matters she looks the way she does. I'll probably joke by Angela covering from her wisdom teeth being taken out, hence the cheeks. Well, like I said, that was literally just pre-release stuff. You see her in game and she's fine. Damn good reason why I mostly stay out of the gay-ass culture war. Motherfuckers can't stay consistent for 2 seconds. Yeah. Angela's really cute. I will hug her, but I get the feeling if I touch her, she'll burst into tears. She would not want anyone hugging her. People are kind of traumatized from the industry, just going out of the way to make them, give them the worst-looking characters possible. Like I said, that's only an excuse for so long, because if you're getting something that blatantly wrong, no, step back. Like, You did not get this correct. This is wrong. You know, it's not a matter of like, well, at least they're just traumatized by the injury. It's like, no, you have a responsibility to not freak the fuck out and make yourself look like a jackass. No fair is $5. Or actually, women with a pear-shaped boob smaller than D's are basically men. Seen the Tesla robots already hate Clankus. I went to the anti-woke crowd and he touched Grass V, especially for him going Silent Hill 2. Didn't do sexual assault right because only characters and him playing only hentai games. Angela nearly bit James' head off when she tries to touch her. Yeah. Seen people call others pedophiles like the bubblehead nurses. Yeah, that's stupid. James stuck in Silent Hill forever. It depends if you believe in the loop theory, which remake does kind of lean into a little bit. And not too much. They still keep it to interpretation, but it's there if you want it to be. Feel that only death can help Angela and all wounds heal with time or therapy. Sometimes death is a mercy. That's kind of the point of her ending. Some people seem to think that every woman needs to look like Ezra Scarlet. Yeah, it's like, because if you look at the character designs of Silent Hill 2, people in that were not exactly supermodels either. They were meant to look like regular people. You know, explicitly regular people. Angela doesn't look like a supermodel. She looks like a traumatized woman. You know, the whole idea around it. I mean, hell, Eddie's an ugly motherfucker, but that's the point of Eddie. He's an ugly motherfucker. The whole idea of it is these are just random people, and you had no idea of what they were capable of until you go through Silent Hill. I don't think any Silent Hill 2 models look that good. It seems more like failed attempt at face scanning. I think they look fine. James, I think, looks really good. You want to fuck a bubblehead nurse and there's something wrong with you being cool. Yeah. Hey, he's a beautiful boy. What do you mean? Yeah. Made Eddie look much fatter than he is. Yeah, like they doubled down on Eddie being fat. Once again, it makes sense considering what his whole thing is. Yeah, they're all dead. Frankly, I do think they did really well with Eddie. Eddie's great. Look at Streamlabs yet? Not yet. I'm going to have to click off and check. Call of Duty lore was pretty bad looking. Yeah. Stop trying to desecrate corpses. I need goodies. Okay. Big Pussy Ben Shapiro for $1. Gunner's back lore so hot when the bitch looks like Michelangelo female sculpture where they were just slap tits on dude because the female form was seen as sinful. The Catholic Church are rubbing one out of a Renaissance such ship. Now, like I said, I think Laura looks fine. Laura in the new show looks fine. That is as much praise as I'm giving it. Laura looks okay. I don't think she looks like a dude. I think if you think she looks like a dude, at that point you're telling on yourself. Big Pussy Ben Shapiro for $1. Niggas be like, I have religious trauma because their parents made them go to church and teach them as best they could according to their worldview. Then they say they're no longer brainwashed by being consumers of parrot sophistry. Yeah. Yeah. No, Laura does not look fine. No, like, she looks fine. She looks fine. If you look at the new design of Laura and think it's a dude, you are looking for a dude. Sank162, $5. People think Angel looks like a man. Nonsense. Has anyone else pointed out how James looks like a woman? I could have saved Rachel if he raped the Joker in the interrogation room. Yes, Laura still looks bad, just doesn't look like a dude. Yeah, just the whole art style is just generic. It's just, we want to be anime. Recently watched a remake of No Scratch from 1979. It was pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, show's just boring. Yeah, like, it's boring, and they butcher Laura's character worse than if they made her look like a dude. I think if you fake my, what if I see your design and ask why change it? Well, that's one thing at least where it's like she just looks boring now. She doesn't look like she has an identity. Like, that's at least something. But like I said, if you're gonna say a character looks like a man, it can't just be because you don't like it. You have to actually say, yeah, it looks like a dude. Yeah, Laura does not look like her old self. Yeah, but that's different from she looks like a dude. You are labeling a very specific accusation with that last one. Like, it can't just be because you don't like it, because, once again, people can just post the bath scene and go, like, you think this is a man? You set yourself up to look like an idiot. Like, you can't just say it because of an emotional response. You need to actually say it because you mean it. Yeah, it's her body compared to the games. But even then, like I said, there are scenes where it shows she does have a chest, she does have hips. Like, it is a thing where if you actually look at it, the show's like actually willing to kind of like sexualize her to a degree where when you take into account how they were jerking themselves off over how much they turned her into a real character and not just a sex object, it's actually very cynical and scummy. Yeah, she looks like generic action girl. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. She doesn't have a set identity now. She's just generic brown-haired action girl, just like the generic brown-haired action guy. Transformers 1 released to the rest of the world days ago. Unfortunately, they released it on the same day streaming, practically crippling box office. Definitely no sequels. I'm not calling her man. I'm saying she has bad presentation when a radical feminist did Laura. But that's what I mean. Like, you can say she looks like just generic action woman, but I think if you're going to say she looks bad or like a man, that's a whole other ball field. Because like I said, people can just post screen caps where she looks good in the show and go like, what are you talking about? Like, you have to think about the fact that, like, there is more to it than just, haha, we paint over it. Like, there's a lot more cynical shit involved here. There we go. She lost her identity. Yeah, like, I'm agreeing with you there. Like, she did lose her identity. My point, like, there's kind of a breakfast situation right now where what I'm saying is you cannot label an accusation that you don't believe in simply because you're angry about the design. At that point, you are just responding with emotion, and you are setting yourself up to get dunked on and look like an idiot. It needs to be an accusation that is, I guess, to a degree, more in line with what's going on, such as they watered her down to be as generic as possible and have the gall to say she's stronger for it. New Silent Hill releasing soon called Silent Hill F, will be written by the creator Higurashi. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Party gotta walk over a plank, otherwise you fall down, miss the equipment in the building. Oh, I already got that. How badly Netflix messed up Griffith. Yeah, don't be as, yeah. Here's the modern Tomb Raider games of a detractor base because they made lore boring. Yeah, it's like, that's the problem. She's just boring. They sanded off any edge she could ever have, and she's not meant to have any kind of identity of her own. She's just a tool for the writers to brag about how they made a strong female character. Pippa streamed on Kick. Oh, that's interesting. Know who wouldn't choose ugly anime-inspired art for Tomb Raider? Use code 12 for 10% off. Kinda looks like they slapped some lipstick on a Laura model they put in Warzone in the male animations. Yeah, maybe. Like I said, it's just one of those of, whenever someone says she looks like a dude, no, she does not look like a dude. She doesn't look like a dude, and at that point, you are just kind of setting yourself up for a dunk, because there are scenes in the show where they kind of explicitly sexualize Laura or put her in a position which does kind of emphasize the fact she's pretty. So you're just gonna make yourself look like an idiot with that. Like I say, you can't just accuse every female character of looking like a man now because you're angry. Matthew Picker for 2 Figmas. It's bad when Laura or Rule 34 fan art has more personality. Why does if Dane have a tail? Actual plot stuff. Remember, Netflix kind of reminds me why I made most of my stories black and white, but only primary colors visible. Not sure what that is doing anything. Is there any basis to the joke creator Berserk was making great progress in chapters so one assistant show him how to use the zoom function? Never heard that one before. I've only ever heard the Idolmaster ones. Favorite strong female character is Yukaren Yakumo because she can control borders between realms. Right now, everything's woke, but that doesn't mean I have to accept the Netflix show. Oh, I'm not telling you to accept it. I'm explicitly explaining why I hate it. Like, I fucking hate the Netflix show. I think it's terrible and boring, and they made Laura a fucking teenage girl who cries the drop of a hat over her fucking ex-girlfriend. Like, it's stupid. Like, I don't like the show. My point is, like, don't set yourself up to get dunked on over something that should be very simple as they broke an actual strong female character down to be a teenage girl that cries the drop of a hat. I knew Laura is strong now. She eat the pussy with comfortable shoes. You know what? I'm so pissed. I'm gonna see women as being hotter and more feminine than normal just to spite you. Or crowd 16W drama girl. Yeah, when her ex-girlfriend gets involved, it's fucking bad. I need this. First course Dynamics Tomb Raider, consequence of the Tomb Raider property. Isabella Johnny was great in Nosferatu remake and was also great in Possession. Oh. I think the boss fight at the end of the city you can't beat. Late night walls KO you. Yeah, but you have to survive for a certain amount of turns. You have to wait for her to pop a specific ability. Netflix Tomb Raider show, man. I'm glad I only played video games and drink gamer subs than watch TV. Yeah. All these shows really does just reflect how all these writers just people who never left mentally high school. Yeah. And we all learned how to zoom in on digital art. He started drawing literal pixels, and editors had to force him to stop because it was affecting chapter production. You know, wouldn't cry over their ex-girlfriend drop of a hat. My dad. Since when was Laura bi? I'm not against her being bi. I mean, hell, Teenage Me probably would have loved that. It's the fact that, like, it's just so fucking cynical and lowest common denominator. Like I said, like, every conversation with the ex-girlfriend is just relationship drama. It's just, oh, I'm so sorry I hurt you. Oh, we were so good together. Like, it's fucking dumb. In other words, don't just say every woman in media is a badass as a man or you make yourself look like an idiot. Well, no, I'm saying, like, just because you're angry at a female design in a new game doesn't mean you can just lob out, it looks like a man. It needs to be a very pointed accusation with a point behind it. Otherwise, you will look like an idiot. Who's the artist who did Berserk art? Are you talking about Miura? Your James Bond film, Me Goldeneye, since how good it is, practically a few pieces of media mention Operation Keelhaul. Goldfinger's great. Skyfall's classic. Gotta love, you gotta love From Russia with Love. For him, I love only you knew what you did to an entire generation of boys. Those who drew the Wonder Woman and Lara Croft crossover comic, Frank Cho, Stepan Selleck, I have no idea. We're so good together. You left me for dead during the Yeti attack. Laura probably, she's coughing white furballs from the Yeti gangbang. Every female character in these Netflix shows is a lesbian now. It's not new or unique, it's fucking basic. Well, more than that, it's... They do the fucking damsel in distress shit with the female characters. They just pretend that's not what they're doing. They do the cliches they claim to hate. It's just now it's between lesbians, so it's okay now. That was a good example of strong female characters not being explicitly sexualized. Abandoned career made them girls for the fun of drawing elegant characters, not fan service. Yeah, you gotta be on point with your chudness. Yeah, you gotta be on point or you end up looking like a dipshit. Because you gotta remember, the people you don't like that are pushing this crap are running to companies and saying the people that complain about this don't have any idea what they're talking about. They're just angry. They're not even fans. They're not gonna buy your shit. Like, they know how to word things to make it sound like they know what they're talking about. So you don't want to give them free ammo. Man, the half hour for $2 to make Griffith look like a dude. And Laura hurt her ex. Man, they can't keep writing these so-called stereotypes, huh? Laura from 2013 still had big boobs. That was probably last year. They still would have done that. Then the show take place after the second reboot game. Why she's still acting like that, right? That's what I want to know. By the end of the second game, she's a fucking Tomb Raider. Apathy is what kills DEI. It's more than just apathy. It's also, you know what you're talking about. You know what you sound like. You need to have a level of self-awareness. That's why I get pissed off at the excuse of, well, can you blame people? People have been burned so many different times. Like, yes, I'm going to blame you. The whole idea is you think about shit and you don't freak out at the drop of a hat because you're told to. You actually look at it for itself. Like, you have to. Otherwise, you look like an idiot. Like V right now going on the Spurgfest about Silent Hill 2 and, you know, him shitting on the remake, who cares about that? But making it sound like he didn't even like the original game, what does that accomplish? Because all people are going to go is, well, why should I listen to you about Silent Hill? You don't like Silent Hill. You know, most of my story, black and white, bullying, primary color, visible, want to give it some kind of style. So main character barely talks because she's mentally ill. Like Laura's type of person, I completely ditch the ex's emotions. Well, it's like, Laura's meant to be like James Bond. She's meant to be kind of a suave character, you know? She's supposed to be cool. A Costco woman of color, you have them try and repronounce her name because Leah Netflix sees her as Indian Middle Eastern. They're not going to touch Berserk. They're not going to touch Berserk. They're not going to let them. Dalton 007 films are really good. Opening part of the main bit of the Living Daylight's the perfect adaptation of titular short story. Yeah. Isn't that the exact kind of tourism anti-wokes have been recently criticizing wokes about? Yes, that's why I'm saying. Like, you cannot make it sound like you don't even know what the property is. That's on Columbus? Christopher Columbus? Interesting history. Interesting man. So Hijiri, who's totally not LF, got put in the dip, and Isamu just summoned his neat god. I also mastered the universe too. Yeah, and look at that. Tomb Raider Netflix just novel fanfiction reached the point where fanfiction gets greenlit. Well, that's been the case for a while. I mean, hell, look at half the fucking reboots that come out nowadays. Beefy, my boy. Never have an Spurg out. Yeah, it's like, it's cathartic to hear it because all you're hearing is woke bad, and it's bashing over and over again. That is cathartic to hear because, yeah, woke bad. Woke is bad. It's stupid. The problem is the fact that you end up chasing that dopamine high to the point that you're losing sight of where you're going. What's that? OG Laura Croft is more of a femme fatale Indiana Jones. She's kind of both. She's kind of both Indiana Jones and also James Bond because they do get into some espionage shit with her. You hear about the canceled Dalton Bond film where the bad guy wanted to prevent the Hong Kong handover? Oh boy. You keep on talking Thunderfoot, seething about Elon, but I have absolutely no clue who he is. I also don't really remember a lot of Thunderfoot. All I remember is he made like 200 some odd videos by Anita. Can't do Berserk, didn't get the rights. No, we tried to be like the author and we were hopelessly addicted to Idolmaster. Woke an overused word that makes people who are ostensibly correct, but now there are two sides fighting the culture war and annoying. Yeah. And that for $5, people say Joanne in Perfect Dark look like a man in that one image, even though every other promo image of her look fine. Folks need to chill out. That's what I mean. Like, people are only screaming look like man because it is now AAA stuff making female designs / maybe a remake of an old game. Like they were trying to say, oh, they removed the fan service from Legacy of Kain. When they were freaking out about the statue in Legacy of Kain, I was like, all right, you have no idea what the fuck you're even talking about at this point. Like, Legacy of Kain barely has female characters in it. Yeah, see the voice actor for Netflix Tomb Raider show? She actually has beautiful big tits. I did see that. I feel like this game does Vivi a disservice that we don't see him go on a bender, go to a strip club while dealing with his impending demise. Yeah, things can be crap on its own without being woke. Well, more than that, like, it can be woke in other ways than just they made the women look ugly. Like, there can be more to it than that. Like I said, the Netflix Tomb Raider show is woke as fuck. It turned a womanizing character from the games gay because gay guy, am I right? But Laura does not look like a dude. They outright show her in a bath scene, and you see her hips, her ass, like, her tits. Not full-blown, but it's there. They hate feminine things. No, but you cannot make that assumption because they will learn and they will adjust the tactic and make you look like an idiot. You cannot just base things off old thing worked, so we have to keep going with it. You understand there's more to it than that. Because eventually that rule will be used against you. So the rise of Netflix Tomb Raider unintentionally misogynistic? That's kind of how I saw it. Very sad we're not getting TF1 trilogy. The only way we could get it is Hasbro sees the fan support and someone sends threats their shareholders Anthrax. See Megalopolis? Nah. Ken from Cowboys Bebop kind of looks like a man. Cancellation Dalton film, kind of Murph and Tomorrow Never Dies style, which only exists due to a typo. For the original Tomorrow Never Lies, fits thematically. Forever 1 only had the Ghost Lady, right? I'm pretty sure Blown Omen 2 had the big Booba Vampire. Other than that, with fan servers there in Legacy of Kain. Exactly, like, the big Booba Lady only shows up in Blown Omen 2, which the remasters are not even covering. It's just going to be Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2. They're not even doing Defiance. Gray was still around long enough timeline Berserk themed DLC for Idolmaster. That's in the cheap reviews doc situation. The guys that put child porn on his account are some nasty customers. Look up Solomon Kane comics from Marvel magazines. Kane's 2 Battles of Dracula are amazing classic stuff. The other $5, don't pretend the 2 hour sex scene between Raziel and Kane at the end of Soul Reaver 1 didn't happen. I won't forget. I'll never forget. Every minute you spend reading Tard V-Takes is a minute you could spend playing Silent Hill. I don't think they can really do Soul River again. Tony J's voice is not something you can easily replace. Yeah, I think we're long past the point where we could ever get another Legacy of Kain sequel. FBI actually going after the guy who put the shit on Chibi Reviews account? Supposedly from a guy who knows Chibi. That's what he said. We don't know if it's true or not because it was just a guy saying he knew Chibi, so... I've reached the total mannequin death segment of Nocturne. The only plays who based King George III was bipolar. Most of his 8 kids died young, and the British Parliament made a mess known as the American Revolution. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, here we go. And new updates in Internet Archive, they're trying to fix it. I do not know what's going on with it. Apparently, it is still kind of a shit show. Are they going for Chibi again? Literally just for a Dandadan, but well, it was kind of a long story where at first it was a Dandadan post where he's like, hey, this actually looks pretty good, and it was the scene where the girl gets abducted by aliens. But apparently it stemmed from like beef he had with Boruto fans, where Boruto fans were like, nah, fuck you, you don't like our show, we're gonna like dox you and put child porn on your account. So it's this whole fucking crazy ass saga. Then they try to later disprove it and go like, well, see, we didn't put child porn on his account. He favorited a picture of a child like 10 years ago. And then people said, hey, we're not going to believe a fucking word you said because you guys openly admitted to hacking his account. So you could have just purged his favorites and put that there instead. Also, we know for a fact there was child porn on his account because Chibi fucking said there was and begged people to report it to get it taken down. Alpha Mega $5 for Lolly. A woman who spends her life trekking through miles of jungle, dodging traps and running from competitor predators shouldn't have muscles. Never change, Twitter anime fans. Is that weapon Zidane uses? I don't remember the exact name. I think it's the Ogre. It's like a decent weapon he can use for early game. Divers $5, you hear about the Shardy possibly being a Fed honeypot? Oh, I'm not surprised. Like I said, if they have access to child porn in some way, there's going to be some Fed involvement there. Because if I remember right, isn't Shardy still technically clear web? It's a little cryptic to get to, but it's still clear web. So if it's on the clear web and there is child porn there, the feds are watching it. It's the fucking clear web. Yeah, Ogre is the blue dual blade. Yeah, so that should be it. Got Dark Tide on 7 really liking Zealot? Yeah. It launched rough, but enough patches it was playable. Sun Wukong from Ruby must have been based off Zidane. Here, I'll check it out real quick. Okay, it's the butterfly sword. So, yeah, no, I have the Ogre, but I have not equipped it yet. What's the Shardy? Soy Jack Party. An offshoot of 4chan, because it was originally the QA board. The QA board were a little too retarded even for 4chan, so they got booted off. What's the Clear Web? Some new flavor of dark web? Clear Web's the exact opposite. Clear Web is like mainstream internet. Honestly, I didn't like the prison level in the remake. Mannequins that climb up the wall are annoying as hell. I thought the prison level was fine. It's just like the prison level in OG. It's fine. Not as good as the hospital that comes before it. I think the Labyrinth, which is right after prison in remake, I think it's also right after in OG as well. Million times better. Million times better. Oh, okay. Oh, we have the needle fork and I haven't equipped it yet? That's a little weird. So Jack Par is usually for far-left morons and people who want an excuse to fuck with people. Dread the idea of searching a gender-bent guts. I'd actually be ugly. The idea of the image evokes dissonance with me. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's just better stat-wise. Yeah, why not? Shall I look up how teens got to the Shorty song? It explains the lore. Is there you can get the Mithril Spear and Staff for Vivi? Yeah, I don't remember where you get them from. I know you can steal them, I'm just trying to remember if you can get them off the bosses. Here, Kina. Yeah, we just do Needle 4. Add status. May as well. Okay, let's see who else actually can use these. Nope. Oh, she's using those. Okay, so at that point, I may as well just give him to... May as well just give him to Zidane. Better stats. What is Freya? She's an animal person. You ever view Monster? Yeah. Meant to put in CP on Chibi's old account. How the fuck does that count as a W? It makes no fucking sense at this point. They're in retard mode for that. Yeah. Like I say, Kane streamers and VTubers are now playing it. Maybe this might get people interested in the series again. But like I said, we're long past the point where you can do a sequel. But yeah, like I say, Kane's awesome. Oh, there it is, yeah. Yeah, Freya's a very tall rat lady, yeah. Like I say, Kane doesn't need another sequel. That's the thing, it needed one, but we're long past the point where it could get one. Personal theory is that Toriyama wrote DB Daima so he could do a proper GT story, but better. That's kind of the vibe, yeah. Is there anything in Mass Pokemon League? Some fucked up short stories came out? Yeah, it's the lore Bible. Okay. There we go, yeah. My niggas haven't CP. They be saying the other races thing and them being Naruto fans hurts too. That's no more room in hell too. Could be cool. I like the first one. Try being filled with feds would not surprise me. Yeah, it's kind of the vibe. Like in reverse and like I say, came to implement is how you kill a vampire instead of vampires impaling humans. Yeah. Chappie sipping over Frey. Everyone really is becoming a furry day by day. Pippa must be a Burmese and she's a rat woman too. Check around the square. One of the rooms has the thunder staff. All right, yeah. We should still... Yeah, we should be able to get the staff. All right. Favorite color lightsaber? I thought purple was kind of cool. No, you're locked in. Ah, fuck. Okay. Better rebalance the fucking child zombie's doing as much damage as an adult zombie. Well, you know, a bite and you're fucked. Kind of matches. Let me see Frey. I think about Vinesoft bit about trying to shove rat porn where he was trying to look up FF9. Trust is very important. You know, an octopus raped a young girl when you code every Pokemon game. It's super important. Here's really cool, including music. Oh yeah, Burmese is a great segment. Like, you immediately know the stakes. Like, oh fuck, people are dying. Obviously, you hype for Red Dead on PC. Yeah, oh, it'll be great. The fact they're also bundling Undead Nightmare is cool too. You guys want to see a lady man look at the female protagonist's table too? Oh yeah, that got bad. That got really bad. Isn't this Anna Disc 1? Yeah, after this fight should be Anna Disc 1. And for F9 walkthroughs, no bro, you need some rap porn. Just use Bing instead of Google. Part of the game where you realize the cutesy chibi Final Fantasy is really about genocide, yeah. Since the whole Kick Vic situation, does anyone even play DBZ games in English anymore? That is actually a good question. There's still a large chunk of people who do, because they either don't know about the Vic thing or don't care. But yeah, oof. People that were paying attention, no doubt it's hard. Sean Dez, cool and all, but the scene where Sean turns to the camera and talks about how the Pentagon must place trillions a day for 9/11 for the place. He's confirmed the Great Pokemon War. No, confirmed crazier stuff than that. You know, Red Dead is backwards compatible for Xbox, but Undead Nightmare. Yeah, Undead Nightmare is being bundled along with Red Dead on PC. I'm surprised Vermessians aren't playable racing FF14. They're really cool. Just going DBZ and Vic. Oh, this was years ago. The whole Kick Vic thing. Only watched the DBZ demo at nostalgia at this point. Yeah. At least Broly's new VA is still based. Yeah. There's a concept about the squid rape. Pokebabble confirmed Pokephilia was 100% real the whole time. Only character playing English is Broly. Weren't some of the Channel Awesome people involved in that? Yeah. The Channel Awesome people had ties to the anime industry. As I keep saying, guys, you never know. Just try. Well, defamation lawsuit, but the lawyer he got was complete shit. Yeah, the lawyer fucked everything up. Undead Nightmare was so much fun. Still salty we didn't get Undead Nightmare 2. Yeah. Is the new Burly VA Johnny Bosch? Yeah. After 9, they really cut down the fancy races. I think 12 is the only one that has a lot of non-human races. It depends on the game. Yeah, it's weird. Hardest lore dump ever. Specifically Mars Girl, though the irony is that she got hip patched in the industry, but never she got a job. She never got a job, then it came out that she was friends with a literal rapist. He's the most normal Channel Awesome crew. That's a good point. Probably Doug himself, funny enough. I don't play Dub DBZ because of Mills voicing Frieza. That is true. Like, it is genuinely disgusting how Damon Mills could just get away with what he did. Wario, the very same. Channel Awesome Bumblefucks can affect the anime industry. You can too. I think that's weird. Channel Awesome randomly got involved in Kick Vic. Believe me, as a Transformer fan, weird how some Transformers YouTubers also got involved. Angry Joe, oddly enough, is a shockingly normal dude when you get to know him. Probably my favorite guy to talk to from Channel Awesome. Yeah, like, Joe is just one of those guys where you just don't talk politics. Just don't talk politics with him. Just talk about video games or media or some shit. He seems decent, all right. Damon Mills, dude. Damon Mills, like, groomed underage boys for sex. Like, it happened multiple times, and he was able to just strong-arm his accusers into shutting up. That Juwario was false? Juwario was only false of being a pedophile. Juwario being a sex pest is more than likely true. This plot hole is if Braun would ever willing to stand out in the rain. When Damon Mills started voicing Frieza? A few years ago. I don't remember exactly when. Damon Mills was cozy with a bunch of higher-up VAs like Sabat, so they protect him when the shit started to come out. Yeah, which is extremely ironic. Like the House of Cards, dude. Beatrix is hot. Beatrix is hot, but hopefully you're kind of seeing what I mean now of, like, she kind of needs a moment where she gets her ass kicked to a degree of, oh my god, what was I doing? Because it doesn't really ever happen for her. And it's not like a thing of she didn't know what she was doing was bad. This across the board is seen as, like, really fucked up. Because they just go to the Burmessian land and just kill everybody. Like, I don't know if you noticed some of the different models, but, like, some of them were straight up, like, women. Like, they just butchered civilians. 19 around the time Frieza's old actor, Chris Aries, passed away. Yeah. Maybe I passed Chris Aries. I miss Chris Aries. He was the best voice for Frieza. Funimation didn't care to replace him with a fucking pedophile. Damon filled in for Chris Aries. Yeah. This isn't even the worst thing Beatrix has been complicit in yet. Yeah, it's like, Beatrix should know better, but the Queen commands it. I understand what they're doing with Beatrix. The whole idea of Beatrix was that she is kind of just a female version of Steiner. which plays into something that happens later, where she's very, very strict, very by the rule book. The whole idea of it is it's about, very strict by the book people encountering much more loosey-goosey types. That's the whole conflict between Steiner and Zidane. Zidane plays by his own rules, and he's just kind of a lovable rogue. Meanwhile, Steiner's very strict and like, no, we need to do this now. It's the queen demands, that whole thing. So you get that, but it does kind of get to a point of like, how do you miss this many red flags? Always imagine Beatrice being voiced by Perry Gilpin, Ross from Frasier. One false accusation against Jororio as he killed himself. All bro was trying to do was get more lead in his diet. Man's about to die, yeah. Ayers died from throat cancer, didn't he? Yeah, I think so. It was some form of cancer. Yeah, Beatrice, are we the baddies? She kind of has a moment like that where it's like, it took you this long? Like, she is fun, but from what I understand, there was a lot more content with Beatrix they were planning on adding that just didn't end up happening. So it makes sense why it kind of feels a little like, it really took you this long? So real quick, came in knowing he was going to die. He was just pissed off. He was just pissed off about what happened to his people and was like, man, fuck you, just rush at her. Steiner and Beatrix question how far you take your own sworn fealty. Yeah, and like I said, they do things with her. It's not like she stays like a dumbass forever. It's just the fact that it is kind of a thing of, bitch, it took you this long. The way she's written made me dislike her as a character. Well, like I said, apparently there was a lot more planned. You play as her for a little bit, and she has a whole skill set you can do. So clearly there was going to be more with her. It's just one of those things. Chris Ford said that Jewelry was in hell. Yeah. I was fine fighting Team 4-star was anti-Funimation for years, no kick Vic when they became full-on Sims, not to mention going full Trolls Remorse on DBZ Bridge. Oh yeah, I hate that shit. Like, I hate Trolls Remorse a lot because it's like, if you're gonna be like, hey, I don't agree with the stuff I do now, I just don't think it's that funny. Just be like, I just don't think it was that funny anymore. That kind of thing. But the fact they have to do like the whole self-flagellation thing, it's like, oh, I'm so sorry for the people I hurt. Like, you didn't fucking hurt anybody, you just made jokes. Even though we mostly talk about dub actors, here's some good Seiyu. Fumiko Orikaza, Yukikaji, and now Toyama. Chris Ayers on Auction Tag with damage long still better freeze than Damon Mills, yeah. I really like she's kind of a mirror to Steiner's character arc. It's more kind of a shame Steiner didn't confront her at this point in the game, make for a really interesting scene. Yeah, it would be very interesting, especially what happens later. The whole idea of it is Steiner at this point in the game is, it makes sense that he's mostly with Garnet. He's literally her fucking lackey. But yeah, having this thing of he has to confront someone that is on his side doing something that is indefensible, where it's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's not our job. That would have been interesting. Thanks happened to Spoonie, all the more shady. Duke got fired for an off-color joke that everyone was fine with when they filmed Spoonie with Spoonie. Well, that happened a lot. As it turns out, people dug up this is gonna sound really fucking crazy. They dug up the fucking commentary track for To Boldly Flee. And in it, Doug tells a story of when they were filming the rape scene, the world famous rape scene where Mecha Linkara rapes Lindsay Ellis. And in it, is Rice going to help with healing? You know, that's actually a good point. But in it, oh no, here we go. In it, he tells a story about, like, they were talking with Lindsay about it, and is like, are you absolutely sure you're okay with this? We don't want you to be uncomfortable. We can rewrite it if you want. She's like, nah, I don't give a fuck. It's fine. Linkara was the one who threw a massive shit fit about it, and it got to the point everyone on set was making fun of Linkara for caring that much about it. So for them to go back years later and go, actually, we were really uncomfortable about that. Fuck you. Fuck you, you two-faced bastards. Yeah, he doesn't even rape her. He commits her to board. Yeah, it's like, it's not even a rape scene. It's funny how Game of Thrones makes Sir Bannister, Selmy, generally conflicted about following orders from Mad King Aerys and sympathetic in story, but Jaime is a piece of shit from the get-go, actually better. Every $5, Mom, Doug wrote rape scene, Lightbringer 2012. At this point, every pro cake Vic dub actor can't wait for them to be replaced by AI, simply the original Japanese actor speaking English. Yeah, TFS wanted to become VAs and started hopping on every modern trend. Who's the pirate chick in Final Fantasy? You talking about the chick from 5? Fuck. I'm trying to remember her name. It's like Ferris or something. Yeah, it was Ferris. Yeah, I was right. Also, hi, Kuja. War games and alternate scenarios if you beat unbeatable bosses. Force losers are mega gay. Oh no, he's hot. Doug used to be a laughingstock and I have a weird genuine respect for him because all the change and channel bullshit. Well, people are kind of realizing in retrospect how people trying to make him a laughingstock were themselves nowhere near as self-aware as Doug. Like, Doug was always aware he had a goofy sense of humor and a cheesy sense of humor, and he's just kind of a guy making videos. It was guys that would like try to paint themselves as like the professional Doug that would come in and go like, oh god, you see that wall review? It's so dumb and stupid. It's like, so? You want to know who else makes music that fucking sucks ass? Your Movie Sucks, who jumped on the bandwagon of shitting on the wall review. Wait, that's a guy? Yeah, he's Kuja. Is Liz still working on Lightbringer comics? Yeah, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, that was the end of Disc 1. Yeah, that entire thing was just the end of Disc 1. Yeah, Doug could make fun of why most other channel awesome people would get their egos hurt if he made fun of them. Yeah. Yeah, Doug's just kind of a dork. His brother's the asshole. Yeah. There's also known as Proto and Naoto. I hate media literacy discourse. Yeah. Could you allow people's first trap? He's not even a trap. Like, he's very open. In fact, he's a guy. He's just kind of feminine looking. I miss bullied Ralph the movie maker about his Joker review. Let them fight. They were both wrong. Damn you, Kuja, and your We Will Rock You theme. Trends posting about their heroin and ketamine and fen addiction make me wonder if the CIA is successfully playing drugs in another community. Someone in Discord posted a pic of him reacting, and I assume disagreeing with Matt Walsh on Lincoln being gay. Lincoln wasn't gay. As far as I'm aware, he wasn't gay. And Kuja's obsessed with his appearance. Yeah, Kuja is very prideful. That's his thing. He has a very obvious character flaw in that he's very arrogant. Like, not just in a Sephiroth way of, like, I am God, but, like, he's petty about it. All review was bad, but he still got Corey Taylor to be part of it. Yeah, there you go. Doug won and got a cameo on Smiling for and still going strong. Yeah. I do like the Adam and Palace movie commentaries, but that's about it. That's the thing, it's like, YMS isn't that bad. It's the fact that he just has those moments where you're like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, what's up your ass, dude? Pat Buchanan might have been gay since he never married. Like Kuja better than Sephiroth, underrated FF villain. Kuja is fun. I like Kuja. Like it had a hanging people fetish. That's the Sui. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, this is why Steiner was not there in Burmecia, because he is still, like, die hard for Queen Braun. Like, he flat out doesn't believe what happened. The suit? Yeah, Lincoln, and by extension, Sherman, were part of one of the largest mass executions of Native Americans in history. First of all, Doug managed to gather such a collection of internet weirdos. Yeah. Or some loony claims his historical figure was gay. The biggest dick I've seen rolls through my mind. He has a wife, you know. One of my only good friends were childhood fears and cool cat videos. He is now fart huffing and pretentious. Doug getting started about him on EFAP trying to rip on Critical Drinker. Yeah. He's also a zoophile. Remember that. Whose fashion sense, form of rebellion all makes sense later. Yeah, it does all make sense. Mark After Dark was a much funnier personality than YMS. He's lucky he got ostracized from that group when he did. YMS is mostly alright, but get him talking about actual politics, he'll quickly realize an actual retard. Yeah. Steiner come through and break the Red Army siege. Spoonie's still depressed, not making that movie. As far as I'm aware, he's slowly coming back. He did an interview with the lead actor of Phantasmagoria 2, who apparently is like a really chill dude. He'll just straight up talk to you if you ask him. I'm gonna do a video on Jacob's Ladder. I feel like there's a lot to cover. Oh yeah, like the Silent Hill connections. YMS is also friends with Big Joel. Yeah. Yep. I thank God every single day for Big Joel because he is such a retard. It's really easy to be like, yeah, this is why I don't like BreadTube. And he can point to him whining that Team America made fun of the left, and it's like, that's his only gripe with the movie. They made fun of my side. I don't like that. You should have made fun of the other side more. It's like, and like trying to call Doug a fascist and then go, when did I call him a fascist? And then people just post that clip of him saying, and then Doug looked at the Nazi character and said, that's literally me. It's like, yeah, that's what you fucking did, retard. Play the card game? Oh, we're literally going to have to for a fucking story beat. Team America made fun of everyone. Yeah, it's like, the entire point of Team America is they made fun of everyone. Like, no side was clean. Snowpiercer video when? That would be good. What's the next review? Well, as stated, I got the new video finished. Right now, I'm literally just I'm just waiting to hear back from the Gamersubs guys because there is a thing we're trying to work out. And once it's worked out, I'll be able to publish it. Because there is an actual, like, time frame involved with it. Big Joe looks like Neil Druckmann's coke-addicted Siamese twin. Matt Damon. Big Joe wanted to be in the Film Actors Guild. There's a strong monster card here. Yeah. Yeah, Durka, Muhammad Jihad. I've seen the Willy Wonka Snowpiercer theory. It is fucking bananas. Team America made fun of the War on Terror and the celebrities who criticized the War on Terror. Yeah, the whole point about Team America was that it's okay to make fun of the military for going too far, but at the end of the day, you can't pretend like you know any better. You know, the whole line of like, we'll read the newspaper, then quote their opinion. We'll quote what we read as if it's our own opinion. Like, that is, like, damning and has held up through the fucking years to this day. Call me conspiracy theories, but I believe the Willy Wonka is Snowpiercer theory. He stopped 9/11 times 100. Damn it, you need to act. Yeah. Fucking amazing movie. I love Team America to this day. It's so funny. Well, that one song that's just Trey venting about how much Pearl Harbor sucked. Yeah. I fucking love that one too. So I don't think Trey might have that same energy anymore. They really don't. The last few South Park specials, it's felt like they're reaching the Simpsons point of they're trying to comment on modern stuff, but they themselves are kind of losing touch with modern stuff. So they're like, what's going on in the world anymore? It's to the point of, like, the smart thing would be stop trying to make, like, topical episodes and just make more general episodes, like the crazy ones, you know, because those are the ones that age the best. When it's topical, it's kind of hit and miss now. I mean, hell, the Trump season started off kind of funny. It's like, oh, God, Mr. Garrison's going to be Trump. Then it just kind of turned into them quoting headlines, and it's like, eh. It wasn't awful, but it's one of those where you can tell they were just kind of spiteful for something they weren't really understanding. Pretty cool, since that also has Ed Harris plays the producer in the Truman Show. Yeah. Large man, enlighten me on the retard known as Large Joel. Big Joel's a bread tuber. Literally, one of those where, like, any kind of media ever is secretly leftist, and if it's not leftist, it's fascist. Train Matter, some of the greatest satirists of all time, but South Park may have run its course. That's what I feel. I feel like the games were much better. Stick of Truth and Fractured But Whole, they were much better comedy-wise and held up much better. The newer seasons are just getting to a point of, like, you should probably just call it, man. Have, like, one final big movie you pour all your energy into, and then just call it. It's done. And for long, my mother and I try and clean up the apartment so we pass an inspection, which is tomorrow. Been up for 2 days straight. Pray I don't get evicted. Yeah, give us more episodes making fun of stuff like Camp Tartacaka and Tally's addiction. Yeah, it's like, because they're still irreverent. They still have a very fucked up sense of humor, so it's not like they'll censor themselves for that. Hell, they've outright made fun of the fact that they've had to soften their edge because of network obligations. Saw that Trey and Matt are making a movie with Kendrick Lamar. Oh, God. That'll be interesting. Games are really good. Yeah, the games are great. I stand by my point of Stick of Truth is the better love letter for South Park, but Fractured But Whole is more fun to play. Isn't Big Joel the guy who tried to go after Doug Walker? Yeah, as stated, he included Doug Walker in his Conservative Comedy Sucks video, which was just him ranting about stuff that wasn't even strictly conservative. And then tried to say Doug Walker... He did that really mealy-mouth thing of, oh, I couldn't find any proof Doug Walker is conservative, but his comedy's kind of coded that way. It's like, fuck you. No heart is being Jared Fogel's PR team. Yeah. Yeah, make one last good movie like South Park, bigger, longer, uncut. Yeah, and that'd be the perfect way to end it. Big Joel thinks we can't tell he wants to fuck Lindsay Ellis. Didn't Big Joel defend Keffels? I think so. A lot of bird tippers did. Big Joel and Impreza Shao should kiss. I'm still waiting on Impreza Shao's new video. When the fuck's he releasing it? I want to see it. Also, Big Joel's part of that guy with the glasses. Was he? Jesus Christ. Small fucking world. Basically pulled in Impreza Shao's. Yeah, well, to be fair, that was his whole career, so it wasn't anything new. It's just the fact that that video in particular was egregious. Nostalgia Critic took very obvious shots against Trump and conservatives. Yeah, he's clearly a Chicago Democrat. Like, he's not really hidden that. But he also knows don't make politics your entire fucking career. Yeah, when someone says something is coded a certain way, that's leet speak for I made it up. Yeah, a lot of time. Be poetic for South Park to end after the entire world becomes South Park. And British Shell says he's coming back. Yeah, suppose he was working on a new video, so now I'm like, alright, I want to see it. Where's he watch your British Shell's VOD, and it sounds like his definition of conservative is literally the man. Well, it's just bad guy he doesn't like. That's literally all it is. He said fucking Near Dark was fascist coded. And he said the vampires were representatives of queers, even though the metaphor in Near Dark for the vampires were drug addicts. Team America 2, Hill Dog Rises. I'm thinking of Dan Olson. They're so carbon copy, I confused the two. No good as many things. Conservative filmmakers, not one of them, yeah. You like any Zoller movies like Bone Tomahawk or Dragon Cross Concrete? Yeah, I like all of his movies. Dragon Cross Concrete, Brawl in Cell Block 99, Bone Tomahawk. He just has a very good, like... What I really like about Craig S. Zoller is the fact that he just has a good feel for how people talk. So, for those that don't know, Craig S. Zoller is also a novelist. He also wrote a bunch of books. Very obviously inspired by Cormac McCarthy. If you see Bone Tomahawk, you can see some pretty clear Blood Meridian inspiration with the whole idea of like Western horror and savagery and all that. So he has a very poetic way he has characters talk, and he also tries to make it fit with kind of the era and culture that the story takes place in. Bone Tomahawk is famous because the characters talk in Old West dialect that's actually pretty authentic to Old West dialect. Not just the Deadwood thing of they're like vulgar as hell, but like actually they'll describe things in an old-timey way, and it's very, very interesting. Some of the best scenes in Bone Tomahawk are just people talking, you know? Very, very good movie. Raw and Subblock 99 is kind of a send-up to 70s grindhouse thriller, same with Drag Cross Concrete. So they kind of talk like 70s grindhouse thriller characters, but it's very, once again, poetic and punched up. So it's not as corny or over the top. It's actually very clinical. Very, very good stuff. And they claim Doug is a right-wing movie creator. Team America isn't even subtle about bashing celebrities in the movie. The FAG befriend North Korea, not being subtle how celebrities bash America but happily defend worse regimes. Yeah, the whole point in Team America is every side is kind of being an idiot. Like, Team America only just blows stuff up and they don't really solve the problem at its root. And the celebrities only make things worse because they just ignore the problem and act like it's not happening. Now, what do you mean? He's our guy. We've claimed him. If you're going to do a stream on Big Joel's conservative video similar to the Empress Child's one, that'd be a fun one to do. Would you care to expand on your critique and your urban point of view? I think Drag Cross Concrete was better than Brawl and Subblock 99. It's a lot more refined. Subblock 99 had a lot of rough moments where, like, the lighting was kind of off. Like, you have the famous scene where Jennifer Carpenter shoots the guy, and it's clearly a dummy. She's taking pot shots at, and the lighting's all off. You can tell Drag Cross Concrete had a lot more money, but it's used in a good way. It's not flashy for the sake of flashy. I like Drag Cross Concrete a lot. That's probably my favorite beyond Brawl and Subblock 99. I like Bone Tomahawk a lot, but I think Drag Cross Concrete is better. Not by much. I think all three are very, very good, but Drag Cross Concrete's a little bit better. And I'll fully admit my bias here. Bone Tomahawk has Kurt Russell, and Kurt Russell's fucking awesome, and a lot of the actors in Bone Tomahawk are awesome. Drag Cross Concrete has Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson's pretty fucking good, and he is great in that movie. Dixon Asshole speech in Team America is legit good. It's actually very poignant. And yeah, this is after Garnet yells at Steiner. LeBron Meridian, so Bone Tomahawk goes on the watch list. It is a very good movie. Didn't CNN run defense for North Korea despite Trump before he visits the country? Yeah, a little bit. Bray Shells today we'll be talking about Japanese anime manga called Berserk. Lolly lets his FN fall with ominous intent. The guy who made Bone Tomahawk could make a good Blood Meridian movie. I would like to see him try. Right now, the guy they got working on the Blood Meridian movie, assuming that's not been killed or in production hell again, is the guy who did the Road adaptation, which the Road adaptation is really good. But I think definitely Craig S. Zoller could handle, especially the dialogue. Blood Meridian has a lot of really good dialogue in it. There are so many different quotes from the characters. I mean, everyone nowadays quotes the judge, his whole, that which exists without my knowledge exists without my consent. Everyone quotes that line, but there's a lot of other great lines in Blood Meridian. Sugar for $5. Doug filmed majority of his older videos in Downers Grove, Illinois. Then moved further into Chicagoland area. He's definitely not conservative. Yeah. Team America also correctly labeled Alec Baldwin's a piece of shit. Trig, where can I find Bone Tomahawk? It's on Amazon, if I remember right. Violence in Bone Tomahawk is stark. It's very matter-of-fact. Oh, extremely. And once again, that fits Blood Meridian. Dialogue in Blood Meridian means more like Bible passages than a typical novel. Yeah. Judge talking about war is my favorite scene. Yeah. Also, Craig S. Zoller is also pretty good with adding, like, absurdity in his movies, where things will just get, like, over the top out of fucking nowhere. Bone Tomahawk, it's savages. Brawl and Subblock 99, it's the prison under the prison. And Drag Cross Concrete, it's that entire fucking ending. The entire ending with her robbing the truck. He's very good at weaving in very slow-paced, character-focused drama into, out of nowhere, sudden and graphic violence. And Blood Meridian does that a lot as well. Clancy Brown's a bit old now, unfortunately. I think he could do a pretty good judge, yeah. He definitely has the voice for the judge. Like, if they could do a thing where you never see... If they have, like, a body double for the judge, but have Clancy Brown voice him, which you don't even really need to do, because Clancy Brown's kind of a huge dude. He's, what, like, over 6 foot, easily? Like, he's a big motherfucker. You do good with the Hordes of Savages scene, yeah. There are people who rage on the behalf of the machine while thinking they're counterculture and rebels. They're idiots, yeah. Remember watching Bone Tomahawk with my parents. My mom walked out after the splitting scene. Understandable. That is a fucked up scene. Got that Mr. Krabs money, yeah. The Big Trolls conservative video who once bet just like in Prince Joel also defends pedos. Yeah, Clancy's 6'3", so yeah, he's a pretty big guy. And they can do some tricks like force perspective or make him stand on a box, or once again use a body double who's a lot bigger. They could make that work because the judge is described to be like fucking almost 7 feet tall. He's huge. And Clance Brown 65 is not super old, and the judge in particular is not like a young guy. He is kind of meant to be kind of a yeah, we're all full health. He's kind of meant to be a older man. You know, he's like this old man they run into. Vincent D'Onofrio make a great Judge Holden. You know what? That's actually not a bad one either, because the judge also is kind of flabby. He's kind of meant to be like a chubby guy. Bone Tomahawk is back on Netflix. Gonna be a good lead up to Halloween. That's very good. Like I said, Bone Tomahawk is genuinely fantastic. Lance Brown was in John Wick 4 not that long ago. He can still do it. Yeah. Your thoughts on Deadwood? Still one of the best things HBO ever did. Deadwood's fantastic. That, once again, does a different style of authentic Old West dialogue than Bone Tomahawk, where it's a lot more about the vulgarity and all that, but it's still, like, some of the poetic ways people talk is very good. Yeah, Old Man bit like a shithouse, yeah. Thinking about recent Ubisoft's Prince Persia Lost Crown is actually really fun, but I feel like there's definitely sabotage from higher-ups. And it wouldn't shock me. That's on Razor Fist? I like him. I like his videos. No Country for Old Men's my favorite Western. It is very good. Ah, shit, okay. Should work? It was written in Lambic Pentameter, yeah. Yeah, what about the guy who played Kingpin and Daredevil? Yeah, I stated, that's Vincent D'Onofrio. He could do a good judge. Ah, fuck. Exactly what I was trying to avoid. Modern curse words, I think, were more meant to communicate vulgarity of the Old West. Yeah, that was the whole point behind it. The vulgarity was just to get across how vulgar people were. That wasn't what they actually said. Because the modern vernacular of, like, vulgarity was later than the period of the show. Don't think status effects can be dispelled. Yeah, I was trying to remember. Report to Keychain Voyager got me thinking about Star Trek aesthetics, specifically about how new shows don't fit. Captain Quarters look like 10 forward. Yeah. Never supposed to look like that. It's never supposed to look like that. Never seen Oz, great prison show, but gets off the rails halfway season 4. Yeah, it goes on a little bit too long. Remember the judge has a sack of puppies into a river? Pretty uncool. It's a boss mechanic, so they don't want to make it too easy. Well, there's a way around it. You just gotta turn on the body temperature perk, but I don't think Steiner has that. Who do you think should play the kid? I don't know. Because the kid's meant to be young. He's meant to be, like, a teenager. Look, Michael Clark Duncan would have been a good judge if they made him albino. I like the uncanny look at that would work. Not gonna lie, that would also work pretty well. You know, the whole idea is he looks inhuman. Timothy Oliphant was supposed to be in Bone Tomahawk. Imagine that. I think it would have been good, yeah. Because he would just been Seth again. Tom Holland. That would definitely. You know what? You joke, but Tom Holland unironically can handle dark material. He was in Devil all the time, and he played a pretty dark character in that. Have you all seen Carnival? Clancy Brown plays Baptist preacher, is also the close approximation with representation of the Antichrist. Ultra Fine Point, $5. Phoenix Down, the best Western ever is Seven Samurai. All Westerns come from samurai flicks. Any bad puppies into a river? Not cool, Casampers. Mullen's still too babyface. We can't really take him seriously as an actor. But like I said, something like the kid, that would work. The entire point of the kid is they would have to do a thing, though, where, like, after the time skip, he's played by a different actor. But the kid is kind of meant to be, like, a babyface, like, kid. Like, he's way too young to be getting involved in the shit he's getting involved in. Carnival's one of the best openings of any show I've ever seen. Still need to start Carnival. I think Oz does really well is having no one faction be the good guys and the one morally good inmate's probably Augustus. Well, they are in prison. It kind of makes sense. Nobody's the good guy. Clancy Brown's in the Penguin Show. Yeah, he plays Maroni, which I actually kind of like what they do with him. See a movie called Cherry with Tom Holland. I've not seen Cherry. Yeah, Judge based on a real guy. Yeah. Based on a real guy, but the way Blood Meridian does it, he is not that guy at all. At least in the sense of he's not a literal demon walking the earth. At the time skip, he's played by Robert Pattinson. You know what? I can take that. Yeah, kid's literally just some skinny small kid, like 15. Yeah. Sadly, lonely man, I cannot give you my 2 seasons of Carnival because it's incredibly hard to find them all. Did you hear about the recent article of CEO Moon Studios? Any thoughts on it? That's the Ori guy, right? Holland's character in Devil All the Time. In Devil All You Know is the second least dark character of that story. Pattinson as the preacher was casting that hit hard. I will say the book was better. Well, what I mean by dark is like he's not playing Tom Holland. He's not like the nerdy. He's not Spider-Man. He is like a fucked up, violent, angry kid. Bet Tom Holland can't have his Elijah Wood moment, like how he played cannibalistic serial killer in Sin City. I saw Tom Holland naked in Spider-Man 3. I did not see an 18-year-old. I saw a 22-year-old playing an 18-year-old. I think the judge should be albino in the movie. Yeah, I think they should. They should make him albino because the character's albino. He's not supposed to look human. Yeah, Glanton Gang was real too, yeah. Judge Holden was a sick dude, though, and not just not an unstoppable, malefic monster. Yeah. Glenn Jacobs, a.k.a. Kane, would be a close approximation to the judge. And the Oregon, he said he would go, not go for DEI and called it a perverted thing. Good. More developers need to be saying that shit. I could beat the judge. I think I could do it. There's a lot of Holdens that were present during the filibuster war. Interestingly enough, so recontextualizes judge as a collection of Holdens. So Red Death and Serena Ong are in the Penguin. Cool. Yeah, Penguin show's been great so far. Like I said, still need to catch up on it, but the episodes I watched were really good. I really like the way they're doing Oz. Like, and Sophia's cool too. Like the twist they have with Sophia and how she's tied to Oz. I'm like, this is really good. I've seen Spider-Man rage when he tries to kill Norman. He can do serious. Yeah. Mel Gibson was cast as Batman 1989 version, but had declined due to scheduling. Imagine Mel Gibson Batman. We were robbed. We actually were. Holy shit. But can Goku beat the judge? He's killed demons. So if he's dressed in that last scene, though. Ultra fine point for $2. DEI equal didn't earn it. Yeah. That's an Uzumaki episode 3 you haven't talked about already. We tried to watch episode 3 on anime night, but the only rips that were available had like fucking Spanish subtitles. And we're like, what the fuck's going on here? We couldn't find English ones. Mel Gibson would have been a cool Batman. Yeah. Next live-action Batman project, I want them to adapt Long Halloween. That was kind of what they did with The Batman, with Robert Pattinson. Like, the whole Matt Reeves verse is basically just Long Halloween, but stretched out and through multiple perspectives. It's weird. El Spiral Senor. Mel Gibson Batman speaking Greek or Latin would go hard. And apparently there's been a massive leak of Game Freak and people are on Gen Z making canceled type show memes. Yeah, we talked about that. Okay, get some more potions. There we go. Want to see how Matt Reeves tackles Harley Quinn. I don't want them to touch any Joker stuff for a little while. For the love of God, give Joker and his side of things a break. I don't think he'd do a bad job, but it's like everyone is tired of... And they really don't want to touch Joker right now. The Batman was Long Halloween Year 2. Another comic they got the Flood City from. I can't remember the name. I also don't remember that one. I thought that was Batman Year 1. Does the judge go to regular DBZ hell with the Blood Lakes and theme parks? They go to special hell like Frieza. Matt Reeves could have had the Joker raped like the famous sequel. And now fair is $2. Would you let a Typhlosion to your children? I have to explain what happened to all those Arkham doctors, though. Yeah. On third Uzumaki episode, CGI was rough, especially for Kirai's dad. Him shuffling to a dragonfly pawn back to the house was hilarious and depressing heads at that point. Yeah. Well, I know the producer of the Uzumaki anime has been fucking pissed off going, yeah, we got fucked over. Adult Swim just aggressively fucked us over. Apparently, the director of Joker 2 said the movie was not about addressing toxic fandom. WB must have rung his door. Oh, yeah, no. Like, I don't believe it was a... Like, I do not believe for a second that Joker 2 was made because, oh, people didn't like the first movie the way they should have. It's like, no, not at all. The first movie spells out what the theme is, which is don't treat people like shit when you don't know them. I think it was just he didn't want to do a Joker 2. He aggressively did not want to do a Joker 2. For God's sakes, he doesn't want to do a fucking Joker 2. So he's going to salt the earth and make sure they can never call him again. Reeve sequel to the Batman show. Black Mask is the villain. He needs to stick to the mob villains, which Batman has a lot of. Yeah, I think it would work. When was the last time we had fucking Black Mask in a movie that was good? What's $5.5 for your thoughts on Chrono Trigger? It's a classic. No Black Mask, Doom, Mr. Freeze. They kind of said they wanted to stay away from the crazier villains, so... Of course, they just say that. Who knows what they're actually going to try to pull. Here you go, little guy. You can get big and strong. Care for Lazarus coming out on Adult Swim. It's got Bebop's creator and Chad Stahelski doing the action scenes. Yeah. Simple, Batman. We raped the Joker. Under the Red Hood? You can't do Under the Red Hood, though, because they have not introduced any form of Robin, let alone Jason Todd. And you kind of need to build up to Under the Red Hood. Okay, here we go. Okay, he's already learning my strike from that, so there we go. Undead Killer. Cover. There we go. We're planning to kill a Crocodile partial to the animated series where the war-covered murder hillbilly instead of a big lizard man. I kind of like the alligator thing because I mean, Killer Croc, he should at least somewhat look like a crocodile. But I'm also not against them kind of doing something different with him, where it's like, where it's like he's mainly just a fucked up mutant-looking dude. Yeah. Oh, it's doing that thing again. I do not know what is going on with YouTube and why it does not like to update the chat anymore. That is fucking weird. It's like it gets frozen on the page. So give me one quick second. I just gotta reopen a new one. Yeah. Thankfully, it doesn't fuck with the stream at all, but it is one of those weird things of like, why does it do that? I'll never get the appeal of that stupid Harley Quinn show. First season was kind of funny, and then it just kind of goes on and on and on, and it's like, eh. Batman 2 is taking place here in the winter. It's gotta be Freeze. Yeah, you know what? Maybe they are just fucking with us and going like, oh yeah, we're totally not doing any crazy villains, and boom, Mr. Freeze. Bruce Joker getting ripped by Batman's after Bruce busts Joker, turns around and tells Bruce, now you're gay. Also, Under the Red Hood is tied to the Joker. Joker's to Jason Todd's, Gordon Freeman's to Wooden Crates. Yeah, it's like there's kind of a reason they can't really do that right now. I need to figure out if we do damage or heal. Probably Mr. Freeze and Penguin. Probably. Okay, so she does damage. Shrugger $2. What about Clayface, the main villain of a movie? I'm not against Clayface. Clayface would be fucking cool. Watch the new Penguin show? Yeah, it's really good. Alright, and we gotta get these two leveled up a little bit, so... We're not going to go to Treno just yet. Eloquent showed a Nightwing dirty and therefore is shit by default. Freeze could be done very well if they focus on the tragic aspect of his character. Yeah, the best part. Everyone loves Mr. Freeze explicitly because in another time he was a good guy. Sometimes he is just flat out a good guy. Like a movie on Harley Quinn, but rated nude via cosplay nudie. Quinn, subtitle The Beautiful People, where it's just slapping her beaver nonstop. I would hate that. Not fair is $5. Croc told Lords that he just had a severe case of skin condition in the circus he grew up with, sharpened his nails and teeth. Yeah. I got some Moodang. It's a cute little hippo. I'd like to see Dick Grayson at some point, even a cameo. Yeah, the fact we've gone this long, we've never really had an official Robin. Like, Batman and Robin exists, but does Batman and Robin really exist? Does it really? What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age! Now we have Zero Clue at this point. What the hell is going to be pulled in the third part of F7 Remake with a one-winged angel? That game about to go crazy. I think Robert Pattinson wants to do Court of Owls. I'm not against Court of Owls. That'd be kind of cool. Also be kind of a good crescendo to the fact that it's all the organized crime stuff. I'd say Two-Face be the main villain if he's always getting shafted. They flat out said Two-Face is going to be in the second Reeves movie. I don't know if he's going to be main villain, but he's going to be there. How would you approach Robin in live action? That's actually a good question. I guess it'd be kind of a thing where Robin's mainly the main character, and it's about Batman training him. Because if you're going to introduce him, you kind of do need to show the origin. So it's mainly going to be like a Robin movie. What do you think Dick would marry, Barbara or Starfire? Probably Starfire. Him and Barbara are friends, but Barbara's with someone else now. I hate the Court of Owls are running incredibly inconsistent. Yeah, but the concept's cool. Like, I'm making Marlon Wayans, Robin, Dick Grayson, and the second Burton film based on the toys that was released. Apparently an alternate cut of Spawn, Michael J. White swears is a much better movie. Believe it. Probably a thing where they had to cut it down to make it PG-13. It's a very common story. See, the DC Universe called the Absolute Universe Batman and Superman look really awesome. I feel like a lot don't seem to understand the tragedy of a lot of Batman's villains. It depends. Like, some will go with the whole thing of, like, yeah, the villain's tragic and fucked up. Others will go with, like, but you don't really care about that. Like, Joker, they kind of make it a point of, like, you don't really care what created the Joker. Two-Face only showed up in Batman Forever and The Dark Knight. Batman Forever was just kind of all around a goofy cartoon, so that kind of went with the who cares. The Dark Knight, there was a lot of build-up to what happened to Harvey. Yeah, Poison Ivy isn't tragic. Yeah, Poison Ivy's just a bitch. I like to see Batman's more sillier villains be treated as threats like a Spot was in Spider-Verse. Yeah, Joker's best when it's past multiple choice. Barbara's now masquerading as a blonde, drunk, paraplegic girlfriend with a cyborg idol best friend. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Now fair is $5. How many secret societies are there in Gotham? You got the Court of Owls, League of Shadows, Order of St. Dumas. What's next? You're forgetting that Gotham is also literally cursed. Gotham is fucked so many different ways. Ultra fine point for $2. I'd love to see a new Batman. Two-Face is a good character in the animated series. Same with Harley Quinn. They butchered her character nowadays. Yeah. Aaron Eckhart's Two-Face is underrated. Yeah, he's a good Two-Face. The fact they go with the idea of he wasn't even crazy, he was just very pissed off. It's like, that kind of works. Two-Face can go doing a way where he's like pre-burnt by essence and breathes Batman is related to the Mafia stuff. I think it'll happen. That's why I think it's weird that they're doing... It's weird that they're doing, that they did Long Halloween before introducing Harvey. That I always thought was kind of weird. There's something Two-Face would be Gold as Batman's arch nemesis because he's more personal. Not arch nemesis, but definitely like a higher up there one, yeah. I think a TV series of Vampire Batman, 6-armed Spider-Man. Keep bullying Steiner. Yeah, unbiased, unprejudiced, that's fair, yeah. Like I said, I like the fact Harvey in The Dark Knight treated it much more as like a joke. Where even he knows it's bullshit, but I was like, fuck you. Don't forget the Cave Needle, that's what I'm trying to get to. If I remember, Two-Face was disfigured by the Maronis. Yeah. If this crossover with Batman was awesome. Big B Wolf versus Batman. That does sound really cool. Okay, get Dagger up. Batman Canon is a machine that infinite birthed a new Batman as soon as they decide to be Batman to adapt to a new era of Gotham they're needing. Kind of fucked. Two-Face is one of Batman's most slanderized villains and no one talks about it. He can be, yeah. Ultrafine point for $10. Give me a new Silent Hill based in Tennessee. It'd be spooky as fuck. Yeah, you're a lucky man, but not your driver. Yeah. Like I said, those little moments where it's like, that's kind of cool. That's an ink from Batman Beyond. I don't remember a lot of ink. Oh, shit. Come on. That's got splashed in his face. There's a reference to it earlier in the movie. Yeah. Remember after not being this hard? It's not that it's hard. It's that Mandragora in particular are dicks. Fuck this thing. And of course I won't kill. God damn it. Shouldn't they cancel the Batman Beyond movie with Spider-Verse style? Yeah. Yeah. And of course. So wake up Steiner. I see Marabella Real from Batman as a really pissed off Two-Face. She gets attacked by the mob when she was elected to fight against. Nah, Two-Face needs to be Harvey. It specifically needs to be Harvey with his backstory and how he's set up. It works best if it's Harvey. Anyone else trying to take it just kind of feels like they're stealing the mantle. So he's already in prison though, which is a shame, but maybe with Penguin episode 4 spoilers that will change. Oh, he's 100% going to break out in some way. Break out or die in prison. Yeah, upside Steiner got that steal free level. There we go. And we'll pop one of the tents. Wish you had Michael Keaton Batman Beyond instead of Flashpoint. Shit sucks. Turns out I really didn't found Fist North Star anime movie uncut in Italy, just the same Toei HD transfer. It's 10% standard definition footage because Toei is still Toei and still censored. What's up, man? Do you think a movie with him as a main threat would work? It'd definitely work for like a weirder one of like, oh shit, he's fighting a monster now. What's on Heath Ledger Joker? Considered the internet back in the day wanted him recast due to Heath being a high typecast teen heartthrob. He was good. He was genuinely good. I mean, the role was so good it killed him. I wonder what Silent Hill set in Louisiana would be like. I wouldn't want to copy Resident Evil 7. Well, the thing around Silent Hill is it doesn't really matter where it's at. It's the people who go into Silent Hill. That's an Azrael. Is more the Christian theme anti-hero in Batman. I kind of like him. He's cool. Also here. Yeah, no poison. Okay, that's literally the only ability you can turn on. Okay, so no poison. Steiner will turn on Undead Killer. Cover. I'll turn off Beast Killer and Bird Killer. And turn on Level Up, because that will make them level up faster. Really, George Miller originally wanted Heath Ledger to replace Mel Gibson when he was first developing Fury Road. Azrael will never be a modern villain unless they lampoon to hell and back or a pure joke like they were in Gotham. Yeah. So they're moving this Falcon Silent Hill turns it into the UK. Think Matt Reeves could do a good version of Red Hood? I don't doubt that Matt Reeves could probably make a pretty cool version of Red Hood. The problem is the fact that to get to Red Hood, there's a lot of prep work involved. Like, you've got to introduce Robin, and particularly got to introduce Jason Todd, and then you got to introduce Joker killing Jason Todd. Like, you can't skip over it. You have to show it. Yeah. Yeah, that's at least 2 movies we're considering Red Hood. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of prep work involved. The Lily Orchard saga continues now with a full-on documentary by June the King, making a video covering all of Lily Orchard's accusations. It's more glorious, more information is coming out. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, Dick Grayson first Robin as well. Yeah, because you need that separation where Dick Grayson broke off from Batman due to mutual disagreements. Jason broke out from Batman due to Joker. Ultraman point for $2. I love Silent Hill. And before all that, you need to show Joker when he was Red Hood. You don't need to do that. I think you can make it work well enough without the whole Joker Red Hood thing. It would help with why Jason chose that name, because he was specifically trying to fuck with Joker. But you don't need it. Yeah, Batman didn't want Dick to become him. Yeah. Yeah, technically we broke things off with Jason, yeah. Best Robin and Batgirl? I love Nightwing. Nightwing's really cool. Best Batgirl? I'm simple. I like Barbara. Nightwing and Barbara, it's like they're the classics. Red Hood versus Arkham Knight, which was better? Red Hood. Like, Arkham Knight, you know it's Red Hood. You know it's him. You know it's Jason. So the way they kind of tease, like, oh, who could it be? It's like, it's fucking Jason. Like, the minute he says Bruce Wayne, it's like, yeah, that's Jason, because who else would know his identity? Wouldn't mind seeing Batman Beyond get some love. Really like Terry. Yeah, Terry's great. Like the contrast between Batman and Alfred. Batman will never shoot or kill. Alfred has a stash of guns throughout the mansion just in case. Then make a DVD choose your adventure game with Red Hood? Yeah. It was Death of the... Yeah, Death in the Family, I think it was. I cannot remember because they have Death in the Family and Death of the Family. But it's the story where Jason actually dies, and you had like a choose your own adventure thing in the DVD where if you pick different routes, you could like see different outcomes to the situation. God, these things are gonna be annoying. Batman movie as Arkham Knight Scarecrow, that'd be the best movie ever. Arkham Knight Scarecrow is pretty good, yeah. Been less insulted they went with Red Hood instead of Arkham Knight. Yeah, it's like just... It's Red Hood, you know? Hell, in canon, it's Batman's first encounter with Red Hood, so he would still be a bad guy. Wasn't Alfred former MI5, MI6? Yeah, he was a former spy. It's how he taught Batman how to fight. That'll be your own concept of a Batman villain? I don't know. Batman's had a shitload of villains. Nightwing's wasted potential squandered, squared. DC cares more about his ass than his actual character. Kind of ironic, ain't it? Yeah, Alfred lore is either he was a MI6 agent or ex-SAS. Yeah, the whole point is either way, Alfred's a badass. Kind of like Arkham versus Red Hood since he caused a ton of innocent deaths in Arkham Knight, so he loses any claim to moral high ground. Yeah, like I said, it's... If they just straight up dedicated to Jason's kind of a bad guy, but he still has some lingering affection for Batman, that'd be one thing. But the fact they kept trying to do the bait and switch is like, no, that's Jason. The Arkham Militia was led by Deathstroke from the start. Jason was his own antagonist. Arkham Knight would have been immediately improved. Well, they already did Deathstroke in Arkham Origins. Howard's military background changes. Sometimes he was MI6, sometimes SAS. Yeah. An actual vote whether they killed Jason off and the kill option narrowly won. A lot of people theorize that DC rigged the vote to kill off Jason no matter what. Kind of hoping that the Batman movie versus Riddler was going to be a better Sherlock Holmes versus Moriarty. Could do that concept as a thriller. I'm sure we're getting more action this time. You can hear the lingering daddy issues with the voice filter. You're really good. Cannibal serial killer once broke into the mansion. Alfred was just annoyed he had to clean the blood out of the carpet, so he needed whiskey first. Arkham Knight would have been cooler if he just stayed at the Arkham Knight and run the militia. Yeah. When they killed Jason, Frank Miller called the most cynical thing ever. Well, it's partially what inspired the Brat Pack. The creator of Brat Pack was super pissed off about that decision. Same with Watchmen. A lot of comic creators were just like very disenfranchised after they saw that, where it's like, really, we're gonna rig this up to a fucking vote now, no care at all for, you know, the artistry of the medium. I understand Jason was not very well liked in the beginning. Yeah, well, Jason's whole thing was he was kind of a punk. He was kind of an asshole. Because that was the thing that set him apart from Dick. Dick was kind of the everyman. You know, he was kind of, you know, he was kind of meant to be like, oh, a kid got to be Batman's sidekick. You know, that whole thing. Jason had a lot more issues. Like, Jason had significantly more issues. Jason dying affected the comic industry that much? Well, it was the way he died. The fact that it didn't even matter what the writer wanted. It was explicitly, hey, we're just going to leave it up to a vote. Didn't Jason have the same backstory as Dick? It was slightly different. For one, Jason's parents were abusive. Well, specifically his father. His father was abusive. Yeah, no, Damien's a new punk. Yeah. I believe he literally tried to steal Batmobile's hubcaps or something. Yeah. Everyone always forgets about Tim Drake. Justice for Tim. I don't care what anyone says. My headcanon is Alfred Norman from Big O are twins. One thing I forgot to mention. Did you hear another member of Sweet Baby, Chris Kendrick, got fired? Any thoughts? Yeah. That was the guy that actually kicked off the whole idea of trying to cancel Cabrutus in the first place. Yeah, Jason needed that beating. How long did the death of Robin happen after the vote thing? Are you talking about how long that Robin stayed dead? He stayed dead for a while because Frank Miller made Dark Knight Returns as kind of a response to it because it happens after the death of Jason, which inspired Batman to retire. Ultra Prime Point for $20. MAGA, make America great again. Hell yeah. Batman first met Jason. We tried to steal the Batmobile's hubcaps. Bruce legit thought he was helping Jason by giving him education discipline. He was helping him. It's just that Jason had his own flaws he could never really get over. Section 1 Ethan Ralph, an openly lied about being charged for domestic assault and implied he's suing his ex for defamation for releasing that secret recording while acknowledging it was real. Oh boy. Oh boy. Tim Drake is the smartest Robin. He's supposed to be next best detective. Yeah, that's why Tim is pretty cool in his own way. Tim is interesting because, yeah, as stated, he's a lot more clever. Nightwing, he's more like the everyman, and he tries to be a bit more compassionate. Jason is angry and is unafraid to be impulsive. Tim is smart. Now I'm like, Jason died because of his flaws. He just wanted to save his mom that betrayed him. Yeah, it's like, you know, the whole idea of how Jason got killed off, as stated, was a very cynical move to a lot of people, and it was just like, you're killing him off because the audience got pissy. What the fuck? You're not even giving us time to flesh him out, even though there were story beats we wanted to talk about with him. Yeah, Jason did believe in showing criminals mercy. He was very angry. Yeah, he was pissed off. The story, Bruce resists giving the Robin cowl to someone else for a while because he doesn't want another kid to be killed. Yeah, as stated, that's why Dark Knight Returns takes place after Jason dies. That's why when you get the scene of Batman staring at the old Robin uniform, that was Jason's uniform. And they make direct reference to the fact it was Jason who died. That's why when he gives the Robin uniform to Carrie, it's such a big moment because, like, you get to replace the kid I lost. In fact, Death in the Family is written by Jim Starlin, creator of Thanos. I found out Chris Kendrick got fired. I'm like, good riddance. Garbage human being like Kendrick and also Kim Blair at a press conference saying, oh, our company's harassed. Damien's also going to get with Livewire. I hope he does. Isn't why Tim Drake was introduced because Batman's just flailing in rage and Tim literally tells him Batman needs a Robin. Similar, yeah. Like, Batman needs a Robin because without it, he's spending too much time in his own head and needs to be grounded. It's like you need to understand there are people out there that want the same thing you do. When asked what to do with Barbara and the Killing Joke, the editor stated, "Cripple the bitch." That's a real quote. Yeah. Was Tim the one that went solo in Bloodhaven, though the town people leave in favor of Gotham? No, that's Dick. Because Nightwing patrols Bloodhaven. Which say is worse, Gotham or Bloodhaven? Bloodhaven. Bloodhaven's like basically a slum. Ready for Superman Legacy? I am willing to give it a shot. Yeah, Batman gets more violent without Robin. Yeah. I think Barbara's best as Oracle or Batgirl? I kind of lean towards Oracle. I like the fact that she tries to do the superhero thing and gets fucked up, but finds her own way to still contribute. I like that. I like that a lot. You know, she doesn't just give up, but she acknowledges she can't do the same shit anymore. Isn't Bloodhaven also where the Teen Titans are? I don't remember if the Teen Titans in full are there, but I know Dick Grayson's there. Also, a big part of Batman's growth, the first step to moving on from his anger and rage, but that's what I hate about superhero books. Their characters never get an ending. You read specific runs and kind of treat that as the ending. Oh, you silenced the guy that can't even use skills. And Teen Titans are in Jump City, yeah. Guy made Bloodhaven's a cooler name than Gotham. Like Babs Bear's Oracle, all... Until she gets a bionic spine, yeah. Figure the Flood Slums are going to be the new Bloodhaven in the movieverse. I can actually see that, yeah, because, like, they're kind of implying that's where Penguin's mainly going to stick to. And when Penguin is not in Gotham, he's usually patrolling around Bloodhaven. Oh god, there's 3 of them. Yeah, I stay. Mandragora are dicks. How does Gordon never figure out Batman's identity? It's implied in certain storylines he does. Dark Knight Returns, it's implied he figured it out. Well, not even figured it out. I think Batman just flat out told him. After he retired, it's like, hey, I'm Bruce Wayne. You watch wrestling? Not all the time, but yeah, it's pretty good. You just need to beat these things to death as fast as possible. That's on Damian. I love the idea of Damian, of like the Robin Batman has the hardest time connecting with is literally his own son. I like that idea a lot. My problem with Damian is they kind of use him as just a... They kind of use him as a cudgel for the why doesn't Batman just kill side, and it's like you're kind of making him an edgy little twat. Like Babs Bear's Oracle, also love when she has moments where she drops someone to prove she still got it. Yeah. Year one, Gordon was like, you know, I'm almost blind without my glasses. He knew, yeah. Bruce and Gordon share a drink at the start Dark Knight Returns on the anniversary of the final appearance of Batman. Yeah, and he even outright makes reference to the fact Bruce is drinking now, and it's like, oh, you're not just pretending to drink anymore. And just as overrated, Batman was a superhero that turned evil and went to war crime that'd be scarier than evil Superman. Dick is Batman without the chip on his shoulder. Jason is Batman giving into his impulses. Tim is Batman Jr. Damian is Batman who accepted being the demon's head. Yeah. Razor said he pitched a story about Nightwing looking over Bloodhaven after he got nuked because it's overrun with criminals and gangs. Post-apocalyptic superhero story. So kind of like a Marvel The End type story. That'd be kind of cool. I know they've done some stuff where like Batman's in a post-apocalypse. How'd you write a good Damian Batman story given the chance? See, that's hard because, like, the entire point of Damian is he was raised by the League of Shadows, so he's not against killing. And his main conflict with Batman is he's like, Dad, we should kill. And he's like, no, we don't do that. So you got to find a way to make that interesting and not just, you've heard this a million times already. You play Doom? Way too much. Very good games. Justice Comics pissed me off so hard because why the fuck is Batman letting the Justice League be the Ceebo's contingency plan specifically to stop them? Didn't Jim have a son who was an evil bastard? Yeah. He becomes basically another Victor Zsasz. He's a serial killer. I just realized a bunch of magical healing bullshit in DC, but nobody helps Barbara. No, they do. She eventually regains her legs. She gets like a bionic spine or some shit like that. Rachel, it's called Aura Bra. Okay, man, you need to take a shower right now. I'll fucking smell you. Like, they Robin's acting as Bruce's found family after he lost his parents. It's really neat sentiment. Yeah. Let's see a good proper Nightwing story. The Devin Grayson run was really good before she was thrown to the feminist boards. And Gordon can't acknowledge that Bruce Batman because then he would be an accessory, so I don't like Barbara fucking Bruce. Yeah, I do not like Barbara fucking Bruce. I'm staunchly against that. It's like, no, she is his daughter. I think about how did Bruce explain Jason's death to the public. They knew he adopted another orphan, right? This is gonna sound really mean, but Jason didn't really matter to anybody. His parents were super fucking abusive. They never gave a shit about him. The only person that cared about him was Bruce. So when he died, it's like no one even cared. Damien's a result of being raised by a single mom who tried to baby trap his absent father. He's the epitome of fatherless. He's Batman's a black Jim Gordon, so we're getting a black Barbara. To be honest, I don't mind that episode. Another redhead black. Yeah, Joker killed his mom. Yeah. Batman's Absolute Batman. I've not read it yet. I hear it's pretty good, though. Alfred cared, too. Yeah, like, only Batman and his side of things ever gave a shit about Jason. You know, like, Barbara cared, Jim cared, Bruce cared, Alfred cared. They were the only people that looked out for him. Who's the Batwoman from The Mask of the Phantasm? I don't remember a lot of Batwoman, so I don't know. Jason telling Bruce sometimes people need to die, and Bruce yelling, Jason! That's on Bane's favorite depiction is them from Arkham Origins. Bane's awesome. The reason that Jason Arkham Knight's pissed and betrayed Bruce and Alfred were literally his only family. Yeah. Joker killed Jason's mother. Jason's mom betrayed Jason, then Jason tried to save her. Yeah. Some more tragic. Jason hates Bruce, one of the few that gave a shit about him. He's a lot better about it now. He's chilled out and is actually trying to be like a big brother to Damien, which I like that dynamic. I like the idea of Jason, who already walked the road of being a killer, is talking to Damien and is like, hey, there's a reason you don't do that because it's not as good of a road as you think it is. Like, I like that dynamic a lot. Red Hood and the Outlaws was good, better than Rebirth and New 52. Yeah. Barbara's the bad daughter in the Bat family. Never paired with her father being Bruce. Yeah. Who's one of the best runs of Punisher, in your opinion? I mean, that's easy. You have, like, Punisher Warzone, which is a classic. You have Garth Ennis Punisher Max, which is the definitive Punisher. I kind of like the Greg Rucka run. That one's pretty good. That's the one where he actually fights the Avengers. Little dumb, but you get punished. You get punished Snake, and that's pretty dope. It's funny that people were making that joke, and then you had actual punished Snake. Didn't the comic run Talia al Ghul try to groom Jason when he got resurrected? That sounds familiar. What about Punisher War Journal? Yeah, War Journal is really good. The Marvel Knights run, also by Ennis, is really good. Goes on a little bit too long, but that's kind of true of like every Punisher run. Jason originally just a Dick Grayson clone, name was heavily altered. Yeah. You like Arkham Origins? It's like they took animated series and Dark Knight Returns, Bane, smashed them together. Yeah. Punish Snake. That's not even a joke. So the Greg Rucka run, if I remember right, it was the Greg Rucka run. That's where you get Rachel. Punisher fights Vulture, and Vulture fucks up his eye, and he has to go on the run out of New York, and he's in like this small town, and he meets this kid, and the kid kind of breaks into one of his armories, and he sees Punisher, and he has like this big ass like lumberjack beard and long hair, and he's got like a patch over his eye. So he was literally just Punished Snake from MGS5. Have you read any of the old pulp novels for The Shadow? They're shockingly good. I've not touched The Shadow, but he looks pretty cool. Jason the Comic spends some time with the League, then Outcast. Yeah. Rebirth and New Age of Heroes are all kind of okay to pretty decent. Don't appreciate DC cancel all those books. Blessing in disguise, they haven't been ruined. Can't be the only who doesn't like the Lazarus Pit. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bullshit device, yeah. I think Punisher would begrudging respect for Batman like he does for Daredevil. Yeah, probably. Like, if he found out who Bruce Wayne was, he'd probably have a lot more respect. Because, like, if I remember right, yeah, Punisher does not know who Daredevil is. I don't even think he really cares. So all he sees him as is a goody two-shoes that's just beating people up and sending them to jail for them to walk right back out. And hell, even if he knew who Daredevil was, he probably wouldn't have even really given a shit, because, like, well, you're just a lawyer, you just defend him. Bruce Wayne specifically does what he can to reform criminals' lives. It's like, I will pay for your drug rehab, I will get you a job at Wayne Corps, like, I will do whatever I can to make sure you don't walk this road again. So he'd probably have a lot of respect for it's like, you know what, you actually are kind of changing things, so, you know, agree to disagree. Todd was also just using League of Shadows. He was never going to be their leader. Oh, yeah. The most disturbing music video you've seen is the gender Ray Simon by cow decapitation. I don't know. I don't really remember a lot of disturbing music videos. I think media needs more villains who are genius, bruisers, buff guys, big brain. I like Bane a lot. Yeah, I think Bane's awesome. You know, I like it, especially when they kind of set it up as like you think they're just the big dumb bruiser, and then you find out like, oh shit, he is smart as hell. Remember, I think he was intending to kill them too. The League of Shadows? I think so. I can't remember if he was intending to kill them all, or if he was just going to be like, hey, if you ever go in Gotham, I will kill you. That's why I hate Batman haters who reduce him to he beats poor people and not give them free money. Well, yeah, it's like, you actually look at the details. Batman does literally every physical thing possible he can do to help Gotham. The what decapitation? Cow Decapitation's a metal band. They're pretty good. Yeah, death metal band full of vegans. That time when Superman had to dress up as Batman, he fought Bane. That was fun. I think Bane could make brain venom to make him smarter. He doesn't really need it. Bane by himself is very smart. Bane especially was depicted as a smart bruiser in Arkham Origin, only for drugs to fuck with his brain. Yeah, it's like, that's a side effect of the Venom. The Venom kind of just throws him into a Hulk rage. But when he's actually able to, like, think clearly, he is extremely intelligent.
You just spent
Ultra Prime point, $50. Alfred Batman was the only man that ever gave a damn about Bruce. The Darkness was a great series. First 10 episodes are also good. Lena Inverse from Dragon Stars is beautiful. See, I'm not sure what you mean by Darkness and then first 10 episodes. Is there, like, a show version of the Darkness? Because if you say the Darkness, I assume you mean the comics, which I'm like, there's a show of that? Never heard that. And the people say they hate Batman because the Joker doesn't die by his hand. Well, they make it clear over and over again. It's not that easy. There we go. We get to click on the map. Click on the map. It's pretty cool. Yeah, here we go. Darren Gray has some MVs, music videos with disturbing imagery. Oh, okay. Oh, Darren Gray. Ah, okay. And Tomo so plays Jackie. Yep, Darkness had a great run. Oh, if you're talking about the comics, yeah, the comics are pretty fucking cool. Arkham Origins, it was Titan, and Titan went with Asylum, which is odd. Rocksteady dropped the ball on Bane twice. Big and great villains, Flash great villains. Yeah. Yeah, the Flash kind of has the luxury of, like, Spider-Man, where his villains have the potential to be really deep due to the fact that some of them aren't even really bad guys. They're just kind of, like, mentally ill, or there's another reason they're doing things. Or he just straight up has, like, a fucking psychopath that doesn't care. And he just wants to fuck over whatever Flash we're talking about. Whether it be Barry, whether it be Wally, like, they just want to fuck with him. Batman doesn't want to kill Joker and fix him, but Joker just doesn't care and wants chaos. Well, it's a thing where Joker made a game that he will do whatever he can to up the ante until Batman finally snaps and kills him. And it's now like a mental game between the two. You can debate whether or not that's the right thing to do, or if that's very selfish of Batman, but the whole point of Batman is he's like, I'm not the judge, jury, and executioner. I'm only here to get involved in situations that are fucking crazy. Basically like, hey, I'm not the one, I'm not supposed to be going around killing people because that's not my fucking job. I only have 2 of these. We're better off just going to the town and resting. Which Warner Bros. Montreal got doing another Arkham and instead of having to do Gotham Knights was super mid, yeah. I was blaming the state for not just giving Death Pony to Joker. Well, once again, that's why I like a lot of the details in Batman stuff, where they make it clear, like, a lot of the time, the reason why Joker is not put on death row or killed or anything like that is because there's some, like, hotshot psychiatrist that wants to make his career by fixing the Joker. Once again, Dark Knight Returns brings that up, where a guy was, like, trying to be a big Joker advocate and get him on the talk show, and then Joker just killed everybody. Core villains have rules too, like the rogues don't hurt women and children and don't kill a Flash because they know if they do, Batman and Superman will come and destroy them. It'd be funny if DC did a comic run where they bring Death Pony to Gotham. Flash has a rogues gallery that have deeply professional roles that keep them going too far because you really don't want to piss off Superman or Batman. Yeah. I can fix him, get broken by the Joker, and killed. Yeah. I mean, hell, that's what happened to Harley. Harley was another one of the hotshot psychiatrists that's like, no, I can fix the Joker, then ends up becoming his slave. That's why I don't like Bimbo Harley. I really don't like the Bruce Timm version of Harley where she was an idiot and didn't even really deserve her position. It's like, no, I love the idea of a genuinely good psychiatrist who is very smart and knows what she's doing, still falling under the Joker's influence. Like, that is terrifying. Someone who is put together and should be on the lookout for these tricks, still falling for it? Like, that's fucking freaky. I don't think they'll ever do Harley Corrupted by Joker story again on the big screen. Yeah, animated series Harley. Yeah, well, Bruce Timm kind of fleshed that out a bit more in some of the animated series verse comics, where he painted as, like, Harley basically slept her way to graduation and didn't actually earn her degree. That was one of those retcons I really didn't like. Flash 2 OP for his rogues gallery that aren't evil speedsters, yeah. On this point, how many hotshot psychologists does the state need to go through before issuing the Joker a death penalty, especially when all it took to kill him was giving Batman the choice? Flash just like Spider-Man, where they try their best to help their rogues, like how Sandman isn't even really evil, he just tries to get him right sometimes. Yeah. Honestly, if a judge brought the death penalty to Gotham, I'd just picture Bruce shouting, finally the system does its job. Never actually competent Harley over Bimbo Harley. Well, that's what makes the shift so terrifying. If she starts off as like a very put together and professional psychiatrist, and then she acts like the dumb bimbo she is as Harley, that's fucking creepy. Because it's like, holy shit, Joker could get that bad. Yeah, we can ignore the Batman animated series comics. I like the Mr. Freeze one. The Mr. Freeze one's pretty good. Remember to use the wishing fountain. That is true. Final Fiend fight trumpeter is here. Harley being good at her job is actually one of the reasons she falls under Joker's control. She's too good at it and starts thinking way too closely. Yeah, it's like the whole idea of her being very good at her job and Joker able to play that arrogance against her is great. Yeah, Harley's the post child for hybristophilia. Yeah. Jonathan Crane was the better psychiatrist turned villain. Well, he's a whole different deal. Like, Harley is just a slave to Joker. That's her whole thing. Her entire identity is tied to the Joker. I mean, she's literally Harley Quinn. Scarecrow is a whole other ball field of crazy. But I hate the fact that all it took to kill Joker off after he killed Alfred in a graveyard full of people is Harley forcing Batman a choice of saving her from bleeding out or save Joker again. Modern writers can't stand making an abusive monster like Joker competent at anything, much less brainwashing strong, independent, accomplished women. And never liked anti-hero Harley. I also am not a big fan of anti-hero Harley. She works a lot better being fucked up and crazy. That's why I like Arkhamverse Harley, where she is almost arguably worse than the Joker. You ever go into detail of how Harley is suddenly an acrobat when she puts on the clown suit? Like, was she a gymnast on her off time? No, I think she literally was a gymnast in college. Do you think it's funny we seeing Batman Beyond Harley actually gives up on crime and shit, settle down and had kids and grandkids? Dude, fucking White Knight's even crazier. She marries Bruce, and they're happy. Looks like a full moon tonight. Hey, what's that howling noise? Oh, shit. Yeah, Harleen was a candidate for Olympic sports. Yeah, it's like I thought. It's like, yeah, when she was in college, she was a gymnast, which is why when she actually does become Harley Quinn, she can actually fight. Hey, what? Yeah, check out the White Knight comics. They're actually really good. Literally, she chose her passion in criminal psychiatry, but she was fit for sports. For feeling brave and try the weapon shop challenge. Harley's character, Hugo Strange, our psychiatrist, supervillain pipeline in Gotham? Yeah. And Nana Harley was a great reveal. That was a fun reveal. The fact she's like scolding her granddaughters, like, hey, no, don't get involved with this shit. Because she knew exactly where it led. Wasn't there a story where Batman had Joker tied to a pole and Harley had a bomb on her? And she basically said either get me and stop the bomb or save the Joker outside a bomb. Yeah. That's where he actually lets the Joker die for once. The game studios going to Unreal Engine. I don't like it knowing who owns it. Yeah. As long as they're able to go, listen, we're going to use the engine how we fucking want. We're not going to touch your stupid shit. It's kind of useful, but may as well wait to synthesize a little bit more. The dumbest case of drama is when two YouTubers get in a drama against each other and one later gets into other drama, fans of the other want them to talk about it. Ever escalated Joker's body count, genocide dictator levels? Yeah. Also, White Knight Harley is my favorite design. It is really good. Joker solo graphic novel is criminally underrated. Thoughts on John Goodman? He's pretty good. I like him as an actor. At least groundwork laid for ability to dance with bats. Also, who is clearly not trying to kill or damage her too much. Yeah. Granted, she was never accomplished martial arts. She wasn't some powerlifting champion or anything. She very much was hit with a super crazy equals super strong stick, but there's at least groundwork. Yeah. You think when Joker kills orphans, Bruce is partially responsible? Well, the whole idea of like when Joker kills somebody, is that Batman's fault? It depends on the story you're talking about. If there's like multiple opportunities for Batman to kill Joker, and he does the whole like, no, it's a game. Like if he specifically talks about it as like it's a game between us, that's where it becomes like, nah, that's kind of just your fault, Bruce, because you're putting your game with Joker above people's lives. That's where you get shitty, Batman. But it's a thing of like, hey, I don't fucking kill people. It's not my job to kill people. Then that does kind of become more just on Arkham. Arkham/Gotham. Arkham, too. Arkham's a fucking horrific hospital. Everything in Justice Comics? Yeah, they're eh. Joker literally skinned someone alive in a solo graphic novel, and Harley literally doesn't say where, but somehow has a stronger presence than any of the anti-hero Harleys. I do a Frank West run and Tale of Two Wastelands, but your ass, I'm removing the talent company ambushes. I do one half decent thing on accident, and I'll get marks on my ass. It's thoughts on Jake Badman. Also don't like the lesbian Harley with Poison Ivy. I also don't like lesbian Harley. It just it leans back to the Laura Croft thing of like, it's the exact same cliche shallow romance, but they're lesbians now, so it's okay. Hard to believe the genocide maniac named the Joker doesn't get death penalty. Yeah. Bastard hit me with evil melody and then a Boofadine. There's a wishing fountain in the town's entrance. Yeah. Right now I'm trying to collect all the active time event scenes. Remember Razor talking about why how White doesn't like Batman's no kill rule? Well, he's a much bigger fan of the Shadow, who does kill. To me, it's a thing of like, the no kill rule is so ingrained in Batman as part of his identity that you can't really remove it without really explaining what you're doing. Once again, I will name drop Dark Knight Returns because I love Dark Knight Returns. That has some pretty good scenes where Batman doesn't kill anybody, but he is unafraid to let somebody die. He lets multiple goons point blank die and doesn't even try to save them. I mean, hell, Joker, he basically helps kill the Joker. So something like that works, but you understand that's a much more tired Bruce, that's an angry Bruce, that's a Bruce that's just physically done, and it's like, I just can't play the game anymore. Everything about Batman 2004 Harley's perfect. It's a shame she's very underrated Harley. Yeah, that version of Harley is exactly what I'm talking about, where she is professional and is like put together, and she thinks she's smarter than the Joker, and then turns out that's a bad idea. Yeah. Original Batman would kill, so would original Superman. Yeah, but you've had the no-kill rule much longer than the first iterations. That returns the good balance of Batman who kills. Yeah. I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you. Yeah. Say, Batman, Harley sure has gotten fatter if she slept with Bruce Wayne. Call me botanist man, because I have some serious oopsie daisies. Long Halloween's my favorite Batman story, and is the reason why I love Batman serial killer villains like Calendar Man. Dude, like, Long Halloween showed you can do Calendar Man in a way that is genuinely interesting. Like, his gimmick sounds so fucking goofy. He's obsessed with holidays and only commits crimes on holidays. But the fact they make him like a Seven-style serial killer, where he's basically a bit more of a refined Victor Zsasz, that's cool. Because, like, Victor Zsasz is decent, but I feel like anytime they want to do a Batman serial killer story, they kind of rely on Zsasz. When it's like, dude, you have Calendar Man right there. And him being able to essentially see things through that warped perspective to where he's arguably as smart as Batman, that's kind of cool. No kill rule could be fine in his comic. It's the comic's plot keeping villains like Joker alive. Yeah. Joker alive, and on top of that, make Joker double down with every appearance. To the point of, like, it does get to a point of, like, just kill this motherfucker. You like Cape Crusader? Cape Crusader's fun. Cape Crusader is really funny because, for one, it is a genuinely funny show. There's a lot of good, oh, no. I'm thinking Brave and the Bold. Cape Crusader, that's the new one. I kept thinking of Brave and the Bold because I was going to tell a story about Brave and the Bold. But Cape Crusader, what I saw, I liked. I thought it was pretty good. It takes a little bit too long to get going, and there were multiple scenes where I was like, hey, remember animated series? Wasn't the animated series cool? And I'm like, yeah, it was pretty cool. So, like, in the end, I'm like, Cape Crusader's pretty good, but I'm not going to, like, you know, defend it to the death or, you know, gush over it. Weedbro liked Cape Crusader a lot more than me. He really liked Cape Crusader. Read Gotham 1919? I have not. Problem with Zaz, just like the Riddlers, you need a good writer who can really use the gimmick to its fullest. Most writers these days can't do that. Yeah, it's kind of a good point. Trumpet around too. Brave and the Ball is best Batman line. Number of Hammer of Justice unisex. Where is he even allowed to kill Joker anymore? It's a writer has Joker died in his run. Does Corporate come down and tell him to redo it? No, because they can just bring him back. There's like a million different ways you can bring Joker back. Lazarus Pit clone. He infected someone with Joker blood. Now they're the Joker. Like they have run through all the different types. It's like animated series Joker. He will only do something hilarious if he thinks it'll be a good punchline without going too crazy. Yeah. And the fact that he's able to kind of like fuck with Batman doing that, where he's like, wait a minute, you thought I was gonna do that? I'm not a monster. It's like, that's kind of fun. There we go. We gotta stock up on some stuff. Vincent Martello got a lot of shit being hoped from Final Fantasy 13. Man, he was perfect. Jason Todd, old boy, killed the Joker with a butter knife to the eye. Swinging by corporate, come down, tell him to redo it. Well, no, like they've killed Joker in like a few different stories before. It's just kind of different variations of it. Like a lot of the time, if they kill Joker, it's kind of its own little universe anyway. So they're kind of like, just do whatever you want. Who cares? I can't make Riddler black because then they'll replace the M in his last name with G. Raping the Iris, how you beat Joker. So an FB with the art of Elric, and top two comments say he looks like Canon Alucard. I know Razor seething somewhere right now. This is Elric's legacy. Calendar Man needs to be the villain of a Batman movie. Maybe merge him with a Holiday Killer. Yeah, like that's kind of the interesting thing with the Matt Reeves universe. Like they're heavily inspired by Long Halloween, but there is no mention whatsoever of Holiday. That makes me really interested in how they're going to do the sequel. Because if they're going to do the sequel and introduce Harvey Dent, are they going to try to incorporate Holiday with that? Because if they do, they run into the issue of the Riddler already did all the Holiday killings. So how's that going to work? Also, the fact that the Falcons are already destroyed, and in the Penguin show, it looks like Oswald's going to kill the Maronis as well. So it's like, how can you do Holiday because everyone they want to kill is already dead? Mr. Joker just want to throw a pie in Batman's face and make him sit on a whoopee cushion. I listen to the K-pop band Infinite Annihilator. I don't know a damn thing about K-pop. I like how Joker died in the anime Death in the Failing movie. Light joke into Jason realizing who he is and killing him. Perfect full circle. Yeah. Make it Court of Owls. Like Holiday's targeting the Court of Owls? That will be That'd be weird, but I could see that. Remy with this Batman, if you have the time, who makes up a small percentage yet do half the crime? Another coin in the slums. That was a good point. Let's go back. How about Clock King? Maybe. I would like to see him try to tackle Mad Hatter. That'd be a fucking wild-ass left turn. Ultra fine point for $10. Watchmen really destroyed the whole point of superheroes. Well, Watchmen was never meant to become a genre-defining thing. It was meant to be its own little self-contained story. Like, it wasn't meant to be as hoard out as it was. It's just everyone who read Watchmen, that was like the only comic they read. Then they got into comics. Another twist about Berto Falcone and the Holiday Killer. Having a mobster kill their mobster pretend to be a serial killer is really cool and unique. Yeah, it was kind of cool. Need to show up Joker for a few years. Going too much of a criminal mastermind is taking gimmicks away from other villains. Yeah, it's kind of true. That'd be cool, especially if they lean heavily on the Alice in Wonderland aesthetic. Yeah. Second attempt at a live-action Mr. Freeze, so who would play Victor? Maybe like Christoph Waltz. You know, he is meant to be German. Watchmen's a good standalone story. Should not become the main theme, yeah. Hush would make a good movie villain. Yeah, Hush I think would do well. And the Reeves verse is kind of at a luxury where they could introduce Hush and he wouldn't really feel that rushed. Because Hushed, all you need to do is establish Batman's been Batman for a little while. Maybe a few years, maybe he's been doing it for like 10 years, you know? That kid could be a great serial killer too. Yeah. One Mark Strong for Mr. Freeze, but he's playing Carmine Falcone and the Penguin. Yeah. My Steam Mom sale's coming up. I'm wondering if I should buy FF13 or 7 from the sale. Which version of 7? Because if it's Remake 7, maybe. If it's OG 7, it's usually dirt cheap anyway, so you can basically get it for pennies. Will they get a dwarf to play Mad Hatter? Just CGI him in. Thanks, Peter Dinklage. What's some Beware the Batman? I didn't care too much for it. Victor Zsasz would be a good villain to introduce. Yeah, like an actually good Zsasz, especially with the fact that the Matt Reeves stuff seems to explicitly be about Batman hunting, like, mobsters and serial killers. I think that'd be dope. You know, I like Detective Batman. I like him actually having to figure out his villains and things like that. It's like, that's cool. That's on Thomas Vinterberg's The Hunt. That's one with Mads Mikkelsen, right? I thought that was pretty good. What I did like about Beware the Bat was Alfred actively training Bruce day in and day out. That was cool. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Coins at the back of the slums? Was it? I don't remember where the coin's at. We talked about Guts being on a boat for 8 years, but Shrike's been asleep for at least a year. Very sleepy witch. That's on Gotham. The show, it had some pretty cool ideas. I like the fact it had some, like, Criminal of the Week guys that really weren't Batman villains at all. They were just kind of random schizos. That was kind of cool. The multiple Jokers was fucking weird, and you can tell they wanted to dedicate to a Joker. Then at the last second, they're like, fuck, let's not do that. I see Robert Pattinson being known for more stuff than just dude from Twilight. Yeah, right? As one of the slums, one of the wishing fountain, we have to do the fountain multiple times. All right. I was trying to remember, like, where is it in the slums? You know Robin Williams? Everyone knows Robin Williams. Kristen Stewart Till's taking L's. Joker thing was because I think DC wouldn't allow it, like how they wouldn't allow Robin in some shows. Yeah. Love how Robert Pattinson's improved his crap. That line about fucking a steak will never not be funny. Oh, it's great. Robert Pattinson killed it in Boy in the Heron. A legit, really great voice actor. He just genuinely seems to care. Personal favorite Robin Williams movie is Bicentennial Man, 1999. I dream $2. Thoughts on cheating? In what way? Like cheating in a game? Because I don't care too much about that. If you're cheating on, like, your wife or something, you're a piece of shit. Getting in those squats. Okay, so... should be down the ladder and somewhere behind the tent. Gotcha, okay. You may as well get these now, because they are kinda important. Not super, but they unlock a new ending. Well, not new ending, but new cutscene for an ending. I'm glad Pattinson turned out okay. Seeing the Batman movie, Lapooned in the Boys Season 4 made me unreasonably agitated. Well, it's because the Boys all around is just this very... how do I describe this without sounding like I'm bullying a mental patient? So, The Boys Season 4 very obviously has that issue where it is every single thing it's making fun of. Meanwhile, it doesn't even realize that that's what it's doing. We've talked about endless times where The Boys comic is leagues above the show. It actually has something it wants to say. You know, it's unafraid to say it. And it's like, no, fuck you. This is the point I want to make. It's a very, I don't want to necessarily say stubborn. I guess principled is the weird way to say it. It's a very principled kind of comic where it's like, no, fuck you. This is the story I want to tell. I don't care if you don't like it. You know, that kind of thing. And obviously a lot of people were kind of pissy about it because they go like, oh, well, it makes fun of superheroes and it doesn't like Stan Lee. It's like, a lot of that's urban legend shit. People are trying to say that Garth Ennis doesn't like Captain America, and it's like, no. Garth Ennis likes superheroes. He likes Superman. He actually wrote a pretty good Superman run. It's just the fact he doesn't like superheroes took over the entire genre of comics. Because he was alive for when the Comics Code Authority completely destroyed entire genres. People don't realize it, but fucking comics before the Comics Code Authority were an incredibly diverse market. You had war comics, you had horror comics, you had pulp comics. You had this entire spectrum of genres you can get into. Yeah, Ennis also writes good Batman. Yeah. So when the Comics Code Authority came in, that basically set up the big two monopoly we see, where it's either Marvel or DC, maybe Image, maybe Dark Horse, that kind of thing. And that's what he was pissed off about, especially with The Boys. The Boys was him lamenting the corporatization of superheroes and how it's basically a genre controlled by people who don't even care anymore. There we go. Yeah, horror was bigger than superheroes. Yeah, the Creep Show, Tales from the Dark Side. There we go. Bloodsword's pretty fucking useful. You may slap that on Steiner. But yeah, like, horror comics are extremely popular. Blame Menace for hating how superheroes are just what comics are on the mainstream. Yeah. Should be able to get the Bloodsword out. Also, if you want to try a new synthesis, could be the building near the park. I hold off on synthesis till I'm closer to the end of the game, because then I'll have enough money and be able to get a reliable enough source of money to where I don't have to worry about, you know, buying dupes over and over again. Yeah, all because of Wine Moms in the 60s, yeah. I admit the ending of the Boys comics is really stupid and bad. No, I like the ending. I like the ending. I like the failed coup. I like Huey having to kill Butcher. Like, I like all that stuff. In Lighthouse with Defoe and Pattinson? Yeah, it's a great movie. Journey into Mystery told all sorts of stories, not just cape ones. Yeah. Speaking of horror, ever seen Darkman, Sam Raimi's first Superman movie, or Spider-Man? Yeah. Alright. So let me see. What does Steiner have for a weapon? I think he has... Yeah, he has the Mithril Sword. So what does Bloodsword give him? Okay, Bloodsword gives him Dark Side. So we'll hold off until he learns the Armor Break. And stuff with Black Noir being a clone of Homelander, thought that was stupid, could just be me. No, I like that. I like that a lot. You know, it plays with the superhero idea. Like, you never know who Black Noir is, and then you get that big twist. It's like, oh, shit. So I left, claiming all horrors leftists was frustrating to hear with their gaps in knowledge and history of that pompous attitude. Yeah. Okay. Darkman is supposed to be a shadow movie. Glad Raimi made its own thing. Yeah. Ultrafine $0.5. Carthan is badass. Yeah, I like it. I like his stuff a lot. Like I said, the only stuff I really don't like is Crossed. I don't like Cross that much. I think his Punisher stuff went on too long. Oh, manga exploded here in the West. Back then, this is where things like Berserk and Devilman became popular. Yeah. I think good time from the A24. Yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, now I gotta remember where to go. If I remember right... Yeah, we don't do the card tournament yet. You do that when you have Zidane. It's all set up. It works, and it's VOT. Of course, they had a contingency, and it's done the most VOT way possible. Yeah. What's Crossed about? Crossed is... think 28 days later, where there's a big viral infection going around, but instead of turning people into zombies, it drives people completely insane. It turns off all inhibition, so any impulsive thought you have, you will just do. And usually that involves rape or hyperviolence or a mixture. Boys exist in the same brain space as Postal for me. Both are really crass media. They have a lot more to say when you actually look at them. Yeah. Darkman suffered a bit from studio forcing Raimi to cast Liam Neeson in the MC, Chip and Bruce Campbell. At least he showed up at the very end. Yeah. Jonah Hex still got a really bad movie. Josh Brolin with it. Yeah. Man fought Dracula once. Orgies when being skinned. Yeah, stuff like that. It's very over-the-top violence. You have the salt scene where a guy thinks that a way to ward off the cross is to pour salt on the ground. And he does that, and then a bunch of cross show up, and they kill and rape his family. Remember what Cross is? Thanks to Hell on Earth 3 did a Halloween costumes post where he dressed up as one of the characters like Horsecock. Yeah, there we go. Oh, right. Yeah, you have to track down Marcus. You gotta figure out when he went. Okay. Yeah, and he's in the tavern. Okay. I remember now. One tweet Razor made that I wish I could come back is that before the whole stupid fucking comics code made us lose all of our horror, western, fantasy comics from the mainstream. Yeah, it's true. The Comics Code Authority was what normalized the idea of superheroes because that was the easiest thing to make into kids media. Yeah, he's down here. Yeah, it was the easiest stuff to kind of water down into being kids media. Meanwhile, you had stuff like war comics and cowboy comics and detective stuff and, you know, horror stuff. Like I said, you know, you had Creepshow and Tales from the Dark Side. Like, what kicked off those becoming shows was them starting off as these little pulp comics. And they were a lot of fun. People really liked them a lot. But because of the Comics Code Authority, they had to stop because that's not age appropriate. Even though the entire point was they were age inappropriate. They weren't meant for kids. Do we still have Comics Code? No, that's been long gone. You can basically do whatever you want in comics now. It's just a matter of working with your publisher and working with your age demographic. Because I mean, if you're part of like a Marvel line aimed towards kids, obviously you cannot include a rape scene. Postal video when? Yeah, damage is done. Yeah, basically damage is done. You've had multiple generations now that just grew up under nothing but superhero stuff. Speaking of comics, Cyberpop, that is true. I heard that one's coming out. I hear that one's pretty good, you know. Some more dockies and boxes for them to buy, you know. Just saying, you know. I think it'd be pretty cool. I hear it's really cool. They have really cool stuff in the works. I'm not biased. Shut up. So with your comic, what's the age you're selling to? Oh, hard R. Hard fucking R. Magneto has gotten to the violence, and he understands the level of gore I'm asking for. I specifically told him, don't be afraid to turn people into paint, and he's like, oh, hell yeah. Are you still going to Florida? Not only am I going to Florida, I may actually be able to go down to that work function I thought was canceled. Apparently Orlando was not touched near as bad as what they said it was. Man, Death Wish 2 is brutal. Best of the 5. I think Code was abolished in the 70s. That's when supernatural occult-based characters popped up like Ghost Rider. Yeah. Well, Stan Lee wanted to make an anti-drug comic of Spider-Man when Harry overdosed and got rejected, so he released him without the authority. Yeah. Earlier media bought this up. Said imagine you were born like only 15 years ago and all you know about pop culture is Marvel. Love Kuja's theme. Kuja's theme is great. I like Kuja as a villain a lot. He's actually kind of underrated in regards to Final Fantasy villains. Because like he has so many good moments. The Great Dark Knight Returns, best comic book story. It's one of my favorites. I fucking love that one. This Comics Code also essentially put a monopoly on comics from Marvel and DC, getting IPs like Star Wars and Halo. Yeah. Has Nick stopped hanging out with Dick and Vito? I don't know. I've not kept up with that. That brain teaser shot was Kiss. Yeah. Fucking great. You ever read any of Hodorowski's comics? They hurt my eyes. That man's brain is on a whole fucking different dimension. Have you read I Hate Fairyland yet? I have not. My opinion, Postal 1 is a critique of media's glamorization, normalization of violence, which was way ahead of its time. Yeah, the Postal games have a lot more under the hood than you would think, which is funny because they're mainly known for just being irreverent comedy. There are 14-year-old kids in the world who haven't even seen Dark Knight. This guy didn't care much about Kuja, but as an adult, his final dialogue was, Zidane hit me like a sack of bricks. Yeah. Well, I love the moment after he betrays the one guy, and he's like, oh, haha, now I'll become a god, and the main guy he betrays literally gives him one last speech before he dies and says, you understand you're going to die, right? And he's like, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, you were never going to win. You're going to die. And for that little bit of a moment, Kuja's like, oh, you're fucking with me. You're fucking with me, right? He's fucking with me, right? And you can tell he's freaking out. Ultra Fine Point for $10. I had the greatest laugh at Deadpool vs. Wolverine. Loved it. It's pretty good. I like it. Also, recently, speaking of Vito, it seems Vito made a jab at Steve-O for going sober. Yeah, I made fun of him for it, because, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Never shit on a guy for going sober. You are just a piece of shit and want to drag him down to a downward spiral if you do that. Pulse 2 reminds me of a more violent Shenmue. You're the Great Teacher Onizuka authors making a new manga. It's a spin-off of Great Teacher where Uchi Yamada is in fucking Silent Hill. $2 for $2. Go read I Hate Fairyland. It's good. Imagine if animation was big in the West like in the East. Maybe Marvel would just animate all the great story materials, cool spin-offs, edgier characters like Ghost Rider and Blade. Yeah, that'd be dope. Someone gives someone else shit for going sober. My mind immediately goes to Nick on the nose. Yeah. Only 4 box tiers left, people. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Oh, they're flying off the shelves here. You may want to get your boxes before they're gone. Because, I mean, unironically, this is the last time we're updating the boxes. Eco for $1. Speaking of first edition, have you seen them with first edition Space Marines were like? They're basically Marines Malevolent chapter in the Imperial Fist had ritualistic shit eating. My god. The fuck is going on with Warhammer? One second, I'm clicking through some things on my end. There we go. You know, Tarantino was going to make a Sergeant Rock movie at some point? That is weird. Yeah, how dare he try to claim himself up and kick his chemical dependency. Gucci Ma's going in to rescue his Cresta. Everyone's making jokes about that. It's like his version of Silent Hill is Pyramid Head stole his Cresta, so he's chasing Pyramid Head. You watch Steve-O, Demise, and Rise, you know he's worked hard for sobriety. Yeah, his wife saved his fucking life. What IPs do you think have fumbled consistently? Oh, that's... It's more like what hasn't. As for okay, the very start Marines were very different. Tarantino was trying to make a Luke Cage movie. Oh yeah, Cyberpop was skeptical and I saw the trailer for it and I had a kick-ass song, so I might check it out. I'm talking about the Thunder Wars or genetic soup of mistakes and rage. His Cresta, I figured it would be about his daughter again since Silent Hill story. It's not literally Silent Hill. He gets sent to another dimension, which is like a fucked up nightmare place full of monsters. Everyone just makes the joke it looks like Silent Hill. Don't think a Luke Cage movie would work well, more of a TV show. I think Luke Cage could work fine for a movie. It has to be a very stylized movie where it's like an old 70s blaxploitation, because that's kind of the point of Luke Cage. Would you eventually cover Metro? You're going to really love the franchise. I played Metro. I played the Metro games. I've read the books. Taryn Hill also almost made a Silver Surfer movie. I've seen Jackie Brown. It's my favorite Tarantino film. It's not my favorite, but I like Jackie Brown a lot. That one's good. Postal literally has dedicated button inputs for offing yourself and executing others. There's no way that was done just for shock value. There's a legitimate reason they did it. Well, the joke is the fact that the joke is the irreverency. It's the fact of like, oh shit, you can do that in a game from like 2004. That's some style. That's why Netflix show bored me. It was so dry. Iron Fist should be in a kung fu movie instead of Shang-Chi. Yeah. How did you cry during Exodus ending? I didn't cry, but I felt something. I was like, oh shit, this is a really nice ending. Iron Fist show was so bad, it's sad. Yeah. Recruited a Shiki Oji. Oh. Still pissed off at how awful the Iron Fist show was, because that easily could have been a banger. It could have been great, yeah. It could have been fucking sick, but no, at that point they were running out of steam. They were running out of steam bad. Got Daisoju, probably the best demon in SMT3. Yeah, especially having worked with Luke Cage. Yeah, Luke Cage and Iron Fist have great chemistry. Funny how quiet the game got for a moment. It was meant to be a sneaky scene. So I want to say Uchi Yamada. I remember his English VA, Bob Pappenbrook, died, and how good he was as Uchi Yamada and other characters I liked. Yeah. We'll have a proper spar between the real Iron Fist and Daredevil. Yeah, that would have been sick. There we go. Yeah. Postal Run came out 2 years before Columbine. Columbine was glamorized by the media. Postal criticized the media for glamorizing violence. Same media that hated Postal for being mindlessly violent. Yeah, I know. I know about the history of Postal. Speaking of Daredevil, man, starting to get slightly warm to the idea of Born Again, man. Trying to get my hopes up, yeah. Well, the fact they seem to have literally torn the entire project down and rebuilt it, that's at least somewhat of a sign they're trying, but yeah, we're probably going to feel that. You guys going to play Siren this Halloween, or are we going to go through all Silent Hill series? I don't know what Shota has planned. SMP3 Fusion's broken. Made Daisoju with all attack, all reflect physical, and debilitate, and a few buffs. I played Postal 4? A little bit, yeah. I only played the builds that still ran like ass, though. Look at the off Frank and Born Again. I don't think they'll kill him, but they'll probably try to write him off, trying to write him away. I was like, oh, he gave up being the Punisher for the 3rd time. Daredevil, the OG Netflix version, so they say, is coming back in the Born Again arc, a new series, but still Disney. Yeah, I just don't trust Disney. Should have the remake wasn't censored. There was a scene with Pyramid Head that looked really toned down compared to the original, made it look less sexual. If you're talking about the sink scene, he was never raping them. Masahiro Ito even came out and flat out said he was never raping them. Ultra 5.5 bucks. Semper Fidelis Marine Corps. Saw the leaked screenshots that cops wearing the Punisher gear, and oh no, I didn't expect Disney to handle that topic well at all. Yeah, that's gonna suck. If they make it clear it's like a bunch of corrupt cops, that could at least be something, but you know for a fact they're going to have one be racist. They're going to have at least one be racist. John Bernthal says loyal to the character, so I trust he'll fight for him to stay comic accurate. That's the hope. That is the hope. The more I look into John Bernthal and the Punisher, the more it does genuinely seem like he loves the guy and wants to pay tribute to the Punisher. Why they frame it like that made it more uncomfortable to me. Well, no, he was never raping them. He explicitly was never raping them. Ito even flat out said that was never what was happening. That was just a fan theory that spread around because no one could really tell what Pyramid Head was doing. They want a scary game to play on Spooky Month? Try the Ghost level in the Rugrats Search for Reptar for the PS1. Shit's too scary for words. Who do you think would also work in Batman Beyond situation where they have to mentor a new version? I'm talking like who would train Terry along with Batman. If you're not going to use his actual fucking teacher, you know, the one lady, fuck it, have it be like an old Nightwing. You know, he's around like 40s now. That could kind of work. 40s or 50s. So what was he doing? He was trying to shove him down the drain. Like, it's not really clear what he was doing, but you can kind of see Pyramid Head's trying to shove it down the drain. Love the foreshadowing about Gaia there. Yeah. I think they mean which superheroes could you see training their replacements like old Bruce does for Terry? If you're talking like a Batman Beyond thing, but for other superheroes, I don't know, really. Because at that point, you have to come up with like a completely original kid to take over. Cops Punisher tires that a reference to the school shooting with the Mexican children a while ago? Makes sense, Pyramid trying to dispose of the body. Yeah. You know, because Pyramid Head's like savage. It is just savage punishment. Pyramid Head hates women to think I have common ground with this interdimensional pain demon. Barbara does kind of help in the movie. That is true. Yeah, given the context of what Pyramid Head represents. Yeah. The mannequin he was like tussling with was still alive. That's why a lot of people thought he was raping it. But no, it was either he was trying to shove it down the drain or he was just trying to fight it off. But it was not rape. That was something Ito has come out and said multiple times. He was never raping it. Or the PS1 JRPG Legend of Legaia? I have not. Tiny Garnet must protect. We're playing Evil Within 1 for Spooky Month. Yeah, the game can be best described as rough. Evil Within 2 is just way better. Remake made the scene look more suggestive. Works me other scenario makes sense for Pyramid Head, but that's well enough. Still suits the scene. Yeah, like that was just a thing he was doing, and you don't really know what he's doing, but all you know it was bad. Like that was kind of the whole point of Pyramid Head. You have no idea what the hell that thing is. You don't know what it's doing. All you know is whatever it's doing cannot be good. Pyramid Head was a manifestation of guilt James felt for not only killing his wife, but his sexual desire as well. So Pyramid Head punishing the sexual nurses is to punish him for his desire. Well, it's not the nurses, it's the mannequins, because the nurse hasn't shown up yet. But yeah, basically. Because Pyramid Head represents just pure, unbridled punishment. He is literally a boogeyman chasing after James. Like location Evil Within 1, plot's a mess. Yeah, it was a cool tech demo. That Pyramid Head's chasing you, so run. Yeah. Well, I especially like that first scene where he shows up. I like the remakes they did with that, where James shoots at him from the closet, but Pyramid Head doesn't like scurry away. He basically shrugs it off and just stares at James. I love that. You know, that to me is like, oh fuck. Any theories on Silent Hill Forte F? We know it's 1960s Japan. It seems like a small town with, I'm assuming, schoolgirls. Knowing the Higurashi guys behind it, they'll probably tease another loop theory where the girls will probably be stuck in a loop. Beyond that, I do not know. Check it out sometime. Turn-based RPG and fighting game hybrid. Really solid story. That is fucking crazy. Really like Evil Within 1. Why does it look down on? Because Evil Within 2 is just better. Pyramid Head, specifically James Punisher, nobody else's. But it's a little bit more malevolent than the Punisher. Like, it's unafraid to, like, kill people that are technically not involved. Pyramid Head, no selling the bullets is great. I like the idea of James being unable to harm him until he starts facing his guilt and truth. Yeah. Silent Hill really be taken out of America? That is a good question. Like, it'd be fucking weird if, like, it starts off in Japan and then shifts to, like, Silent Hill in America, but there'll still be some bleed over of like, Japanese culture. That'd be fucking trippy. Because, like, one minute you're in Japan, next minute you're in fucking Silent Hill in America, and it's all in English, and the character's like, what the fuck's going on here? You can become Pyramid in Homecoming. Getting very The Grudge up in here. Yeah, right? Wonder how they explain the world-spanning portal to it. It'd be weird. Like, that all depends that they're gonna do that. Like, more than likely it's gonna be in Japan. They'll just come up with their Japanese version of Silent Hill. The Room is best Silent Hill game. It has, like, one of the coolest concepts. We're gonna Silent Hill America. Thoughts on the games? I love Silent Hill. If we're talking about, like, western side of Silent Hill, that's a little bit more of a hit and miss. Or Justify we play Evil Within over the second one, or Dead Space over NERE. Although being that Silent Hill isn't so much a place when it comes to the limbo aspect of it, more of a psychological prison may manifest. That depends if you want to talk about the cult stuff. If you're talking about the cult stuff, it's literally a town. It's just been corrupted. If you go into, like, the personal hell aspect, yeah, that's a little bit different. May as well just say that there are other places in the world that can become twisted into a Silent Hill. I think that's basically what they're going to do. Like, it's a Japanese town. It's just been corrupted in a similar way to Silent Hill. Come on, Garnet. There we go. That's an Evil Dead Rise. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, personal hell is a symptom of a corrupted town. Yeah. Cold Smaller after the Puritans is an American thing, not a Japanese thing. But they can tie it into, like, Japanese genocides of Christians if they want to keep that angle. You have similarities, but, like, you don't have faded Americana suddenly show up in a Japanese suburb or something. Yeah. I'd be surprised if Fate Strange Fake, the location roughly translates something akin to Fuyuki. Western developers just turned Silent Hill into a therapy machine. I don't like it. Well, they were following off the back of 2. 2's whole thing was, it was about protagonists, because it was James and his journey, and everything was built around James's journey. So they tried to recapture that in Homecoming. Downpour as well, and Shattered Memories. I think Shattered Memories was still an American one. Well, the whole idea is, like, it was the protagonist psychology that affected things. Which is why Homecoming plays out the way it does. It's why Downpour is explicitly just them trying to remake Silent Hill 2. And then you had Shattered Memories. Shattered Memories was at least them trying to be a bit more clever about it, where it's like, well, the game is literally psychologically profiling you as you play it, and it's like, it's something. I would like more Silent Hill, but you can't start, you start the game there and everything is just normal until you walk through just random door, maybe even seeing normal world through windows. That'd be kind of cool, yeah. It would kind of play off an idea of, like what The Room did, where The Room, there would be moments where you, like, look through a window and everything's perfectly fine, then you look back and you're in hell. Like Silent Hill 3, but the protagonist isn't helpless, and she does take action against the call's revenge, but it is love that saves her in the end. Yeah, Heather's great. I'm sure for you, Silent Hill with the MC is actually one of the monsters, but doesn't know it, manifested and interacted with by the humans that are there. Maybe. Sure, remembers us as a remake of Silent Hill 1. Yeah. Just like Fatal Frame, there's places where places become connected to another plane of existence. Yeah, I can see that. How's stream going? Pretty good. Pretty good. If you're a normal dude and go into Silent Hill, nothing happens if you're unrelated to Silent Hill, but if you're evil, you get the personal hell you're related to. Silent Hill, you get the culture. Yeah. Well, sometimes not even explicitly evil people that see the fucked up Silent Hill. It's people who just kind of get unlucky. There's gonna be a monster that can be a neat way to explain human enemies. Well, if you get human enemies in a Silent Hill game, at that point you're kind of getting lazy. Let's see, Silent Hill having a mix of old Japanese towns and small American town idea. Makes the game even more strange to see Japanese and English words mixed together with signs. Garrett Farrell, historian, did a pretty good 2077 video where he says post-capitalist society won't be common, but instead be decentralized to the point that the state can't interfere like it does today. Yeah, I can imagine. Ultrafine point, $5, singing the song of gamers. And all people are affected by Silent Hill. The kid in Silent Hill 2 didn't see anything. Yeah, Laura explicitly didn't see anything. Silent Hill makes you face your sins or traumas you either overcome and get past, or it kills you. Yeah. Or in James's case, it literally doesn't matter what you did. It just decides that you're bad enough where you stay there forever. Making Yuki build in 2077, what stat should I invest into? We've talked about it before. Very high cool, very high reflex, very high strength, intelligence very low. And I say very high, but I mean like as high as you can physically get it. So I know it's just basically very invasive therapy. It's not even therapy. Like I said, and if you're going with the personal hell thing, then James never leaves Silent Hill. He is stuck there. It is just hell. Was that one Japanese game where he plays a priestess cleansing a corrupted shrine of demons? Have something like that set in Silent Hill? I think that was the one FromSoft worked on. What about tech stat? Not very high tech, not very high intelligence. Silent Hill wants to kill you. It's just if you stop feeling guilty, it can't. It's not that it can't, it's that you will have the strength to fight it off. I think James comes to terms with killing his wife and guilty suffers from it. He eventually leaves with Laura to raise her as his wife would have wanted. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the leave ending, is that James gets to have this happy ending, quote-unquote. Yeah, Kuon was a FromSoft game. Rebirth Schizo winning is the best one. Is Steiner Pal or Dark? He's a lot more... He's kind of both, because he can learn Dark Side, but he's a lot more like Paladin. Really, he's more of like a... He's kind of weird to define, because Paladin implies he has like some kind of white magic, but he doesn't really. He mainly leans on Vivi with black magic. Like, he can use spells with a sword. You ever have a favorite Metro book, game, DLC, character? I like the Last Light. I thought Last Light was dope. And in regards to book, I like the original 2033. Remember what scene now? It wasn't the sink scene, it was the one by the stairs. But the more I look at it, the more he looks like he's eating the mannequins. I don't think he'll be happy per se, but I think he comes to realize the truth and face the reality of the situation. He ran from it all the time and believed his wife wasn't dead. Yeah. Yeah, Beatrix the Paladin. Yeah, she's a lot more like a Paladin. Like the Maria ending, because it shows James learn nothing and probably kill a lot of run-through whore women. I think oh yeah. How do you think Laura took James having Mary's dead body in the back seat? So I know force James to face action come to terms with his punishment. Yeah. Well, the whole backseat thing is only if you buy into either the specific theory around it or the rebirth ending. I personally am not a big fan of the backseat detail, just because to me that's like a step too far into like, okay, this dude's just like off his fucking rocker crazy. That to me is like a level of like, we don't need to go that far. I think that's called spell swords. Yeah, basically. Wish 14 Paladin didn't suck. Average Demi Fiend to level 69. Hehe. I've beaten Silent 2 Remake? I haven't beaten Remake yet. I literally just got to the Eddie boss fight. Like, I just got past the cutscene where you have to chase him into the meat locker. One theory is the MC would be a half-Japanese GI protagonist. Keep in mind, we know nothing to go off of. Yeah, we have no idea what the hell they're gonna do. Higurashi guy is, like, fucking crazy. Yeah, and 5 they're called Mystic Knights. Yeah. The town is making him stupid. One thing I'll admit, I don't like about Silent Hill 2 remake, new theme of lore at the end, not as good as the original. I haven't heard it yet. Hopefully it's still good. I've loved all the music so far. I thought the music is great so far, but if they kind of miff theme of lore, that'll make me sad. What is that thing? It's a giant bug. It's our car. See, a lot more pals than other tanks in Dungeon Trials. Probably because it's the easiest one to level up. It's one of the starters. You play squad? Not very often. Ever since the fucking anti-cheat scare, it made me go like, not right now. Eddie, what are you doing? And it's a lot more like a big termite. Yeah, the Gargant, yeah. Should have kept Overdose Delusion for the Lee of Kreitz music. Backseat thing would be hilarious because the lore. Just imagine what James would be trying to do if he remembered where he put Mary. How's the Iggy? She's still great. She's still good. Really cool concept for an airship underground. Yeah, I love the little bug guy. Let's go on the plot now. So, while Zidane and his party are discovering that Queen Braun is a fucking genocidal maniac, Garnet refuses to believe that and thinks she can talk to her mother and make her see reason. So she's trying to get back home. Winston's still chunky and still flappy. Always like they included a natural predator for the Gargants. Yeah. Had James smuggle a corpse to his car anyway. Yeah, it's it's a fun little like fucked up detail, and it works for the Rebirth ending where it's New Game Plus. So at that point, like, yeah, James just completely lost his fucking mind. But I prefer it as like, nah. I prefer just a little background thing or like a little like interpretation thing. I think if he has the body in the car the whole time, he's just like way too fucking crazy. How's the fam? They're doing good. They're doing pretty good. Anti's bullshit. Can't play Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Yeah, right? Don't remember, but didn't James' wife decide to die at home so James could have stuffed her body into his car? No. I think she was still at the hospital. It's been a while since I played, so once I actually get to the ending and remake, I'll be able to remember then. But no, I think she still died in the hospital. That's why I think, like, isn't the final boss, like, you go back to, the hospital? James, ex-Secret Service, ex-Navy SEALs, got stealth powers. That snail get the salt. James having Mary's body in the backseat's kind of hilarious. Like, how did a cop not see that? James getting arrested in Soundhood should be an ending. And Mary's allowed to spend time at home by the doctors. Ah, that was it. Okay, yeah. That's fam. Like I said, they're good. Why is E.G. Bonkowski a relatable character? Because he's great. He's fantastic. Supposed to be the hotel roof. Ah, okay. Ichiban in Silent Hill. He would see nothing. He's not a bad person. Guy in my town drove around with his mom's body in his car. Jesus. That's fucked. My show stream, you got the adopt lore ending. How the hell does the conversation home go after he tells her he killed Mary, so you want to get a Happy Meal? Fuck you, James. Well, obviously James would never tell her. Yeah, that'd be something he, like, takes to his grave. Have fundraisers go for the comic. It's still pretty good. We have the campaign still active because there are people who are like, hey, I want to support it, but I need to wait on money, so we're giving them that extra 30 days. After this 30 days, though, it's over. I just looked up. She was permitted to go home and be taken care of by James, so yeah, he killed her. Okay. Figured Mary be in the back of the car because he took her to Silent Hill because he meant to try and revive her, but botched the ritual and trapped himself in his own hell. That's an interesting twist on the Rebirth ending. He does tell her in Remake. I really need to get to that cutscene. Because, like, Jesus Christ. Should've got the cutscene where he confessed to her. Oh my god. Yeah, I need to see that. Holy fuck. What's on Silent Hill Shattered Memories? Not having any combat was stupid, but it had cool ideas. Apparently had the body for around a month. Oh my god. So like a month-old corpse. You know for a fact he did not have Mary embalmed. Because suppose you can imagine. Yeah, ending a remake is very powerful and spoiled execution is great. Shame you have to play Last of Us 2 if Sour Pup does really well. Yeah, I won't say no, I get to make fun of it. Stop playing this PlayStation 2 remake right now. Hearing bad things about Invincible Season 2? I liked what I watched. I don't think Queen Braun's gonna listen to us, bros. I hate to imagine how bad that car stinks. Dude, like, that's actually something to think about, though. Because like I said, there's no way on God's green earth he had Mary embalmed because he can't report that she died. Because people would start asking questions like, well, you're supposed to take care of her, why is she dead? Now, obviously, he could bullshit and be like, well, she was terminally ill, she was gonna die anyway. But still, the assumption is he just immediately snapped and put her body in the trunk and then went to Silent Hill. Or just started driving and just ended up in Silent Hill. So, oh god. Is there even enough of Mary to try and revive? Because like a month in the trunk of a car. Now, granted, it could have been kind of chilly. It was like I assume they lived close to Silent Hill. Oh god, imagine they lived in the south. Oh god. Oh, like humid summer heat. Don't think she was in the trunk. That might have been a delusion, but both are possible. She can't be discounted. Wasn't talking about Mary. I was talking about the guy in my town. Oh, okay. Like I got hit with that flash of like, oh my god, just imagine the state. What's wrong with the south? I was talking like climate-wise. Very humid, hot weather does not react well with a rotting corpse. Culture revive their god through the body of a child. James is already unwell. Details aren't going to matter further leading to my botched ritual idea. What's with the body in a car? Guy told an unrelated story about how some dude in his town kept his mom's body in his car for like a month. And we were also talking about like James from Silent Hill 2. There's a popular theory he had Mary's body in the trunk. So James Sunderland, generally awful human being. Well, that's kind of the whole point of the story. The whole point of the story in Silent Hill is explicitly you make the judgment on James. Was he deserving of punishment, or was there a lot more to the guy? Yeah. It's like, was she in the back of the trunk? Maybe, yeah. But yeah, the whole idea behind it is James is dealing with his own personal hell, and you have to extrapolate what the meaning of that hell was as you play and interpret different elements of it. The linemen represent being abused by somebody who's just lashing out at you and just screaming at you, which you can assume Mary did because she was sick. The nurses were sexual frustration. He couldn't have sex with Mary because she was dying. Same with Maria, same with the strip club. They included the abstract daddies as an enemy after you fight the boss version with Angela in Silent Hill 2, and some people kind of theorized with that of, that was like, once again, more like sexual oppression of he really wanted to have sex with Mary, but she physically couldn't, and she didn't want to, and she was not in a good mental state. The mannequins, more sexual repression. You also have the flesh lips, which the flesh lips were kind of a mix of a few different things. A mix of, once again, sexual repression and Mary being bedbound and being very violent towards him and nasty. Last time I played Last of Us 2, crashed nonstop on your PS5. It was like God didn't want you to play. You watched the TV show Euphoria? Not a lot, no. I always thought James was a terrible man in the beginning, but deep down was a good man. Couldn't bear to watch her suffer. Yeah, like I said, it's all about it's all about how you interpret James. It's all about, do you view him as a good man that made a bad decision, or do you view him as a bad man that couldn't handle this situation that required more of him? Yeah, line figures are very explicitly James' views on Mary. She was dying. Yeah, like, it's literally like puking up. It can't move right. Like, it's Mary. Oh, down bad voice, James. It's a major aspect of the story. Hate Euphoria so much. Also, no, James had killed Mary at most a few days for the events of the story. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, if you had that body in the trunk, Jesus Christ. For like a month, I mean. Well, the bad name is Angela's Demon's not James, but he saw him because he was fucked up as well. Well, I'm talking about in OG Silent Hill 2, after you kill Abstract Daddy, it'll appear as an enemy type in the hotel. And when you're in the hotel, you're back in James's world. It's not Angela's anymore. So people kind of theorize on that. In truth, development-wise, it's because they had to reuse an enemy type. But story-wise, people view it as, like, once again, more of an aspect of James as well. If I remember, if I understand it right, because like I said, I haven't gotten to the hotel yet. In Silent Hill 2 Remake, you only fight Abstract Daddy as the boss, and he never shows up again. So that would be more fitting in line with the idea, where it's like, yeah, that was Angela's demon. Yeah, Mary was dead for 3 years. Ah, okay. Well, no. James believes she was dead for 3 years. There is an important distinction there. Yeah, James was a game dev and feels guilty for reusing assets. I was talking about Silent Hill makes me want to leave the leave ending canon just because it seems like the funniest. No, the funniest is either the dog ending or UFO ending. You just consider James unforgivable. As I got older and I watched my grandma suffer through a stroke and dementia for a year. I hate to say I had better understanding what he did. Yeah, it's like James is that kind of protagonist where he's very easy to judge unless you've walked in his shoes. If you've dealt with a family member or a friend who've had a crippling illness or condition, you do kind of sympathize with him a bit more, where it's like, James didn't just kill Mary because it was annoying to take care of her. There were many, many motives around it. You know, there were a lot of different things. Yeah, only time Abstract Daddy shows up in the remake is during Angela's final scene, just like OG. Yeah. Well, it's not her final scene, but yeah, it's her boss fight. James had to sacrifice Mary so he could join Alessa's ghost squad and earn his ghost pussy in the afterlife. What ending do you think you'll get in your playthrough? I don't know. I've been pretty good at keeping James at full health. I've not looked at the letter or the picture that much. I've not stared at the knife too much. I don't know what new conditions they may have made for some of the endings, so I don't know. I think I'll either get Leave or Maria. Definitely not in water. In water, you basically have to play it as risky as you possibly can. Yeah, should have got Leave without trying. Okay, so that may be the default. Which, to be fair, I think Leave was also kind of the default in OG. It's not easy to have to take care of someone that can't take care of themselves anymore, and I had to do that with my granny 2 years ago. Yeah. Leave with Maria's true ending. There's multiple layers to why the Maria ending kind of fits as a canon one. Aren't there new ones? Yeah, they call it Bliss, and I forgot what the other one's called, but the idea is you have kind of I don't know the details about the other ending. I know what Bliss is about. Bliss is essentially James giving into the madness. Forgiveness? It's not forgiveness. It's called something else. I think it's called, like, decadence or something. I'll see in the staircase in flames in the remake, just like an OG. 2 abstract daddies are hanging from the wall of the staircase. Oh, shit, you're right, yeah. I think it's forgiveness. Like I said, it's not forgiveness. It's explicitly not forgiveness. Yeah. least that would be new Berserk adaptations that only cover Golden Age over and over again. No, the knife is for the bad ending, but I don't get why it couldn't be used as a weapon as well. Stillness. Yeah, it was called Stillness. That was it. And I think Stillness, like I said, I didn't see too much about Stillness, so I don't know much about it. But from what I understand, it's maybe implying more loop shit. You get Dex and James becomes a goon or tries to sleep with a high schooler. I think Angela's final scene is her burning on a stairway, and the abstract dad is in the background. She's in constant hell from her trauma of being raped by her father and brother. Yeah. Well, you know, it's Angela's whole thing is she couldn't get over her guilt. She could not get over her guilt and will just be consumed by the town. Eddie was the opposite. Eddie completely refused his guilt to the very end. Whenever I hear it be called the leave ending, it just sounds like James goes, nah, screw this, I'm going home. Kill the fish woman. Oh god. What did Eddie do? Okay. So we've already been talking spoilers, so fuck it. Eddie's a fucking lunatic. Eddie's whole thing is he was made fun of a lot by people around him, particularly bullied a lot in high school. So he kind of just goes off his fucking rocker one day and shoots a kid's dog that would make fun of him a lot. And when the kid got pissed off at him and tried to beat the shit out of Eddie for it, Eddie shot him. Now, Eddie claims he only shot him in the leg. But there's reason to believe that he may have also killed him because Eddie loses his fucking mind, and if you pay attention, he's always... Anytime you run into Eddie, there's always a dead body not too far away from him. Short break from quitting, but the best ending is clearly a suicide ending because you can headcanon James stabbing himself going, why didn't it work, and do it over and over again. Yeah, Eddie murdered a dog and is a psychopath. Yeah. Eat the nip for Night. Yeah, I made sure to get that. I forgot what Night does. I think it just blinds enemies. It's still useful. Season 3 trailer of Invincible leaked. Oh. This is the beginning of a sociopathic serial killer. Yeah, and like I said, there is reason to believe he may have killed. Like, he may have already killed. He claims all he did was shoot the owner in the knee, but there are hints that he may have actually killed him. Eddie's insecurities and paranoia led to him going crazy. Personally, I like to believe he actually didn't kill the guy, and the person he keeps killing Silent Hill is the guy coming back. That is a way people look at it, yeah, where it's like he's just scared shitless of the guy finding him. Eddie also constantly lies to James. Yeah, Eddie constantly lies. Like I said, he is surrounded by dead bodies. There's a lot of hints that Eddie is just fucking crazy. Until he just straight up goes crazy. 702 is a good deconstruction protagonist saving the damsel. James too damaged to save Angela because he is fucked up himself, and Angela could not be saved by James. She didn't want to be saved. Angela's whole thing is explicitly she did not want to be saved. She continued the cycle of punishment. Like that's what makes Angela's story really sad. She did not think she deserved to be free. The Evolve video on Silent Hill 2 deconstructs Eddie pretty good. I've been meaning to. Hills are silent, the residents are evil. Yeah, knee with a magnum, a dude's dead. That body's just Eddie's delusions. Yeah, well, they're the symbol that pops up for Eddie. I really like what Remake does with Eddie. Where, you can always see his breath. Like, his breath is always visible. So his idea of Silent Hill is very cold. And then you literally fight him in a meat locker. Yeah, I think in the story, Angela's own mother blamed her for seducing her father and brother. That kind of shit is to destroy someone's mind. Well, yeah, because Angela's whole thing was she was constantly trying to find her mother, but she did not even... It was kind of like James, where she deluded herself. It is heavily implied Angela also murdered her mother. Like, she killed her whole family. Can't wait for the Burt Kreischer mod for Eddie. The guy Eddie keeps killing is the guy coming back over and over again to make fun of him for being a failure and not killing him, unlucky the dog. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why he snaps and says James just like anybody else. It's implied he saw James as just another one of those guys. Yeah, everyone's just meat when they die. Yeah. She's the victim but chooses to feel guilty for what happened to her, even if it's not her fault. She doesn't really deserve to be in Silent Hill, but chose it. Well, yeah, it's all about guilt, you know, like... The whole thing in Silent Hill 2 is it's a story about brutal punishment. That's why there's the through line of old kind of Catholic inquisitions, medieval executions. Like it's fire and brimstone punishment. You are in hell. Really certain she killed her entire family in the fire. Silent Hill's punishing her with fire all over the place. Yeah. Also implies Eddie took Laura to Silent Hill. That's how they know each other. No, Eddie did not know who Laura was until they met. Laura, once again, has no idea what's going on. If anyone's going to bring Laura to Silent Hill, it would have been James, because she's tied to Mary. Right. Like the inclusion of Laura to show not everyone in Silent Hill is a complete fucked up crap sack of a person. But that was the whole point. The entire point is Laura has no idea what anyone's talking about. She doesn't see the town like that. All she sees is a town covered in fog. Like, I guarantee in cutscenes you don't see her. Well, in chunks of the story you don't see her in. She's probably walking around town talking to people. It's only when she actually runs into one of the protagonists that maybe a place becomes abandoned or kind of creepy. There's a reason why Laura does not see any monsters. She's pure and has not done anything remotely bad. Yeah. Intro A's van and Laura. Implication was that she took a ride in Eddie's pizza van to the South Vale and Silent Hill. No, like I said, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because Laura has no connection to Eddie in the slightest. They only just met in the theater. Because when Eddie was talking to James, this is like, oh yeah, she told me her name was Laura. For everyone that gets sucked into the fog world, another world's a horrible person. If you go by Silent Hill 2 logic, any other Silent Hill game, not really. They just get unlucky. That Silent Hill is almost completely abandoned, so Laura will be walking around in a nearly empty town. No, Silent Hill, the actual normal town, is populated. There's people that live in it. It's not as good as it once was, but it exists. The original, they changed a lot of dialogue and implication in the remake. Nah, they still don't explain how she met Eddie in the original as well. I don't like the idea Eddie took her to Silent Hill. To me, I really don't like that. I don't like that explicitly because Laura has no connection to Eddie. She's connected to James. Alright. So just sometimes a guy steals a Twinkie and then says he feels bad about it, slowly gets absorbed in the evil Silent Hill. No, there is a lot of shit you gotta do to actually go into Silent Hill. I'm pretty sure folks in Downpour got dragged in by sheer bad luck. Yeah, that was just extreme bad luck. Can't wait for Silent Hill 1 remake, Sybil, my beloved. And Silent Hill just a reflection of yourself. Like I said, if you're going by Silent Hill 2 rules, yes. Silent Hill 1 and 3 and sort of kind of 4, though 4 gets weird. No, it is the cult. The cult corrupted the town, and the monsters are based off other things. Also, the fact this is Eddie we're talking about, he might kill her and eat her, or both. Fat joke. She only to ride. That's the implication some of the older fans got with Laura kicking Eddie in the full motion cutscene where they're near the van. I don't like that. Like I said, I do not like the idea she's tied to Eddie. Like, I just don't like that. Like I said, if she was going to show up in Silent Hill, I like the implication that she's just there. Silent Hill canon emphasized with 3 and 4. Silent Hill is a populated place, not bustling, but popular. After the cult canon caused supernatural hell to spill into the... Silent Hill was entirely abandoned by the time of Silent Hill 2. Claudia would have been building up her chain in the cult. Otherwise, James would run her into her Vincent. Yeah, they're in a separate realm entirely. He also lies to James in that scene. When he talked to him enough, he says, you better go find her. She moves fast. Which, how would he know that if they just met? Well, I mean, just got out of her sight. Like I said, I do not like the idea she's tied to Eddie. I just don't like that at all. Another hint that what Eddie is seeing is different than what Laura's seeing, that's just it. And I have a deeper connection and a major scene of bowling only. No, I just don't like the idea, period. I just don't like the idea of her hitching a ride with Eddie. Because like I said, they're supposed to be perfect strangers. Everybody that's introduced in the story are all perfect strangers that all just showed up in town one day. You know, I like that a lot more. Where it's just, how did everybody meet? No, just sheer coincidence. You know, like, Silent Hill 2 is the kind of game I want less questions answered. You know what I mean? Like, I like it being mysterious and open and vague. Did Laura always live in Silent Hill? No. She lived close to James because she was actually in the same hospital as Mary. Yeah, we get it. You don't like the idea she used to ride with Eddie. I just don't like it. Like I said, it's... You know, it's like trying to explain the Blair Witch. The less you talk about it, the better. Yeah, if Laura called Eddie Fartface, he'd shoot her. Yes, I know his ghostly apparitions are a supernatural phenomenon, pretty much made people wary. It's not like monsters are in town, but there's enough to spook people. How does Eddie run fast for a fat guy? Angela ran to Laura. Do you think she'll ask Laura to help her find her mother? I don't think Angela ever did notice Laura, but yeah, I can imagine she'd be willing to. Pepper Ping's getting grading. Well, the dude keeps bringing it up, and I'm just like, I don't like it. I do not like it. I only enjoyed Minecraft during my teen years, and I just started out, but damn, Notch was done dirty. Deserve better. How close that to be to Silent Hill if you're not able to get dragged in? It's implied it doesn't really matter where you're at. If you're going by the personal hell aspect of Silent Hill 2, you will just be pulled into town. Like, you'll just be driving down the road, and then boom, you're there. Or you'll get a message saying you need to go there. But that's what happened to James. James got a letter from his wife. Silent Hill 3, I'm pretty sure it's implied the Dark World changes based on the person, even if it's a manipulator who said it. Yeah. Silent Hill 3 kind of mixed in elements of 2, where you kind of saw a mixture of different symbolisms for the monsters. Because Heather's personal impact on it also affected things. Because it would be based on stuff she was scared of. Chloe was adopted by Mary James, but killed her too out of guilt. Silent Hill doesn't always punish people. Think Silent Hill 2 is special. Harry didn't suffer any mental attack from the town. He's just looking for his daughter. Yeah, no, it's different versions for each one. Silent Hill 1, it was based on Alessa's nightmares. Silent Hill 3, it's Heather's. Silent Hill 2 is the personal hell. Also, Silent Hill 4. So Silent Hill 4 was kind of a mixture of the main guy's problems and Walter Sullivan. A lot more so Walter. Have you actually seen what normal Silent Hill looks like ever? I think they've done it before, yeah. I'm trying to remember what, though. Because I think that's basically the intro of Silent Hill 3. Yeah, they showed normal Silent Hill in flashbacks. Yeah, it is a normal town. People live there. Which I remember it's close to a normal one. Well, that was basically just Silent Hill 1. You watch through Silent Hill Revelations? It ain't great. Guilty of the cult brought hell into an overlap with Silent Hill, and that really fucked with the town itself. So now we have to deal with all to bring God down from heaven. Yeah. That's why Silent Hill 2 leaning into the cult aspect with Remake, I'm not against, because I like how they spin that. Where at first, Silent Hill 2 never really mentions the cult at all. It's just kind of meant to be its own thing. But I like them bringing up the cult, because they play it into the lore that was implied in Silent Hill 2, where basically, OG Silent Hill 2, it's implied the town was cursed after a mass outbreak of a disease that killed a shitload of people. And the townsfolk just kind of buried all the bodies in the lake. So it was implied that the town was cursed after that event. Because, you know, like, that mass amount of death and that much dead being disrespected kind of fucked with the realms of the world. That was just like the standalone lore they came up with too. I bet even living in a normal town is pretty uncomfortable, you know, because you're next to the portal to hell. I mean, hell, like, sometimes it just breaks open and the entire town goes insane. Silent Hill 1 made it clear there were normal people going, what the fuck is going on here? Silent Hill 1's The Lesson Nightmares, 2 is a nightmare reflect on the guilty party, 3 is a demon baby inside Heather, 4 is Walter playing a cult ritual using town as proxy. Yeah. What was a Rorschach comedian Ozymandias Silent Hill? Probably not great. I don't know what happened if a bus full of prisoners being transported ended up there like the entire bus empty except for a few inmates and guards while the rest ended up in town. You literally just described the synopsis of Downpour. That the town was built over native land. They kind of imply a few different explanations. If you're solely talking about 2, it's a few different explanations. Silent Hill 1, it's the cult. Like, it's the cult. They're trying to summon a demon god. I mean, in other towns like Silent Hill 4 and Homecoming. Yeah, but we're not going to talk about Homecoming. Alright, should be... I could play cop and silent and try and figure out why some people completely lose their shit or die in gruesome ways. There's also using Silent Hill 4 to create a new area for the cult to try and mess with if Walter actually believed in the cult's god. There we go. Oh, almost forgot. I gotta actually give Vivi a new staff. There we go. Here, we'll give him this one. This question, we're giving control of a new Silent Hill game. What story would you want to tell? I don't know. I'd probably keep it in line with the personal hell stuff, because that's my favorite part of Silent Hill. I like the whole, you know, it all revolves around your personal fucked up problems. There we go. Yeah, may as well. Silent Hill 3, Mason, Heather Mason, well written, and this game about metaphor and teen pregnancy, rape, and abortion. Yeah. Upcoming folk for the overall lore by adding in another cult with some pact with ancient gods. Yeah. See Mad God by Phil Tippett? Yeah, it's super good. Interesting to see a soldier's perspective of Silent Hill, but an actual soldier, not schizophrenic, that killed his brother. Okay, now I gotta remember where... Yeah... I believe... Yeah, we go to Claria. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is Claria. I don't know what Silent Hills could have done. Well, it seemed to imply that Silent Hills kind of seemed like it was going to take some influence from 2, where, once again, it's a personal hell thing, and they were going with the idea that the main character was either involved or flat out committed murdering his family. That's assuming anything from the actual PT demo would have been used and wasn't just a spooky, self-contained story. Alright, but how is Batman Arkham Knight so graphically impressive despite all these years? Good art direction. First of all, Silent Hill Homecoming. Never talk about Silent Hill Homecoming. American Silent Hill games all have good premises, but awful execution. Downpour especially. Yeah, that's always been the sad part. Homecoming taking the Jacob's Ladder influence further by having you play a soldier could have been cool. There's a lot of fucked up stuff you could do with that. Downpour, there's parts of Downpour I genuinely like. The kind of red light, green light mannequins, those were cool. Those were kind of a cool enemy. The problem with Downpour is Downpour played it way too safe and just was never scary, like, at all. Want to see Norman Reedus in Silent Hill 2 style story that's messed up? Dude's a very underrated actor. Yeah. Think we'll ever see the script for Silent Hills? That would be awesome to leak. That stuff with gun control was kind of cringe in PT. I have no idea what you're talking about with, like, gun control stuff. It just seemed to be about, like, general family massacre. I think Norman Reedus could play James in Silent Hill 2 movie. No, James seems to be played by like a complete unknown Randy theater actor, because James as core is just a guy. James just meant to be a dude. He's not meant to be a recognizable face. Downpour was the Pyramid Head cutting a cake, right? Yeah, that was a decent little joke ending. First they make a sound that's marked into 1. MC goes into town and gets sucked into hell. Overlap before winding them having their own personal nightmares exploited by a cult. That sounds more like 3. But yeah. Gun control. Did homie see Hillary Clinton in PT too? And there's the mention in the shadow of the debates around gun control. But once again, that was just kind of playing into the general theme of massacre and family murder. James should be played by Terry Crews. Falling asleep at night? Yeah, we're not very far out either. Once the voice actor douchebags are finally getting shafted, yeah. James should be played by Ryan Gosling. Okay, but unironically, though, we can send him a test. Might have just been the backdrop for PT. Yeah, like I said, it's... Like, Silent Hill is not a political series. That's not what Silent Hill is about at all. So any political, quote-unquote, thing it brings up, it's usually because it relates to a more specific thing with the protagonists and human nature. James should be played by Terrence Howard. PT mentioned gun control, but that's meant to be Kojima's politics, just world building. For carrier worms and zoo, they got good blue magic. That is true. Okay. Angela should be played by Tommy Wiseau. I saw that as what you would hear in a news broadcast at an event. Yeah, it's like the whole idea around it is just the fact that it's talking about this horrible, violent crime that the protagonist you're playing on had some involvement in. Someone actually recreated PT in PlayStation Dreams. Good. One of the protagonists of Silent Hill was a racer that drives fast cars. So I'll come again. I have some, oh god. Fuck it up. Silent Hill coming out somewhere where the main character, were you the main character, they aim to do something bad and could just had survivor's guilt in the town, latched onto that. Yeah, it's like, Homecoming had a decent enough setup for, like, the main character's not even a bad guy. He's just fucked up and blames himself for something that wasn't his fault. Christian Dream's been shut down for around a year. Aw. Uncle Kojima to make that horror game's been talking for a while. Same. Is that Buff Frosty? He's a sand golem. Yeah, why did PT get canceled again? Because Konami were dicks at the time. They're slowly getting better after only realizing, oh shit, we burned every one of our IPs to the ground. Silent Hill 2 is standalone story, but Silent Hill 1 still had to happen. Some fans really like to deny that Silent Hill 1 started the nightmare, and Silent Hill 2 is the after effect where there's no one deriving supernatural power. Yeah, Remake especially is leaning on the idea that the cult's actions in 1 caused 2. I'm not against it. I think it's actually really cool to link them together. The fact that it started off as just Alessa's nightmare, and now it's just bleeding out, and now it's just infecting random people and turning it into their nightmare. That's an awesome fucking concept. Remember, Guy C said he would like to see Chris Hemsworth play James in Silent Hill 2 movie. That'd be fucking weird. Hey, did you shoot this guy? No, real funny. You know, get out of here, little rascal. Oh god, so much sand. What are we gonna do? Random thought, has Silent Hill addressed a natural tragedy like earthquakes or tsunamis? I feel like that's potential and a real fear, like in Japan, also in JoJo Part 8. If you mean, like, has Silent Hill ever mentioned natural disasters as part of the lore? Yeah. Silent Hill as a town just seems to constantly have these horrible disasters happen to it and mass loss of life. Once again, heading towards the town that something is wrong with it. Let's disconnected. And Silent Hill, considering she's stuck there until Silent Hill 3 finally lets her die merge with Heather. Yeah. I like the idea of Silent Hill being an anthology series. You don't see those too often in video games, let alone horror. Yeah, like I said, I kind of like the idea if you had such a variety on what lore matters for this game versus what doesn't for this one. Because usually they make it pretty clear. It's like, yeah, no, you don't have to worry about this one to play this one. The impregnation ritual and Alyssa's heightened stress during said ritual corrupted the town's sacred and spiritual power. Likely had to play that several times to get it. Yeah. Wasn't any based off private power? I can see the resemblance. I feel like Silent Hill in Japan could work. That's what Silent Hill F is going to be. I am curious what they're going to do with it. Anyways, gotta get away from my neighbor's Levia. Jewish works for funeral service tomorrow, so I'll see how that be. Adios, yeah. Pikmin now actually played James fan film was pretty good. Yeah, I like the idea. I like the version of James he went with. If people look like James, but I could pull off the still performance necessary. Yeah, like. I really like the guy that plays him in Remake. I think he actually does a really good job. There's a specific cadence to James that you need to nail if you're going to play him. It should be played by Adam Sandler. But yeah, there's a very specific way James talks. There's a very specific way he acts. The whole thing with James is you can tell deep down he knows he did something bad and he is losing his mind, but he doesn't want to admit what it is. You know, because the whole game is in denial about what happened with Mary. Okay. We're going to save it here, and we're going to call it for the night and swap on over. There we go. Okay, I'll go ahead and take us right back. There we go. Okay. So there we go. We pretty successful Final Fantasy IX night. Always good. Always good to have those. Always good to have those. Very good video game. Very good video game. Have you watched Subaru Siren streams? I've been meaning to. I've been meaning to go back and play through Siren again. I have it bought, but I haven't downloaded it yet. 14 time? No, it's almost 3 a.m. We're going to do 14 on Thursday. Oh, geez. Cord knocked out my cup. Yeah, we're going to do 14 on Thursday. We're back to a regular schedule. For a big budget movie, how do you feel about Aaron Eckhart as James? Maybe. Like I said, there's a very specific way James talks and a very specific way he acts that it's hard for a big name to do. They'll try to like over-exaggerate it or make it very dramatic. They're aiming for the emotional appeal. When what makes James great is the moments where he's emotional, but he doesn't look it. You know? The small moments where he's unable to say anything or he's just broken, you know, those little things. And the way James talks, where there's multiple scenes where you can tell he's on the cusp of losing it himself, yet he's trying to be the reasonable one in the room. Very, very hard to get down. I really like the guy that plays him in Remake. He's great. And of course, Guy Seehee plays it perfectly. You know, the big question is, are they able to nail the "I needed someone to punish me for my sins"? That moment is extremely important for someone to nail down as do they understand James. I'll make it a little bit smaller and put it right next to it. Right next to it. Right next to the gamer steps and right next to the campaign page. There we go. Make Yuki's face fill the entire screen. That'd be funny. Just start a stream and just face staring at you. It'd be funny. Do you know Eddie in the OG was voiced with the same guy who voiced Brian Fury in Tekken? Brian's one of my mains, so that was cool. We have in store for tomorrow night. I do not know. Either Metal Gear or more Silent Hill. Mark Etzdale did phone in voice direction. Guy did do Origins and Golem game. Oof. Who's your favorite female character in Ruby? I don't watch Ruby. Eventually I have to start it because I gotta do a fucking video on it, but I don't watch it. Yeah, that's where the dude's hell would be, but I remember Postal 1. That's not really his hell. He's enjoying what he's doing. When we watch Slayers, eventually. I'm catching up on a whole lot of stuff. Next several videos are all subscribe star requests. That's been this entire year. It's been, oh god, I gotta catch up on stuff. Big Game Gamer Subs, Miss Gigi's new movie commentary and M. Night's newer movie was pretty good. I need to see that. I should play Spec Ops The Line on Food Bar difficulty for next stream. I've already played through Spec Ops The Line. I did not do Food Bar because Food Bar is just not fun. No Kentucky Grindhouse? No, it still is. But I don't know what Shota has planned. And for the diet building, my current lineup is Hypixie, Wukong, Throne, Desoju, Grimmick, Kala, Kaiwan, Amaterasu, White Rider, and HM Slave Pasaka. You want to see how a big name actor would handle James? Look up Troy Baker, James from Silent HC. Yeah, there you go. Let's go Silent Hill. I need to disappoint that little girl. Yeah. Metaphor ReFantasia was out, but they got no romance system. Yeah, it seems like they're just doing a straight story. So, from what I understand, there is a romance subplot, but it's a scripted one. Like, main character will just get with a specific girl. And I had suspicions ever since they had the, ever since a bunch of, like, lefty people were posting the one chick chanting at the crowd, like, oh, sharpen the guillotines, we'll do this and we'll do that, and, you know, eat the rich and all that. There was a guy who apparently played Metaphor who posted at me. It's like, yeah, if you actually play the game, the mob she's inciting go on to kill a bunch of people, and she realizes, hey, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? You're also victimizing others. It's like, oh, that exact thing I fucking said happened. Yuki found your porn folder. It's Jover. Want to do a tier list for best women in Final Fantasy? That would not be bad. Don't really care. Romance, but not reason I played Atlas games. Yeah, I mean, I play SMT, and those don't really have romances at all. Maybe more Silent Hill remake tomorrow. Well, Shota's already beaten it on his stream. We could try to finish on. Well, I don't think we'll finish it. We can go through it on ours and see about it. Yeah. Spoiler for Ruby. First couple episodes. Well, this is dumb fun. The rest of the series, this is just dumb. Favorite Batman the Animated Series episode. The Riddler episodes. All of them were great. All of them were great. Cerberus XT missing the point of the game and just had to push his agenda. Imagine my shock. Well, the minute I found out it was a Persona 4 director, it's like, yeah, there's going to be something that they're ignoring, and the entire context of that is going to be radically important to how you view that scene. Like, basically, when I heard about it, it's like, oh, she leads a mob to establish equality, but people just start victimizing each other and become just as bad as the people that oppress them. The first thing I thought is, isn't that basically Yeast 9? There's the cat girl party member you get who's a phantom thief. You know, she steals from the rich and gives to the poor. And her whole arc is realizing that the poor she was taking care of have started exploiting her, and the masses that need protection are a bunch of lazy fucking assholes that don't appreciate what she does for them. So she has to learn not to just give them money blindly. She actually has to think about what she's doing now. It's like, yeah, I mean, shocker, it's a mature story. There's nuance. Should continue Kingdom Hearts playthrough with Shota. Review the fat ass elf anime that came out recently. Belsley, Volkov, where'd you leave off in FF9? We're about to get to the rest of the Burmisians. We're in the Tornado Temple. Yuki, Rachel, Yuki, Lolly. Let me see if there's anything cool to post here to hype people up. Some of the stuff I do want to hide right now. There's really cool stuff. There's really cool stuff in the works. Very cool stuff in the works. It'd be great. It'll be great. So much cool stuff. No one will fault you for using a guide for the room. Oh yeah, the room is cryptic. The room is really cryptic. Someone's been watching Ruby since the start. Yeah, it's watching slowly go down in flames. Been sad. I don't want to think Crunchyroll going to change that. Could have saved Angela. Could have saved her the power of friendship in my M1A1 Abrams I stole after smoking 7 pounds of meth. Finish PTSD radio. I haven't even really started yet. I'm still in the very beginning. Yeah, don't pick up the doll. Yeah, right? Goku could beat Silent Hill by hitting the town really hard. Must need to force Gamer Subs to have a Rachel waifu cup. That'd be fun to talk about. That'd be fun to do. But, alright. I'm going to call it here. It is almost 3 a.m. I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule recently, so I'm trying not to get super crazy. Gonna finish Silent Hill 1 tomorrow? I think so. I think we will. That's my gut feeling. We may finish Silent Hill 1, and if we have enough time, we may start 3. That's just the vibe I'm getting. That is the prediction I have, because like we already played Silent Hill 2 Remake. So going back to OG Silent Hill 2 would be a little weird, and Shota really likes Silent Hill 3. So if we finish Silent Hill 1, I imagine he'll just want to boot up Silent Hill 3. So that's my prediction. You know, that's what I'm putting money on right now. That's the vibe. But okay. So I'm going to see about getting the Shaun of the Dead video published soon. I just need to hear back from the GamerSubs guys and get the go-ahead. And it'll be great. It'll be great. I hope Rachel rigs an anti-material rifle to a chair like Harmon Smith from Killer 7 and it doesn't go as planned. Heard a bunch of Ruby leaks saying the next volume will be hyper-violent and sexual. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, right? But yeah,